It's obviously going to be a couple of days. It's obviously going to be a couple of days of LED. But at this point, I kind of need to practice. Honestly, I should probably delay Fist of the North Star until after I get back from GDQ. Because if you think about it, I've only got 6 days until... Well, yeah, 6 days until I go. So I do kind of need to start doing a lot of LED practice right now. Again, thankfully, LED isn't too tricky for me at this point. But today is the Yakuza 6. I don't remember if this game auto splits or not. We're gonna find out. I don't think it does. 3, 2, 1, go. Definitely doesn't auto start, that's for sure. If it doesn't auto start, it's not auto splitting. The worst part of this is the fact that cutscenes, the skipping in this is going to be left to right, and then on LED it's going to be up to down. Dear, dear. Hey, SP, thank you very much for gifting a sub. I appreciate it. Hope you're also having a good evening tonight. Hope everyone's having a good evening tonight. I think a guard is my first one, right? Yeah, it is. Dodge. Oh, Nagamo. Oh, Nagamo. So we haven't seen a 6 run before. 6 is really good. It's very, very fast-paced and has a lot of combat, especially early on. Don't want him to move away. Perfect. I didn't mean to start with this attack, but I guess that's what I'm doing now. I don't have enough room here to be able to do the heat action. Didn't mean to hit him with a bike here, but that's fine. It's whatever. Again, I'm not looking at my splits because I can't see them right now. So you'll have to tell me. Hopefully that only split once. Oh, I can actually see myself, can't I? I saved a second. I saved a second. Excellent. Excuse me? What? Excuse me? What? Now, if I knew the shirt was going to cause me to get subs at the start of the stream, I'd wear the shirt more often. What the heck? I am Spot. Thank you so very much for the 20 gifted subs. That's so generous. Yo, thank you so very much. I'm going to blame it on the shirt. It's clearly all this. It's clearly the shirt. So I'd like to have a conversation about a couple of things today. We're going to have another conversation about the ad incentive thing. Although this one's actually a very positive conversation because everyone's opinion, everyone who gave me their opinion on the ad incentive thing has been exceptionally positive. Like, exceptionally positive, which has very much surprised me. I was actually scared of putting my offer onto Twitter because obviously it's a lot better than any other offer I've seen. But I wanted to be like fully transparent about like why I'm looking into it and why it's obviously very good for me. But we'll have a discussion about that later when, you know, we get into the swing of things a bit more. I'll speak to all the kids. Everyone's all grown up. Taichi's not in the house? I guess he's half in the house. Taichi's half in the house. Shiro's now an expert on the stock market. He probably has like tens of millions of yen just stored up that we just don't know about. I hate trying to get Ayako's hitbox. It's not actually one of the harder hitboxes to get, but I hate trying to get it. You can also get Rina's hitbox from like the other side of the table there, but I haven't done that in a hot minute. And you have to get it when you bounce off the table, when you push your hitbox forward, which is gonna be something you'll see going into oh, it's this one. It's not this one. It's this one. It's not this one. Really? I got a problem. I don't remember which of the vending machines. It's actually the one around the back of Serena. I've made mistakes. I want to restart. Because this one doesn't last long enough. This one does not last long enough. I made mistakes. I want to restart. Oh no. Supposed to grab that one. Oh no. Oh no. I've made mistakes. I've made a lot of mistakes. Ah, it's Sky Finance. Oh no. I ran past the thing. Whoops, my game crashed. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Univ B. Thank you very much for the prime. I appreciate it. That's a level 5 hype train. Am I allowed to push that button during charity live streams? Oops, my hand slipped. Thanks for the level 5 hype train, I appreciate it. Try this again. 3, 2, 1, video games. I didn't see anything. You saw nothing. Chat, no. We don't do that again. If we get another level 5 hype train, don't do that again. Thank you all for the level 5 hype train, I appreciate it. I also want to talk about yesterday's amazing news, both of them. The Final Fantasy news and, of course, the best game ever being announced, Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm so excited. Nagamo, you are very aggressive. He got here way faster than I was expecting him to. I wanted the bike, but this, I guess, we'll have to do. I want to push him that way. I was trying to move around, and I failed. Take the bike, Nagamo. Ah! That didn't go well. That didn't go well. So I saved half a second. I don't know how. That was not good. That was not good. Yeah, I mean, I was streaming at the time, but I had the time to go back and look at, obviously, the Final Fantasy live stream properly, and of course, the Dragon's Dogma one. Unsurprisingly, I'm exceptionally excited about Dragon's Dogma 2. Wow, what a surprise. What a surprise. You bought Dragon's Dogma and say yes to the announcement? Nice, I hope you enjoy it. Give it some time when you start the video game, because it starts a little slowly, but gosh darn. Also, when you finish the video game, you're not actually done, because the expansion content is the New Game Plus stuff, and it's fantastic. You essentially just... it's New Game Plus, but you essentially just carry on the story. And it's fantastic content. You should do it. It is absolutely great. It's where the game genuinely begins. Which is weird. Fantastic game. I hope you enjoy it. Hope you enjoy it. Stop listening to people that say what to do and what not to do, because they very much try and like min-max their stats, and there's no need to do that. Don't worry about it. Just have fun with the video game. Have fun with the video game. Do what you want to do. Although, fair warning, magic is terrible at the start. I will put that warning out in the magic in Dragon's Dogma is very terrible to begin with. It gets very good later. But early on, magic is not good. Magic is kind of painful early on, but oh yeah, as said by the bot in the chat, there is a new TikTok on TikTok, a new video on TikTok today. I actually remembered to start uploading videos to TikTok again. So today's TikTok video is the no damage, no EX move, perfect super Amon fight, which is paid DLC in Lost Judgment. We kicked ass with that one, so. If you wouldn't mind, please give it a watch. It's only 60 seconds long. It's not too long. It took me like 10 minutes to get onto TikTok today because my editing program was yelling at me for reasons that I don't know, actually. The rendering quality was exactly the same as the last time I did it. Actually, this time, no, actually this time it's the same as the first time I did it, because I found the actual settings that I used instead of the ones that I messed up the last time. Also, whoever that was, thank you very much for the donation in aid of mermaids. I will check that in a second. I have to go and buy bentos. And I have to concentrate for a second. Because I know what I'm like. I'm going to mess this up. Once again, we need to buy bentos for homeless. Doesn't matter which one. Also, it doesn't matter how many you get, but we do like having a couple of bentos spare for healing items. Yakuza 6 is the masochistic speedrun. I'm going to show you the old route where we drop our defense to 50 because I haven't practiced the new stuff yet. So, yeah. UNFB, thank you so very much for the donation in aid of mermaids. I appreciate it. That hit was for you. That's a good fight. That usually doesn't go that well. Obviously we get attack. So, in Yakuza 6's run, as you will see, you start at a base 100 with every single stat. In this run, because it's the older route, we're going to be dropping our stats, specifically for defense, down to 50. It's as scary as you could probably imagine. Even on easy, you can get like free hit. We can get free hit killed by like the end bosses. It's great. It's great. I love it. I actually genuinely love this run. This run is tricky. This run is hard. Oh, it's good fun. Especially the early game. The first like 50 minutes of this game is essentially almost a boss rush. Like, we're going from fight to fight to fight, and there's a lot of bosses in the first 50 minutes. We fight like 12 bosses. This is a very fast-paced speedrun. It's very nice. It's a very fast-paced game. I understand why people aren't massive fans of 6, but I actually really like it. The pacing of this game is great. It didn't break the sign for once. It's a Christmas miracle in the middle of June. Great. Nah. Note to self, don't be stupid. Go get the taxi. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I remembered. I remembered. Ah, about time. Ah, dear, dear. It's about time. Let's see. About time I actually remember to go get this taxi. The taxi is, as you probably guess, way faster. I am Sparta. Thank you so very much for the donation in Aid of Mermaids as well. I appreciate it. Now, if you're ever wondering where the CC Lemon memes came from, it's this here video game. CC Lemon is your strongest attack drink that you can get in the video game, and it's really good. So if you know how Muscle Soda is the strongest one in K2, in this game, it is CC Lemon. And again, it is really, pretty good. Until I miss the end. That is unfortunate. That sucks. That sucks. Usually that guy is not a problem. Oh, also, the controller, the quotation marks, brand new controller that I ordered, came in today. Yet I think that was brand new. It definitely looks like it's been resealed, so I'm sending that back. Oh, also, reasons why I was late. It's IRL stuff. Not to do with the taxman this time, thank goodness. But it is to do with GDQ. For those in the UK, you are probably aware that it is the train strikes next week. And as you're probably aware, I've got to get from halfway up the UK to Heathrow. So what I was going to do before was I was going to, on the day, because my flight is a little later than the one I was originally going to grab, I was going to just get the train straight there, but that's not an option. So that leaves me with a little bit of a conundrum. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a way to, probably by coach, to get to London. Essentially on the night before, I'm going to go back to the idea of staying in a Premier Inn all night. So, one less day of streaming and LED practice. Good stuff, Akiyama. Thanks for waiting for me to hit those guys. This is Ed. I keep mentioning this every time I speedrun this game, and I haven't mentioned it today. I love Ed. This guy is not a nice guy, but gosh darn, he has an amazing fight theme. This is called Bonds, and it's actually really apt. Watch what I now do to Ed. This is why I love these strats. He has 1 HP. Hey, Ed. Bye, Ed. Lose time, right? Oh, I keyed 9 seconds. Look at me go. Look at me go. There we go. I love Ed. You'll hear Ed's theme a heck of a lot more later on in the run. Now, Yakuza 6 has this weird thing where you can only get into taxis from the left-hand side. I understand, but I also do not understand in the slightest. Also, this is one of those runs. It's very rare that I ever do boss-based splits. This run is one of them, just because of the sheer amount of bosses we have at the start of the run. So, instead of having chapters, I just do bosses. And now we're gonna go into Batman mode and have a look, and here's a car, here's some blood. Here's a policeman who's not doing his job. Here's a green Dakara. There's a couple of cutscenes where you can hold your drink through them. This is one of them. If you're wondering, green Dakara is the longest lasting sprint drink that you can get. Hence why I am getting the green Dakara over, you know, the Poseidon Power that we got in K2. Also, Escala, thank you for the $2. I appreciate it. If you're wondering, I'm not doing the new strats today. Yeah, this controller is absolutely in trouble. I guess I will have to try and I could get the I kinda need to send that controller back. It's definitely not new. Oh well. Just wondering what I do for LAD, I guess DreamSense. DreamSense? DualSense, yeah, DreamSense. No taxi, goodbye. So you can get a random taxi spawn there behind you. It's RNG, it's nasty. Not gonna try it. I have seen this before. The last time I tried to walk past that specific fight spawn, ended up with me getting in the fight, so I'm not gonna risk that. I'm absolutely not gonna risk that. Yeah, rail workers are on strike, so essentially, I mean, I agree that they should be on strike. They should be paid way more than they are. But that means that the trains are going to be absolutely just impossible to use next week. Which is a pain, because again, I've got to get to Heathrow. So, coach it is. Coach and staying in a Premier Inn overnight. Because a coach won't get me to Heathrow in time for my flight in the morning. Hey, this is Justice, by the way. J-U-S-T-I-S, spelt that way on purpose. Nice easy fight. Grab the sign, swing the sign. I don't know what more you want from me. Nice easy fight. Love that fight. Fantastic fight. So despite the fact we have to go to Toto Hospital, we do have to run backwards to get introduced to a kind of mini-game, kind of like side thing that's unique to Yakuza 6. It's called Troubler. Yes, it's supposed to be a pun on Tumblr. You get different like missions sent to your phone that you can do. The rewards aren't that big. We don't make use of it in the run, obviously. And any time there's a big old fight, or especially a boss fight, we will be chugging CC Lemon. Which, there's only a couple... So, Yakuza 6 being the earliest kind of Dragon Engine game, it doesn't have as many color-coded vending machines as K2 or LAD. So, as you will see, you saw earlier, those red ones have actually different drinks in them, depending which one you actually use. So, not all the blue ones have CC Lemon, for example. But there's certain vending machines we know that have like CC Lemon and where they're placed in the run that we'll be grabbing our CC Lemon at the right time. And as you've seen compared to K2, obviously we can only have a drink in our hand. You can't put them in your inventory. So that makes the drink acquisition very different to K2. Here's Akiyama. One of the only 3 bosses you fight a singular time in this game. Every other boss you fight either 2 or 3 times. Good fight. Good fight. I can't see my sports. I actually saved some time, which is weird because my controller just broken and all that. I don't know how this keeps happening. How does this keep happening? I don't know. Also, well, thank you very much for the 20 and 8 mermaids. I appreciate it. Thanks so very much. Thank you all for your generosity. I very much appreciate it. The speed tech coming up in this chapter. There's also me doing my first level up here, which should be 116 and dash. Again, this is the old route. It's not the new route. I haven't had the time to practice anything. So I'm not going to be trying any of the new stuff. Dash attack, thank you. That wasn't my controller, that was me. That was 100% me this time. That was absolutely 100% me. But Yakuza 6 has a lot of RNG for what we like to call the God Taxi, because as you can see, there's vehicles that are going down that bottom street. And if we can get a taxi at the right time, we call that the God Taxi, because, you know, it's a taxi that we're not expecting, and it enables us to taxi way earlier than we should. It's fantastic. Here's Nagamo again. You might recognize this fight arena. It's exactly the same as the last one. So now it's the daytime. So I'm going to try and push Nagamo a bit to the left instead of to the right. Oh, no. I'm building up my EX with this as well. Oh, Nagamo. Again, I was trying to hope that he wouldn't fly too far away. That's kind of okay. Oh, it's doing the thing again. Yep. For some reason, sometimes if you're in your EX, the game won't actually go to the next phase of a boss fight. Now, I do have a bottle in my hand, which, by Nagamo. I love this game so much. I love this game so much. Now again, this is old route. In the new route, this is not anything you grab anymore. But because I'm doing the old route, I don't know how to do the old route. I'm gonna show you the super masochistic strats. So we grab this safe key. This safe key opens up the safe that's actually down this small little alleyway here. It is the safe right here. This is going to be the first of 2 pieces of equipment that we're going to be grabbing in this route, which is the bloody Vondoshi. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to forget the beer this time. Okay, so we need combo speed. We need heat actions 1, 3 levels of sprint, because we actually do need sprint on top of it, and equip the bloody Vondoshi. We do our level up in the alleyway here because it stops the animation of Kiryu getting out his phone. Now, we're not actually getting the CC Lemon. We're getting a different drink called the Shoryu Beer. It's alcoholic, so it gives us our heat back, which is nice. And it also enables a little better heat generation. But the more important factor is you see in the top left how we're not on a timer anymore. There's a number. That number is the amount of hits that we do with the drink. So we do an autosave load here so that we can get, you know, here to move a bit faster. He doesn't stop now. And I'm going to walk into him. Don't worry about it. This speeds him up a lot. But this is the first part of the big speed tech for this area. If you've played this game before, you know what's coming next. You're not going to see it. I hate this bit because every time you walk into, you know, your controller vibrates and it makes my hands numb. But with sprint level 3, this enables us to not have to get sprint drinks at certain bits. So we're basically trying to balance our sprint drinks and our attack drinks. Beautiful. Okay, so speaking of Troubler, we've got a Troubler mission coming up in a second here, but it's a different one and we can actually skip it, so we need somewhat precise movement here as not to interrupt the timing on what's about to happen. So I'm going to speak to this specific NPC. It has to be this one. He's going to be rude to us and tell us to go to the pharmacy for baby milk. Going to head this way and speak to the barbershop lady. And at this point, this is where the speed tech's going to happen. So, a long time ago, back when... Was it Lily who found this? It may have been Lily who found this. That's how long ago it was. Give me slot 19. Load slot 19. Okay, speed tech number 1 is done. You might be wondering why I just save loaded. And you might also be wondering where Shake the Baby is right now. Shake the Baby is a minigame that you get in this part here. It is based on timing. It is on a timer. Now, I want to say that timer is different per difficulty level. I might be wrong with that. But essentially, on the old PS4 version of Shake the Baby, it's a little faster to do the actual Shake the Baby, but you need a specific set of actions to do from Shake the Baby. Now the problem with that, the problem with that is that it is exceptionally unlikely, especially in the first part, to get the actual moves that you want. For some reason, the second Shake the Baby, which usually happens about here, if you don't load it, that one gives you a lot of swing instead of shake. This essentially allows you to go through the fastest animation. That is actually still slightly faster than start skipping Shake the Baby, weirdly. Although not on PC, because PC's so fast. Knew you were gonna hit me. I hate this man. Come here. That guy, surprisingly enough, is one of the most annoying enemies in the game. And not because of the punch that he gave me there, although that's one reason. He actually has one of the highest dodge rates in this entire game. I wish I was joking about that. I'm actually not. He has one of the highest dodge rates in this game. So we hit him with a flower pot. We run past him to bait out an attack. That stops him and his AI from storing up like a dodge. And then he just hit him with a flower pot. Fortunately, he knocked my flower pot away. I'm upset about this. And this is where the God RNG can come into play. So, as we leave, I look around. Is there a taxi? No. I look this way. No. Okay, be very careful. Look on the minimap. You see how there is 3 enemies together. In this bit, this is the first bit in any Yakuza game that has fixed spawns. So you can see on the minimap at the bottom there is also a fixed spawn over there. So if you get too close to those enemies, you'll be sucked into the fight. So the nice thing is, all of the spawns in this bit specifically, we know where they are. We know exactly where they are. So we have no fears of getting into a fight at this point, which is great. Make sure you go to the bar. I keep forgetting. And now go to the taxi. There you go. Is this the load or is that after? No, it's after. Or it's later. I say load. No, I meant level. I don't remember which one it was. Was it the first one? No. Where are we? I should have looked at the second one. Should have looked at my actual list. I was looking at the diagram. Should have looked at the list. Anyway, we go. So it's still important that we have a whole bunch of hits left on our drink because, folks, it's time to play baseball. You might recognize a couple of these guys. You may have recognized Nagamo already. He's a comedian who did some whoopsies in Japan. No, thank you. I don't want to get hit by that. I wanted to hit Nagamo with this first hit, unfortunately, so it's going to be... yeah, it's whatever. Oh, I should have dashed first. I'm stupid. I have messed up this fight already. No, I forgot to do something. Anyway, I'm aiming for Nagamo. If I hit the other two, that's great. But Nagamo is the one that has to get hit here. He's a pain because sometimes he'll just dodge or guard or something like that. But I was supposed to do a dash attack first. With that fight there, Nagamo has a lot more defense than the other two. So if you only hit Nagamo, he doesn't go into second phase. If you do hit the other two, it's fine. It just pushes them into phase 2. Taxi? No taxi. Taxi? No taxi. So essentially you want to get them into phase 2 and then use that bin. That still works, thankfully, but that was slow. Again, I can't see my split, so I don't know how I'm doing. Folks, am I still in the green at the minute, or am I in the red? I assume I'm in the red. Please don't walk into me. I have my baby. Hey. This Master Zoe 1? It is, isn't it? Yeah. I'm in the green? What? Anyway, remember that bit at the start of the video game? We're now back there. There's Master Zoe. You'll see him real soon. Remember when I say that there are exceptions to the rule in every single Yakuza speedrun? Master Zoe is this game's exception to the rule. Twice. Oh my god, this controller. Maybe I should try that other controller. It's clearly not new, but it'll probably be better than this one. So, again, this is the old route, so I'm going to be grabbing a piece of equipment here. I'm fairly certain this is the piece of equipment you grab in the new route anyway. But what we're going to do, I'm going to run up these stairs right here, grab this safe key, turn around, run over here, and open up the safe for our second piece of equipment. The bloody binding. Now look at the right hand side. When I equip this, you will see that my stats have dropped down to 50 defense. I'm fine with this. Yeah, this drink will be fine. 50 defense. However, big however, I do now have 171 attack. Now the thing about equipping actual equipment for your attacks is that it actually allows you to be able to... Oh, that's bad, because now we're having a drink for the fight after this one. I did want that drink, I think. Oh, well, that's fine. I'm just gonna punch masses in there. That's how we do it. I do it the old-fashioned way. No. So there are new scroll wheel strats, which I'm not using here. Now you might be thinking, I went after Masazoe first instead of the actual, you know, the ads. Most of the time in any Yakuza boss, as you know, we go after the ads. But not with this one. Masazoe is our exception to the rule. Masazoe's mid-fight QTEs are the ones you can skip. And you do want to skip them. You want to focus Masazoe first in every single Masazoe fight, because Masazoe's mid-fight QTE respawns all the enemies. Ah, here's Adrian. I keep forgetting it turns me around. Yeah, alright, Nagamo. Goodbye. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye. Alright, grab ourselves CC Lemon. You can do a Shoryu bit here as well. I like the CC Lemon, because it lasts just long enough. You can actually grab a beer from this one, which is probably closer, to be honest, and probably what you should do. But I like my CC Lemon. I like my CC Lemon. Alright. Anyway, these guys are being beaten up by, quotation marks, drunk civilians. And hopefully we take care of most of them in these attacks. You don't want to use the bar stools on the right because they are absolutely terrible. Their attack pattern is absolutely awful. Yeah, I saw that coming. That happens sometimes. Terrible fight. That happens sometimes with that plant. I should probably stop going for it and just go for the bar chairs instead. Not the stools, the chairs. And we're gonna go get our baby. Hello, it's my baby. Right, now we run back. Actually, I think we taxi back, but I'm already halfway to running, so whoops. Never mind. It would be nice if there's, you know, a go taxi on the way, cough. No? Okay. No? Okay. I definitely didn't want to run this, but oh well. Too late now. Committed. Hard committed. Sometimes you've got to hard commit to your mistakes, folks. Okay, so it's charge and collateral. Oh yeah, it is. You can give me a god taxi right here, I'd appreciate it. Yes, nay, maybe, no. Okay, goodbye. Stay on the left-hand side of the road, by the way. It's very important you stay on the left. There is a baseball sub-story, a business minigame kind of deal, on the right-hand side of that road from now on. So we want to make sure we stay on this side of the road so that we don't get dragged into it. I'm glad I remembered that. It's one of those things that I learned the hard way. We're going to take a quick, cheeky taxi here. Which one? Oh, no, Kubo. I should have known. It's been too long. It's been way too long. Where is control? Thank you. Infiltrate the second floor. So, we just met Patriarch Hirose. You'll see him later. You might recognize him. He is an exceptionally famous actor. Even those in the West should be able to recognize him. Especially if you've watched a lot of Yakuza movies, or specifically, the global hit sensation Battle Royale. Folks, I hope you are staying hydrated today, especially if you are experiencing a heat wave like we are, because, yikes. It's one heck of a heat wave today, that's for sure. And here's a fight. This fight's slightly frustrating, because sometimes you'll have an enemy here that just will not get close to you. Honda. 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 Backing up like a real life Honda. Mazda's are way better, I'm afraid. When I was growing up, we had a Mazda, not a Honda. Dear. Dear, oh dear. And he has a castle. Yeah, he does. And a video game. That one wasn't a good video game. Very hard video game. Also, you've probably noticed, one of the things that Yakuza 6 does, you can't store weapons in your inventory, but as you've seen as we're going around, you've probably seen, like, grenades and guns on the floor. Yakuza 6 populates the map with its weapons, so that the weapons are wherever you are in a fight, and it's a seamless transition to get into it. That's how Yakuza 6 does its weapons and stuff. That's why we walk past a sledgehammer going along there. This is a sub-story. It is about two people who roll down some stairs and they swap their minds into each other's bodies. Use the taxi, my dude. You remembered. Unbelievable. There it is. Need an attack drink. It is time to fight another two folks you might find familiar. We've fought one of them already. And again, you might recognize Yuta's actor here. He was also in Battle Royale. He was also the voice of Rikia in Yakuza 3. Please grab the sleeve. Thank you. I really wanted to hit what's his face here, but that's unfortunate. Make sure you do this for damage. Not bad. I definitely feel like my damage was a little low there. I should probably... I'm not missing an upgrade. As far as I'm aware, I'm not missing an upgrade. Weird. It's fine. Once again, Master Zoe, round 2. You refight a lot of the same bosses in this game multiple times. You might be surprised to learn that Nagamo is the character you actually fight the most in the video game. Once again, I want to focus on Master Zoe. That way he doesn't get to revive any enemies. Not the fastest, but they didn't leave, so I can't complain too much. Okay. You may have seen Beat Takeshi, the side of your screen right there. Beat Takeshi is Patriarch Hirose, the absolutely lovable, silly grandpa character in this video game. Here's an old friend. You may recognize him. He still doesn't have any hair. Hi, Psycho. He always annoys me in the run. Like, you can get past without actually... Oops. You can get past without actually hitting his cutscene, but I constantly hit his cutscene, so I'm just going to hit his cutscene and just say it's fine, you know? Okay. What are we doing time-wise? I'm ahead. Hooray. Somehow. 3 seconds. Alright, cool. Alright, so I need charge and... Oh, collateral! That's what I needed in the last chapter. That's why I wasn't doing as much damage. I knew it! Alright, so for this bit... Well, this bit is where we initially found beer strats worked quite well for extended periods. We need to do a minigame and then a fight after the minigame. So the problem is... The big problem is that the CC Lemon doesn't last long enough. There you get collateral now. Where are we? Charge and collateral. So charge should be obvious. As a charge of attack, collateral does more damage to enemies after you hit the first enemy. So I get through this. Love doing that. So you can see we drank beer again. This is more for the attack properties. A CC Lemon is going to run out in this next minigame that we have to do. And if you were here for the K2 run the other day, you're going to recognize this, because this is actually the first time in the series that Clan Creator turned up. Now, the nice thing is, Yakuza 6's Clan Creator is a lot nicer in terms of speedrunning. It's a lot less RNG, which is really, really nice. So, this is what we're going to do. Get rid of the tutorial. Start the battle. I'm going to bring this guy out to about here. Then we want this guy, specifically here, to get the attention of the guy in green, this guy, without getting the boss. This way, we'll be able to drag another character out called Joe. And he'll be able to get to the boss unimpeded. to make sure I have enemies or my own units coming over time. And Joe, when he gets over here, eventually, has a skill. That may be a bit early. That'd be bad if it is. Nice, that was lucky. Quick hit, please, one of you. I don't know why we had to peer away before we did that, Joe, but okay. Well, 25 is okay. 25 is okay. There's no Rugby Baby incentive, but I'll play the cutscene after the run. What am I doing now? Alright, I have a level up after this. Okay, so we now get into that fight I was talking about. If we had CC Lemon, our buff would have ran out at this point, but because we have beer, we just do beer things. Beer things involve going to this sign, grabbing this sign, not getting shot by that guy, and taking everybody out. Fun fact, those enemies are based on the enemies that were in the Fan Creator minigame. That's a nice little touch, actually. So the gun guys that are specific have, you know, the same skin. That's a bunch of New Japan Pro Wrestlers. If you like the NJPW, you would like this video game. They make a couple of cameos in this, and they even have their theme songs, and you can even fight them. Fantastic. So, attack to 139. Or I'm a little off, apparently. That's a worry. I don't know why I'm a little off, but I'm a little off. Shouldn't be a little off. It's still fine. It's not the end of the world, but I should not be a little off. Unavoidable start to a sub-story. This is based on the girl who leapt through time. Also, as you can probably tell, everything in Yakuza 6 is fully voiced, even the sub-stories. It's very, very ambitious, but that's also why text skipping is a little slower in Yakuza 6. Because you have to wait for the audio lines to go through. Munancho to you. Oh, dude. That is you-know-who from Yakuza 0. Ah, because I bounced into my lost the ability to drink. I need that to last as long as possible. The longer that lasts, the better. And it's time to go into, essentially, a big giant set piece. Which I think is like our first one. Here's Nagamo looking surprised. Alright, that was my face when Nagamo's actual actor was on Documental. Here's Pete Takeshi. Let's go. I was surprised when he walked through the door and it's like, oh, it's like, as soon as I saw him, I was like, I know this guy. So here's a nice thing about the likes of Collateral and stuff. Obviously, the more enemies we hit with things like this plant, the more of them go down. But the nice thing about Yakuza 6, you can also use enemies as weapons. That's actually a legit, viable strat. I don't like that he guarded that. Really don't like that he guarded that. It would have been okay if he hadn't guarded that. Now, it's bad. Anyway, we are in this hotel. We've got to get Kiyomi back from this Tojo officer called Somia. So what we have to do is punch all the doors and walk slightly into the room. Now, some of them are going to have enemies in them. Which, if we don't take care of both of them, I'm going to punch one and then leave them to Nagamo and hope that he actually does his job. Which he did. Good job, Nagamo. You'd have to check every door, which is a shame. The last one, I don't like leaving it to Nagamo because you only have this amount of time to get over here. And Nagamo sometimes doesn't want to be aggressive, which is frustrating. Very frustrating. Love the music of this game, by the way. I feel like it's actually a bit quieter for once. I don't know what's happening there. Anyway, we're now going to get large lads in these rooms, which are a lot harder to take care of. And if you can get them both at the same time with a kick like that, it will usually take the both of them out, which is very nice. We don't want to leave Nagamo with large lads. Nagamo doesn't do well with the large lads. Normal lad like this, though, up to you, Nagamo. Ah, shame. So that would do a bit more than that. Again, I'm not going to leave that to Nagamo. That was not a good room. Should have just done a charge strong, honestly. Okay, so we're going to head off. Documental? Yeah, it's a comedy show on Amazon Prime, helmed by famed comedy legend in Japan, Matsumoto. It's an Amazon Prime show. Essentially, the premise is, if you've ever seen LOL or Laugh Out Loud, those are licensed based on Documental. So essentially, a bunch of comedians in a room get together, and essentially they're not allowed to laugh, and obviously they're trying to make each other laugh. There's a lot of dirty jokes in some of the series of Documental. No lie. There's a lot of dirty jokes. Bit too many. But essentially it's a lot of very, very high profile Japanese comedians, and Nagamo's actor turned up, like, in an early season, and I was very, very shocked about that. Check it out. Most seasons are either 4 or 5 episodes. There's actually about 10 of them in Japan right now. So Amazon, for some reason, Amazon took like a year to get season 5 out, despite the fact the translator said that it'd been done after season 4. So I don't know why. I don't know if it's like, you know, like users just didn't like it or what. That's a really bad fling. There we go. That was not good. That was not good. But yeah, I enjoy it. It's pretty good. You might actually recognize some of the comedians on that show if you watch Japanese comedy. But you will recognize Nagamo when he turns up. You will absolutely recognize Nagamo when he turns up. That guy using Kanai's moveset? Might have been, actually. I definitely was Kanai's, you know, chop, spin. Playing Neon White. Wow, it's almost as if we talked about that game earlier. I can't use the exact terminology I've been using for the last day because it includes a swear word, but Neon White is good. Neon White is very good. It's gonna be... We got a Beyblade! We've got a Beyblade, folks! Say hello to Yakuza 6, and one of the great things about Yakuza 6 is PC port. People Beyblade! How did that miss? People Beyblade! It's fantastic. This is the Dragon Engine. It's absolutely fantastic. The trouble about enemies Beyblading like that is, that actually can interrupt my animations and make me drop my weapons. This is not ideal. What do I do for Somia again? Spam EX light tilt chair. Hi! Can do. I've been told by my notes to spam EX light, so I'm gonna do it. My notes say to do the thing, I'll do the thing. I'm gonna do the thing. Here's me. That's not ideal, because that did not go after the thing that I wanted. That absolutely did not go the way that it should have gone. Uh oh. Should have aimed left. So it has a few seconds of invulnerability, by the way, so I'm just going to use that time to go and grab this plant. Because I know both of the chairs are gone, and please don't guard. Ooh, you cheeky Somia. Cheeky Somia. But yeah, in your EX mode, you can pick up two-handed weapons and just use them automatically, which is nice. It is essentially like beast mode, but, you know, you have to do a little bit more. Anyway, that's that chapter. I'm probably behind after that. Yeah, not surprised. Wasn't that great. Okay. Okay. Do I wait on that upgrade? I don't know. I guess I do. Anyway, it's time to go back to Kamurocho for like the first time in this game. I guess second. It's the first time we're going back. Well, I guess not. Second. For the second time. But it's the first time we're going back to Kamurocho properly. I actually quite like Somia. I'm very surprised Somia isn't more popular with the fan base. He's actually really unpopular. genuinely, like, his whole stick about, you know, Yakuza not needing ink, I think is actually a very... It's a very eye-opening one, because there's not that many Yakuza that actually, like, think like that. That's where I was supposed to get the CC lemon. Yeah, I just realized I messed up. Oh well, it's fine. We need CC lemon to last, but we need to get into... I can get one around here, actually. We need to get into a fight. Actually, can I? I don't know if this blue one has CC lemon. Well, the other one does, obviously. Yeah, it does. Sweet. Crap. I need to try and get into a fight coming up. That was a nice time to do that. I was running slightly diagonal because I know the start of that is a bit further on. I did actually need to get a upgrade before that, so that's unfortunate. Yep. Heat action level 2, please. Oops. And machine free. Where am I? Alright, my stats are now back to where they should be. But every time you get vending machine upgrade, it makes your oh god, he's so flipping hot. Excuse me. He's so flipping hot. Every time you get vending machine upgrade in this game, your drinks become slightly more potent, so any buffs that you have get slightly stronger. Please get into a fight with me. Please. Thank you. I want to get into a fight specifically so that I can go over here before we get into the next fight. This makes this next fight a lot better. Excuse me, please. I want to grab this sign right here. And I want to walk into the trigger for the next fight, which is right here, whilst I'm still in that fight. This enables me to carry a weapon into this fight, which is nice, because you start surrounded by all the enemies, and these guys are very aggressive. Great. Thanks, Kang. Please go back to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I had to swing there, because obviously I was about to get hit by that bike. So as you take care of the really nasty kind of like boss enemies, you're usually fine. Again, throwing enemies in Yakuza 6 is a legit strategy, especially in fights with a lot of enemies like this. Shouldn't have thrown this guy, honestly, but it's fine. Okay. And now to Stardust, where we're gonna go and find a good old friend of ours who goes by the name of Jungi Han, the hot one. He's so hot. He is so hot. That's not good. Please, this should be area trigger, right? Yeah, area trigger. I was a bit worried for a second there. So that's an area trigger. An area trigger is you only have to get in the area where the cutscene is to have the cutscene spawn in. Sometimes it's confirmation trigger, which would mean I would have to press the X button, which would be bad in that situation. For Jungi Han, here's what we do. Jungi Han's gone. He's very hot. Look at him. This is actually a really unique fight in this game. It's in that it's one of only like 2 fights that don't actually have any weapons in the fighting arena. I'm guessing I lost time. Oh, I gained time. We're going back and forth on the splits here, huh? Not bad. Not bad. Also, this is the very first version of the game, down-patched, because the latest version does not run very well on my PC. I do need to up-patch one version, which I still haven't done yet, which is another reason why I'm still doing old route stuff. You can still do all the speed tech no matter what version of the game you're on, but when Yakuza 6 came out on PC, it's really weird. For some people it ran perfectly, for me it ran smooth as butter. But for a lot of people, the game wouldn't load, so they had to do, obviously, patches to fix that, which we fully agreed with. But with the very latest patch, it's really weird. My game has gone from running buttery smooth to hitching constantly. So... But I would like to shout out to Sega, who... We actually posted in the Steam forums, the patch before, like 2 before last, actually broke the tech skip with R1X, and I made a post in the Steam forums, and it was fixed within like a day. So, shouts to Sega. Shouts to Sega. They fixed it. Here's Date. Stupid sexy Date. Still in this game. Gotta be careful here for enemy spawns. They're usually a bit further on, but if they're ahead of us, we are gonna have to deal with them. Unless they miss me? A bit risky to always do that one, but still works. Mario Kart match, unfortunately, so. Anyway, there's a reason why I'm not buffing up. Here's Joe. Joe's going to take us over to Cafe Alps and say, hey, do you want to do Clan Creator? No. This is the bad way to leave, because usually there's a fight spawn out here, so I don't know why I went this way. I also can't get a quick drink this way. I made mistakes. It's too late to rectify them. There's a fight spawn right there, but thankfully I'm getting this so lemon. Actually, no, I'm not. I should have waited on this one. Oh, no, wait, this is the sewer one, right? No, this is fine. I'm not sure if this goes through this cutscene. I shouldn't have got this one before the cutscene. Find out. It does. Sweet, it does. This is my drink. I'm taking it with me. Just taking my CC lemon for a walk, don't mind me. But yeah, Yakuza 6, you can see the way you drink drinks in Yakuza 6, you can only have one in your hand at a time. So you can't stack them in your inventory like you can in K2. So we have to pick the right times to take our drinks. Which again, some cutscenes allow you to take drinks through them, some don't. I'm very lucky that one allowed me to, but if it didn't, I'd have just gotten a drink there. So. CC Lemon closer. CC Lemon is really good. I've actually tried CC Lemon in real life. It's really, really good. Anyway, here's a fight of dudes. This is a nice easy fight. You can either use the bin behind them, or you can go for a weapon on the right or the left. The right is where we did it with Ed. I'm going to go to the left because there's a couple of big, long plates here. And spin. I have had one of these guys fly off like a jetpack after that fight. It's hilarious. It's so good. I love the Beyblades. I love the ragdolls in this game. They are fantastic. Well, the Dragon Engine might have had its problems, but the ragdolls are just magnificent. Just magnificent. Alright, we're gonna get to an unskippable phone call right here. So, chat. Let's talk about yesterday. Once I remember that I have to level my attack to 158. Chat, what was your favorite announcement from yesterday? Should be obvious for me. You can keep your Sephiroths. I don't care. I do actually care. I am actually excited for it. But this is an era we live in where Dragon's Dogma 2 exists, and it's going to be on the RE engine. I'm very behind on EXP. This is great. Not very behind, but I am a little bit. I am stuttering constantly. This controller's gotta go. Ooh. I think this is an area trigger. I really hope it is. It is. Here's a walking segment. Do you know why I like the walking segment? I can have a drink. It's so hot today.
Oh my god.
Ridiculously hot. Amber! Yo, Amber! Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you have had a good stream today. Thank you for the like, Kyos. This is actually a really... This is a couple of month-old D-Rust that's actually going pretty well. I haven't touched this game in like 3 months. It's actually going well. Which is us using this bike. Actually, that was the... Wait, no, that was the first sentence. Oh, this guy usually walks away. Oi! 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 Thank you. I keep doing that. Unbelievable. Shiny Tangetsu, thank you for the tier 1 for 7 months. I appreciate it. Hello, thank you, Amber. I appreciate it. Oh, were you doing Ironmon? Ooh. Because I've seen a lot of people doing Ironmon lately, and I'm not gonna lie. I want to do one myself. I want to do one myself. They look absolutely fantastic. Ultimate Ironmon. Ooh, nice. Nice. I want to do one myself, but I'm not brave enough, because, like, the only games that I know that well would be Red/Blue, Ruby/Sapphire, and Gold/Silver, and the problem is I haven't played any of those games for, like, 8-9 years. So it's one of those things that, ooh, this isn't good. This is a confirmation trigger. I can't run to the hotel. 2 secs. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm just gonna have to go. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Bad fight one. Haven't had that one in a very, very long time. I haven't played the game in a very long time. That one's just unfortunate. That's a shame. And now we run to Serena. As I said, this game is very fast-paced. Like, if you look at the splits, look how many bosses we've gone through in such a short amount of time. That's why I do boss splits for this game and not chapter splits. Like, it's fantastic. There's so much to do in this game. Can I get the lucky RNG taxi? No. Oh, it stopped. That was not... I can't call that the god taxi. It's too far away. I forgot in this game I have to be on the side of the taxi because for some reason Yakuza 6 really doesn't like you getting the taxi in any other spot. But that's the kind of taxi that I was talking about. That kind of taxi right there. That's the kind of taxi that spawns early. The problem that I had was it was being blocked by pedestrians crossing the street. So that I cannot call that an actual god taxi, unfortunately. Millennium Tower, CC Lemon? Yeah, I think that's one after here. I think that's one after. 158 and 158. Oh, I guess this is where I should do the 158. Yeah. Jeffrey games then. Tons of resources get you through first regular difficult run. Ooh, nice. Appreciate that. I definitely want to check it out when I get a bit more free time. I should be practicing the game that I'm speedrunning at GDQ in like a week's time. Cough. Which I will be doing after this game, ironically enough. Also, this is one of those times I said earlier where your drink will go through into the cutscene, which is nice. This buff we want to last as long as possible, so I'm holding on to it until we get to the boss. Or at least until we get to the end of here. I'm hoping that Akiyama would push me forward, but I got unlucky there. So when we get a little close to the end of the alleyway, we drink. Right. Now, the unfortunate thing about downpatching to a version of the PC version that actually works for me is that this bit can glitch out. If this door closes the wrong way, it's going to keep me completely soft-locked, and I won't be able to actually carry on the run. Okay, we're good. I don't know why that's a thing, but it is a thing. We walk around the left of Akiyama, he has a little smaller of a hitbox here, which allows you to get to the cutscene a little quicker. For some reason, then we can walk past him. Really bizarre. Yo, Field94, thank you so very much for the donation, Lady Mermaids. I appreciate it. Great GDQ, I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to it. I'm very looking forward to it. I'm scared at the same time. But I'm very, very much looking forward to it. It's gonna be good fun. LAD is like the one Yakuza game that I'm actually confident in. Which is nice. Also, LAD is a fantastic run. It might be on like the slightly longer side of Yakuza runs. And it might be a turn-based RPG, but it is very fast-paced. There's only essentially 10 minutes of downtime in the run, which is fantastic. So we intentionally get his attention. We grab this cart here, break through this to get him to us a bit quicker, and then hopefully I don't knock him the wrong way. Well, I would like to hit him first. Akiyama's gonna get in the way. Okay, never mind. He's just not gonna take that damage for some reason. Alright. Sure. Why not? Why not? Why not? But yeah, hopefully everyone coming from Ambers is having a good day. If you are like me in the UK and you're suffering through this heat wave, please look after yourself. Make sure you're hydrated. Because it is exceptionally hot today. Very, very hot today. Not the move I wanted to do, but it still works. Not ideal. Had to do that after messing up, unfortunately. Yeah, it's fine. It is so hot. It's 34 today, although it's cooled down a nice little bit, which is good. But it's so hot today. It's so hot today. Scorcher over there too. Fair. Over 30. Yeah. Yeah, we had that today as well. And for those of you who live in America, AC would be nice, but we'd only use AC in like 2 months of the year. I'm considering getting like a portable AC unit, but I'm also going to be moving soon, hopefully, so it's like, no real point in putting AC in this room if I'm just going to move, you know? It's going to be just an expensive, it's going to be very expensive just to, you know, get AC and then just, you know, oh, well, I'm moving now. Get to use it like a couple of times and that's it. Ah, this fight. I hate this fight. I still don't remember the best way to do this fight. How did that do, like, no damage for the second hit? I don't understand. I actually don't understand how that did no damage for the second hit. Because he didn't guard. I did not hear the guard sound. That was bizarre. Massively bizarre. Well, yeah, I'm beginning to think it is. Definitely beginning to think it is. Was he on the ground? He was in the middle of getting up. You just grabbed the yellow book. So did I. Because it actually stunned the guy. That's why? Ah, fair enough. Extra rule to remember for that guy in the future. But it's like, yeah, there's a lot of Yakuza runs that I just need to... Oh, grab this, don't forget. Because I need to... There's like 4 or 5... No, there's actually 5 or 6 Yakuzas that I actually need to like learn all the new strats for. So that's why I'm doing the old route, is just I'm going to get used to it later. Once again, we still have an attack buff, so we're just going to use, obviously, as much as we can to get rid of these guys. Seats are good, throwing is good. This guy is the annoying one. Thank goodness for that. I should just kick that guy. Trying to take care of the larger lads if possible. If you're going to guard me, I am going to throw you. Not a great fight. It's fine. Ah, come on. Did not hit left on my D-pad. That's my fault. Alright, remember when I said earlier, like an hour ago, that you'd be hearing way more of Ed's theme at some point in the run? Hey, guess what? Here it is. I love this lad. He's actually not a nice person, but I love this lad. He is and look at how majestic he is. I absolutely love Ed. He's so good. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to put a fear of chairs into Ed. We're going to hit him with this chair. Still with the attack buff on, which is nice. You know you've at least done semi-decently if you can get to Ed with your attack buff on. Which is good. Do not attack Ed straight away. Ed has iframes. Thanks, Ed. You're gonna do the thing, aren't you? Yeah, where he doesn't go down on the first hit and we have to hit him again. Oh no. Oh no. Ed? Sir? Do you mind? My HP has been at 1 for a while. So as you can probably tell with most Yakuza games, for the most part, you have to get through every single mid-fight boss QTE before you can actually finish off the boss. Now on the console version, Ed here doesn't go aggressive, he charges you again. On the PC version, Ed likes to try and kill you straight away, so be wary of that. Maybe run. We actually charge for once. Hey Ed, can you do me a favor? Thanks, bud. These are bad hits. I'm actually kind of glad they both attack me. And the nice thing is we have enough attack damage to take care of the ads. I'm also glad that Do walked towards me, because Do is usually the one that survives the longest in this fight, because he goes after your NPC allies. And he somehow ends up sometimes in the front door, and you have to go all the way to the front door, and it's a pain in the backside. I dislike that, man. I love Ed. But Ed's theme is fantastic. Wait, don't. Do I need to do that now? I do need to do that now. Alright, we're going to be getting our next set of upgrades. Woo! So, speed back, Yama. Rest until nighttime, and then Somia's going to turn up. It is time for another set piece. Yakuza 6 has a lot of set pieces, especially in quick succession. And this set piece is going to feature an old friend of yours and mine. That's the one, and vending machine 4. Perfect. Not exactly the fastest menuing, but still that. So, I'm going to grab ourselves CC Lemon. This CC Lemon is a bit more riskier than the last few. We need this to last as long as possible. There is a PS4 exclusive bit of speed tech with that vending machine. If you're on base PS4, the game doesn't load in time, and you can run down the road like a little part way through to be able to access the vending machine, or before you can access the vending machine. And then as soon as you use the vending machine, the game will teleport you halfway down the road with your drink in hand. It doesn't save you any time because obviously on PC you just do it immediately, but it's kind of funny to just teleport halfway down a road with a bottle of CC Lemon in your hands. It's true. That makes it a fun run in my opinion. It's very combat focused. Nice first hit. Bad second hit. Thumbs up. So we are trying to get through this as fast as possible. You need a two-handed weapon specifically to break through any of the barricades here. So obviously these conveniently placed sledgehammers. And here he is. It's been a couple of years since, you know, we did this to Shangri-La with Majima, and someone's kind of moved in. This is the local resident Hangman. Haven't seen Hangman in a hot minute. Hangman gets a cameo in a couple of Yakuza games. This was the first one he was in. He has a short cameo in the bouncer missions in K2. He also has a very short cameo in Judgment. There is a specific way to do his rock throws. Do I remember what they are? No, I don't. Well, that's unfortunate. I missed the first guy. Every time I do this run, I'm like, I need to look and see what the actual pattern here is. And I never do. You don't want to get knocked down. If you get knocked down, yeah, this is the bad pattern. If you get knocked down, oh my goodness, I have to look, because the timing on PC here is actually slightly different to console. If you get knocked down here, you have to fight Hangman, then you have to climb back up, and then you have to fight Hangman again, which is why you don't want to get knocked down. You would think that getting knocked down would be faster. It's actually not, somehow. It's really silly. Anyway, Hangman is the first real danger of the speedrun. Hangman has an almost infinite combo, and with our defense lowered as it is, Hangman, if he hits that combo against us, will kill us in about 3 to 4 hits. Hangman is very legitimately a hard enemy to fight. At this point of the run, enemies are going to start doing a lot of damage, because for those who haven't seen, our defense has gone from a base 100 to 50. We've cut it in half, and we don't supplement for it. Oh, that's good. It's really hard to get all 4 of those with that one hit. Remember when I said ragdolls? Remember when I said ragdolls can be a bit of a pain? Thanks for knocking the weapon out of my hand that I needed. Appreciate that. At least it didn't break, because Dragon Engine and weapons, we don't mix well. Grab a barrel. Hope we get all 3. Beautiful. And again, you need a two-handed weapon to get through stuff like this. Down. And off we go. I love this light. This light was like, because it was the first Dragon Engine game with like the lighting physics and like the movement physics, it was like, just that one light is RGG like starting to flex with this engine. It's like, yeah, this is cool. it's just a normal light, but yeah, this is cool. As you can probably tell, the guy on the right is very annoying, and you want to get rid of him. You really want to get rid of that guy on the right. Yeah, I didn't get both, I was worried. So we ideally want to get to the fight after, this was probably the boss of this place with the attack buff still on. If not, hopefully we can get through the next 2 fights with it on. I am a little slow at the minute, which is a bit of a worry. This one is good because you can just use this barrel to take care of this guy. That's a shame. If you lose barrels, or both barrels, you can use the sledgehammers that you would use. He's being very aggressive today. This sucks. Yeah, this really sucks. I'm just swinging. Yeah. He was going to attack me again, so I had to. Thanks, Somian. That's going to cause me to lose too much time, I think. That's a shame. Physics. Great. 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 Wonderful. So, with our attack buff still, we're going to grab the sledgehammer because somehow, despite the fact it was on the ground floor not 2 seconds ago, the hangman's somehow on the ceiling. I don't know how he did that. There's no hole in the ceiling or anything, he was just up there. So, thankfully, because we still have our attack buff, we can take care of hangman in 2 hits. I won't have the attack buff for the boss, which is a shame. It's going to cause me lost time if I haven't already started losing time. I can't see my splits right now, if you're wondering. Need another monitor for the charity stuff, that's why. Need to make sure I do that for the next time. Okay. How do I deal with this normally then? Go for the bottle? Probably not. So, yeah, that's probably not the best idea. So the problem with... I should go for the table. The problem with the first Dragon Engine game, Yakuza 6, is that every single weapon has 3 hits to them. So, there's a couple of exceptions. Bottles begin with a blunt into 3 actual bladed hits. So, yeah. And a headset. Okay, weird. That wasn't a good. That wasn't a good one either, unfortunately. Definitely not playing well at the minute, which is the problem. Bottles begin with 1 hit, then break into another 3. Benches are really good because benches start with their usual 3 hits and then break into another 3 hits. But other than that, most of your weapons have 3 hits to them. So you need to keep that in mind when doing Yakuza 6. Your weapons are not as strong durability-wise as every other Yakuza game, but strength-wise, they follow the same rules of 2-handed weapons are still super amazing. Knives go through people who guard, it's really nice. Hello, Nagano. Ready to go. Okay, motorcycles are really good. Motorcycles are really, really good. Please. Oh my goodness. Every time I get to the spending machine, I do this. You have a little bit of period before you can get to this, but I'd already messed up my movement, so didn't want to risk it. Alright, we're going to run forward. We're going to grab this guy from him. Try and take care of as many enemies as we can. Yuta. This is really not good. This is actually terrible. Thanks, Yuta. I should have left that guy to these 2, but after what Yuta just did, he's going to risk that. That's a shame. So again, your dash attack in this game is really good. Hopefully they stay together. Fantastic. Your dash attack in this game is genuinely fantastic. It's like really, really high damage, even without the CC Lemon. You can probably tell we use the bike here. Should be pretty obvious, but, you know. Everyone's going away from each other. Good stuff, actually. Nice. Nagano actually helping out. So the thing is, you have to kill every enemy in this part now. I mentioned this during K2. I mentioned that there is usually one NPC whose AI usually breaks. Yakuza 6 is in this fight. You'll see him in a second, and you get to see those benches I was talking about. So everyone's going to run towards us, which is good. I want to try and take care of the bosses if I can. And the guy whose AI breaks is that guy. So I should have gone after him first. I was hoping he would, you know, hopefully wake up and walk forward. But this guy's AI just always breaks. You can see he just stands there. He will activate eventually, but unfortunately we have to, you know, run down here to be able to activate him. If you're wondering why I'm not going the other way to get to the story point, which would be quicker, there is a bunch of cars blocking the way. Now, for fight spawns on my minimap, but we are good. Yeah, we're good. Excellent. Yeah, because 6 does not have that much downtime, which is nice. Okay, we're going to leave. And get given Next part of the cutscenes. And then we're gonna get given a few choices. Now, the nice thing is, doesn't matter who you pick here. It does for speed, but we're gonna pick the actual wrong answer. We're gonna pick Nagamo. We need to get ideas as to where Patriarch Hirose is. Now, the person who has the correct answer is Yuta, but Nagamo's dialogue is the fastest, which is obviously what we want. Now, even though we pick Nagamo and his idea, we can still go to where we need to go for the story. I shouldn't have to rebuff here, I should be good. Although these fight spawns are not nice. I'm hoping this is a area trigger. I don't think it is. It should be, but yeah, shame. It's one even further back. That sucks. Oh, you! Unbelievable. No. Terrible. That's lost me so much time. Yeah, that's lost me so much time. Because the cutscene is on the door, but yeah, you have to not be in a fight. That's a shame. At least I know about that for the future now. So I wasn't 100% certain if that was an area trigger, and it's not. You can go first person in this room to try and get around here quicker if you want. I decided just to do it normally. On door, but thankfully the game just takes you over there. It looks like a cutscene, it's not. I mean, it technically is, but you can't skip it. And on the way out, here's a fight. So I might have to rebuff after this fight because of obviously losing a bit of time there. It's a shame. It's a big shame. Okay, I do need to do a level up here, which is not that one. Where are we? Enhanced counter. I can't remember where it is on the list. And heat action max. I know where that is at least. Will it last? It might last. We'll see when we get closer to the taxi. It's gonna be tight, that's for sure. It might not be worth risking it, but we'll see. Very, very close eye on that buff timing in the top left of the corner. I shouldn't risk it, but I'm gonna risk it. Definitely risky. Should be good. Okay, yeah. So this is our next boss. We have to go this way. The other ways in the city are blocked off. Fun fact, the PC version made us realize there's a better way to take this fight. We used to grab a bike to the right-hand side, but actually there's one right here. So, thanks to PC version. I should have gone into my EX mode rather than just picked it straight up. That's my mistake. But we're still good. If I was in my EX, he would have gone straight into his QTE here immediately, so... Oh. Now I'm going to swing the bike. That missed? Okay. I can't see my splits. I assume I'm now heavily in the red, because that was not good. That was very not good. That was a terrible chapter. I'll be able to see now, at least. Yep. That was a terrible chapter. Alright, chapter 10. We've got a cool boss fight, and then a big long set piece coming up. There is also the Rugby Baby cutscene, which we'll watch after the run, because this is still within PB pace. If I was not in PB pace, I would give you Rugby Baby now, but I'm gonna keep going, because obviously potential for speedrun PB. Please get closer. Thank you. And as you can see, the bench breaks. I was hoping this guy would be a bit closer. I saw him walking the entire time, which sucks. Also, hey Mike, hope you're doing well. Hey Nagakuga, hope you're also doing well. Anyway, here's the hot one. God, I love this man. Now, unfortunately for Jungihan, we start next to those benches. Knock him over here. Hit him again. Again. So the bench is now in its last 3 hits, so spin, Please stop guarding me, Jungi-han. Terrible. Terrible. I'm losing so much time, this sucks. Just silly fights. Okay, 180 for attack. Close enough. Close enough. Let's say family office, so go over here and taxi. And Okubo. Wrong way. Keep forgetting the taxi list changes here at night. Okay. Angry Nagamon. And we head to the docks. Fightable in there is fine. Don't worry about it. See some lemon. Now be careful drinking this one, because the cutscene trigger is like halfway up here. That's why I usually like to wait. You can do that in one fell motion, but it's been a hot minute since I've done it, so I didn't want to lose my drink. Because we need this for obviously the vast majority of this set piece. Right, here we go. So, as you probably guess, we're going to be grabbing some enemies and throwing some enemies a bunch, because these guys are all sat together. We also have the barrels, which are really good. Yuta, you are causing me no end of problems today, my dude. Unfortunate. I was going for a kick myself. So, these barriers take 5 physical hits to break through, or 3 from a weapon. So I'll be breaking through one of them with a weapon later on that's a little closer to be able to get it. Surprised none of these were QTE based, but for this fight we're going to focus on these guys. Hopefully our party members will deal with the ones on the other side. Which they did. Takashiro, do you mind, you know, moving over a little bit? Thanks. Thanks. Now I do something really dumb. This is going to get me killed one day. It's got me killed one time in the past. As soon as we go towards this edge, we're going to use our dash to try and get down faster. That's killed me in the past at a wrong angle, so I want to be careful. As soon as we've taken care of a couple of enemies here, we're going to spawn in the boss. What's on the world? Yo, nice. I need to start Rise. I have not actually started Rise yet. I know the expansion is coming out next week. So, we need to take care of a couple of enemies before the boss will come down and grace us with his presence. So, we're just going to be taking care of a couple of enemies here. Probably with, you know, weapons, because that's the quickest way to do it. This is very slow. Yeah, that's also a problem. Yep. Oh, you dropped down. Okay. Old-fashioned way. Not good. Not good. Completely stun-locked. Completely stun-locked. Shame. Unfortunate. Okay, cool. Coming up to the EX Burst Survival Strat. That's our call it today. It is very scary. Anyway, we're going to grab this cone, because again, if you remember what I said, 3 hits of a weapon gets rid of the barricades a bit quicker, so 1, 2, 3. Grab barrel, throw barrel, hope barrel explodes. Closer to the big barrel. That works. I've had that not work recently. Okay, apparently that counted the hits, despite the fact there was no sound effect. Okay, cool. I'm a little surprised about that. Careful with your angle here, you can easily fall off, and obviously do not use the quick dodge. You can take care of all the enemies here at the front. Lovely. Alright, so this is risky strats. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go up here, and when you're in your EX mode, you can actually survive basically dying. So what we're gonna do is gonna go into our EX. This is gonna cause them to kick the barrels towards us. We run forward. Takes care of the majority of the enemies. I think that actually may have taken care of all of them, which if it did, that's really good. It did. Wow. That's really, really good. I remember the last time I did that. But you can see my HP is in a little bit of danger. I'm also... What was I gonna say? Ugh, I don't have enough of my EX, so I gotta be careful not to die to this guy. So I'm gonna actually go into my inventory. Do you mind? Use my... Actually, no, that's for later. Use my bentos. I'm gonna hit him with this explosive arrow. Come here. Didn't kill him. Didn't kill him. Didn't kill him. That didn't kill him. That didn't kill him either. Don't worry about it. He's actually alive. You can actually see him on the left. You see him on the left as we go through here. He's actually alive. That guy right there. Somehow. Pretty impressive. Anyway, boss time. If I can do this with my EX, my damage still up, this would be great. Anyway. Time to fight the hot one again. I think this is the one I go for, but it's the one I'll use. The move that I wanted to do, but... Still alive. Yeah. Okay, I saved a little bit of time. Okay. That's that chapter. that's that chapter. Now we're on to chapter 11. Chapter 11, we are going back to Kamurocho for a very brief moment. Very, very brief moment. It's one of the... Pull the tips out. I knew it was going to do that at some point. One of the shorter chapters in the game, for sure. Okay. Would help if I could hit the pause button. would be helpful. Got taxi question mark? Nope. Nope. Fortunately not. So that's pretty much it in terms of when you can get... There's like one more opportunity, but that's pretty much it in terms of like opportunities to get god taxis in the run, unfortunately. So genuinely... There's one... No, that's a lie. There's one more opportunity when we have to run around Hiroshima here in a little bit. Onamichi. Yeah, we're going to Kamurocho. Let's go, my dude. Okay. So we're gonna head over to Serena. Yuta's gonna go confront his real dad with the dumbest idea you've ever heard in your life. And we're off. So he's gonna get drunk and waltz right into the enemy home base in Little Asia, and then he's gonna set fire to the entire thing. It's not a good idea. Come on, controller. So, as you can probably guess, we need CC Lemon. I don't know when the phone call is here, so I'm a little worried. Okay, so I had the time, yeah. The one and only skippable phone call in the entire game, which is nice. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Probably don't. Surprised that worked out as well as it did. It's also one of the only physical barricades that only takes 3 hits to go down instead of 5. You can grab that seat in front of everybody, but they can go very aggressive and start attacking you, so I'm not going to risk it. Do not like the fact that you didn't get hit. Thank goodness. It's probably better to pick up the chair and use it there, honestly. Try and get a strong attack on these two. Try and get a strong attack on this guy before he kicks you with a chair. Same with this guy. Remember where that chair is. Same with this guy. And despite the fact the entire building's burning down. Ed. Chilling in his office. Remember when we gave him a fear of chairs earlier on? About that. About that. That's Ed. That's the last time we fight Ed. So that's the 3rd time we fight Ed. The actual boss that we fight the most times is 4 times. Most of the bosses we either fight 2 or 3 times. The only bosses that we only fight once are Akiyama, who is back in chapter 2. One of the heroes say a lot.
Ed's dead. Baby, Ed's dead.
Matsumoto, I think? No, that's a comedian. Matsunaga, that's the guy. And the final boss. Ironically enough, this is Yuta's 2nd boss fight. No, 3rd, actually. Baseball into, obviously, bar into this. Now, he should have gone into his QT a bit earlier than that, so I'm a little upset at this lad, but this is fine. You might think, wouldn't that damage him if we don't do the QTE? No, it still damages us anyway. So, also, I love this fight because this fight is so beautiful with all the particle effects and stuff. It's one of the reasons why I think that 6 is one of the best looking Yakuza games. There's a lot of particle effects in this game that don't make it to any of the other Yakuza's. Just punch. He's gone. He's gone. Oh yeah, final boss and Hirose. Final boss and Hirose. But we fight Somiya 3 times. We fight Yuta 3 times. And the one boss that we fight 4 times is going to be the next boss that you see. You might be surprised at who this game's Yakuza really is. You know, I golded earlier, what the heck? Neat. Anyway, this is Jimmy Lowe. I can't say my usual phrase, Jimmy Lowe, but this entire game's problems all stem down to Jimmy Lowe, the son of this guy, who is Big Lowe. Not to be confused with Big Bo, who you will see when we do the full cutscene playthrough of Binary Domain. Thanks to everyone's generous and wonderful donations in aid of Mermaids, our charity for Pride Month, who are one of the UK's leading LGBTQ+ charities. Thanks to everyone and your absolutely amazing support over the last couple of days. It's been phenomenal. Genuinely phenomenal. And we have essentially a day and a half left of charity fundraising, because we have the rest of today with LAD shortly after this, and tomorrow with Fist of the North Star. Oh, Fist of the North Star. No, there's one of the Matsunaga, one of the Hirose family lot you fight only once as well. You only fight him in the baseball. Oops, you only fight him in the baseball fight. Because funnily enough, you don't fight him in the bar. When you get the boss fight in the bar, he's the only one there that you don't fight. You fight the other two. Yuta and I can't remember his name. I could have ran a bit earlier than his, but it's fine. I don't want to lose that buff. This fight sucks. This fight sucks. This guy in the front is one of the only enemies you can't grab at the start of the fight. So, we're going to leave him alone. Grab someone else, hopefully. Oh my god. Never mind, I am going to grab him now. Or not. He actually breaks until you actually grab him. I don't want to, like, take him out first, but getting rid of the gun guy while he's on the ground is kind of nice. This bit's audio is severely lowered in the PC version, thank goodness. It's really loud on the console version. It's like twice the loudness of this. Now, unfortunately for us, that guy in front, he has an almost infinite combo. He goes first. Turn around, grab sign. He goes first. Get more enemies with that swing, unfortunately. Really? Alright. Alright, this is the boss that you fight 4 times in this game. The most out of anybody. It is, of course. It's Nagamon. That's not what I wanted to do because of the flower pot. Yeah. Again, he won't go to the second phase sometimes till you come out your EX. I don't understand why that's a thing, but it is a thing. It's stupid. It's pretty stupid. The cutscene in these games, I think, amounts to about 10 hours. There goes Nagma. He's spun. Aye! Aye! Leave it out. I think it's about 10 hours of CG cutscenes. I don't want the potted plant. I wanted the guy. Fine, I'll use the potted plant. If I have to... Takashira, that's the guy who you also fight in Mama. Matsunaga is the only one that you fight once out of these guys. This is a bad fight, because I am being absolutely bodied right now. Unbelievable. Alright, so, we have to find this code, which we know. It's pretty obvious what it is. We're going to get our attack to max now, which, as you can see, is already pushed past that point because of the fact that we have the equipment. So we have as much attack as we can get in the game without limit breaking our stats, but we don't have anywhere near enough orbs to be able to limit break our stats. I hate this controller right now. This sucks. So, the code is actually on these poem stones. There's 9 of them. So we have to go around town finding all the poem stones. Let's go do that. And on the way through, grab ourselves a green Dakara, because the green Dakara is the longer of the sprint drinks and will last long enough to get through the entire town. It's during this bit that we get 1 or 2, technically, opportunities to get a god taxi. So, unfortunately for us, it's nighttime, because there is a poem stone at the very top of the stairs here, which, there's actually 2, but the one at the top, we could use the tram like we did earlier in the story. What's the controls? Oh, it's annoying me. Oh, it's getting really annoying. I might try that controller. It's definitely not a new controller. I can see inside that it's not a new controller. Also, these cutscenes you can't skip. I have actually a fun piece of trivia about these poem stones. This game is the very first time that the poem stones, like in general, because these are in the real life Onamichi in Hiroshima. These poem stones are the very first time they've ever been localized into English. Back when John Riesenbach was working for RGG and doing localization, they did a very long Twitter thread about them, and they're a fantastic read. Like, I know... Oh, I hate this controller, swear to God. I know a lot of people dislike this bit because you have to run across the entirety of town. I really love the fact that, you know, they've never been, like, localized into English, so the fact that this is the first time you've ever gotten, like... Essentially what these poems are is... A bunch of poets all across Japan went to the region and loved the area so much that they left these parting words. In real life, I think there's about, like... We gotta do it. Gotta do it. The nice thing about this is you can just do save load if there is a fight spawn in the way. If my menuing was better, I'd have been able to do it faster. I think there's about 20 plus of these in real life. It was either 20 plus or 50 plus. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. And there's only 9 in the video game. But essentially poets from all over came to the place, fell in love with it, left some really kind words, and they were carved into these poem stones. So, oh, I like it. It's nice, you know? So this is the first time where we can find one of our God Taxi lock. We want it preferably to be on the other side of these lights, and for the lights to stop. It's not there, so it's fine. This one's a bit more finicky because there's not really... You don't really go that far with this one, but the one after this one, we do. So I'd love to get a God Taxi. You know, I'll take this one. That's fine. Actually, I think the other one would have been a bit closer than this. Oh well. Because the poem stone is along here, as you'll see. Don't do the baseball sub-story. Thank you. The poem stone is hidden here. You do have to look directly at it. Dragon Engine is a bit finicky with hitboxes in this game. If I can get one more God Taxi here, it'd be fantastic, because now we have to go to the Heroes Found in the office, and a God Taxi here would be fantastic. Nope, that's fine. We have one more opportunity after this bit for a God Taxi, which would help out a lot. So we're gonna go get a taxi right now. I'm gonna go to Cemetery Lane, which I believe is the last option on the list. Yep. Focusing on that during the run. If you're on base PS4 and you walk into this story beat in the middle of a fight, there is a 60% chance your PS4 will crash. Because the first time that ever happened to me was during a live marathon, and I've been able to replicate it multiple times. So this is where we can find our God Taxi. It will allow us to taxi immediately, which is really, really fast, but it looks like we don't have one today. I don't know what Matsunaga was thinking there, jumping onto my head. I am not a Goomba from the Mario series. Thank you very much. Anyway. Past I go. To the docks. To double check I was at the right place there. And grab the CC Lemon for this bit. Now, we're on a very tight time schedule here as well. Every time. We've got to stop running into this. Very tight time schedule for this CC Lemon. So, let's see if we can get it. We need it for a specific NPC, but if we can have it last for the... up until, like, almost at the boss at the end of this, it would be fantastic. Right. This bit kind of sucks. You've got 2 sets of enemies, so there's, like, 2 groups of enemies to actually focus on. So, one thing I do like doing is grabbing, yeah, one of the barrels that guy's picked up. So no one went this side, so I'll focus on the side. And the trouble about going like one side view of enemies is, as you can see, some of the enemies like come over to you. This is actually an okay spread of enemies for once. Ah, nice guard. Thank you, Nagano. Appreciate you. Terrible guard. Hopefully we can push in front of Takashiro here, which we can. Very nice. That just stops us from getting a bit delayed by being behind Takashiro going through here. And off we go. This is one big long set piece. It's really cool. I actually really like the set pieces in this game. A lot of people like to fling around the word unfinished with Yakuza 6 because of the fact that, you know, parts of the map aren't available, which, you know, they probably are unfinished. But the fact that this game shoves, like, it's like 6, 7, or 8, like, different set pieces at you. Like, this game has way more set pieces than most Yakuza games. Like, there's actually a lot of work done with this game. I'm going to be doing Rugby Baby after the run. You would have missed it by, like, 45 minutes at this point. I'm on PB pace, so I didn't want to, obviously, play it. This fight sucks because, yeah, good luck throwing anyone in the middle of this. I'm just going to do it the old-fashioned way. I wanted to hit that, but I'm trying to at least take care of the majority of enemies with a little bit of extra damage. If you can throw an enemy, you can get through there really fast if you can get the right angle, because obviously it cleaves through them, but I'm not going to try and focus too hard on it because it's sometimes stupid. Try and bounce off here so you can slide down. You can do that a little faster than that. Unfortunately, I clipped one of the bits on the way down. It sucks. This bit kind of sucks. There's a lot of enemies. They're all over the place. And the important ones deal with these guys. So we're going to try and take care of them first. Grab one of the barrels because everyone else should be getting close to us. And start swinging. Fun fact, base PS4 sucks here. Your FPS will drop. Everyone is so far away from each other. This sucks. I have really not aggressive enemies here, which is really weird. Usually none of your... And the weird thing is we've got Nagamo here. Usually none of your AI partners actually make it over here, bar Takashiro. Like, usually most of them just stay on the other side. So, weird luck. Not exactly bad luck, but not good luck, that's for sure. For this room, be very careful not to hit those bags. Those bags will stun you. They'll stun the enemy, but they will stun you. So we want to take care of as many enemies with these barrel hits as possible. We're not doing a good job of that. So I'm going to try and just do a throw to take care of as many enemies. The only saving grace right now is that my AI partners are actually doing work. Usually in the Dragon Engine, your AI partners do actually do work. Yakuza 6, it's a bit of a toss-up between like which fight, whether they actually do help or not, but they are actually helping quite a bit in this set piece. They saved my bacon a couple of times. We are, again, on a very tight time schedule. The main first bit is for this bit coming up. I don't actually want the sledgehammer, weirdly enough. There's going to be enemies that spawn here. They all have knives. We do ideally want to grab one knife here. Which I'm not sure if we do. We are going to need a knife after this bit. And this is what we need our heat for the first one. If you are squeamish to violence, I suggest looking away right now. Because this next heat move is very, very nasty. So we're going to run backwards, where we're going to get this mini-boss. My attack actually looks in pretty good shape here. I'm actually quite happy with this. And the knife's going to do this. That's one of the reasons why you need your attack to go up. You need your attack for that guy to go down in one go. Ouch. Very, very ouch. I'm gonna heal here, because I will die in this next set piece if I don't. I don't know why my D-pad isn't working properly for some of these. Don't want the drum. Pressed sucks too many times. That's a bounce. I do want this cone, though. Spare healing here, just in case. I probably should just grab that and heal that. You'd think you could take a barrel down here into this fight, which would be really good, but unfortunately that little step is too big to hold on to the barrel. Kiryu, like, acts like he's falling. This guy sucks. That's why we're using the cone against him. And yeah, that damage almost would have killed me, so... Ideally here, if you can, try and take care of, like, all the enemies really fast, and then you don't have to run and go and grab, like, even the barrels in that bottom corner. Please get to the next boss. Oh, gosh damn it. Okay, that should be okay. Now, it wouldn't be a story involving Beat Takeshi and you relegate him to the comedy character. In this video game, Beat Takeshi is a tomboy. Now, the problem with bosses about the Somiya 2 point is they start actually blocking your heat attacks, which is why we want to do this one specifically. This will get him to his midway point. So, I'm going to show you the secret of the ghost of Crispus past. We have to do 3 QTEs here. Now, weirdly enough, in the newer version, like the latest patch, one of the other reasons why I downpatched, I can't do this fight. Because these QTEs become unresponsive to me. For some reason. I don't understand why. That's why I had to downpatch. I didn't show you the Ghost of Christmas Past. I'm supposed to run backwards. You can see Hirose just standing there. So, we need Hirose to do a mid-fight QTE. There we go. That's why I didn't attack him with my EX, because I knew I could just do that and hopefully have him do it. And then, not bad. Whew. Okay. It's been a long time since I've had my attack buff at the end of that fight. That was a very good set piece. I can't see my splits right now, but I'm assuming they're looking pretty good. Now it's time for 45 minutes of cutscenes and exposition about a boat. I'm not kidding. I'm actually not. Yakuza 6 is a wild video game, folks. We're now in the finale. As you can see. Now I can see my splits. That was bad, apparently. I don't think that was a bad set piece. I guess the fight at the start, before the set piece, was pretty bad. We're gonna go meet Somia. He's over at the docks. Unfortunately, there's a lot of fight spawns in this bit. But fortunately, for some reason, if you look at this fight spawn on the minimap, keep watching it. It should. It didn't. For some reason, it de-aggroes itself. I don't know why. For some reason, in 2 parts walking towards the docks here, you can hear it in the background, by the way. So it's not fully despawned. I'm taking my drink here in case it glitches out, because the game can glitch out here and put you in that fight spawn, which is a pain in the backside. You'd think I should taxi there. I probably should, but I'm just going to run it. Take my drink after all. Hey, Cubs, hope you're doing well. It is an important boat, to be fair. To be fair, it's a very important boat. I'm not going to argue against that fact. There's a man firing a rocket launcher in the middle of the day down the street. Yo, nice, Lazy Char. Congrats. Job market at the minute is a pain in the ass. It really is. Congratulations. Alright, for this fight, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop kick this guy. It's a ball. I'm going to grab this bike. So, fun fact, if you can keep a hold of the bike when going through phases, which unfortunately has not obviously happened, your bike will repair itself, which is actually really nice. I don't know what this guy's doing over here with this plant pot. So now I'm going to have to do this fight the long, hard way. Which essentially consists of me grabbing this guy and throwing him against everybody else here. That guy's alive, which sucks. I'm hoping they'll deal with him. Terrible. Someone's gone after him. So again, I'm going to grab the bike. You'll look at the health of the bike in the top left. You'll see it's at 2. Please take care of him. Takashira. Thank you. And now you'll see that it's back at 3. Which is good, because now I can hit the guy behind me with this. Are you joking me? Alright, good video game. Good video game. Love this video game. This video game works. Video game works. I love this video game. I want to go off that guy because I knew that he was going to take damage from the throw and the other guy had 1 HP. I love the Dragon Engine. It's fantastic. I do genuinely love the Dragon Engine, but oh, it's infuriating for things like that. Anyway, it's our last time through the city. So this is it. It's the last time we're in Onamichi. Goodbye, Onamichi. It's been fun. Now, you do have Taxi to Kamurocho now at the top of your list. That's not the way to go back to Kamurocho. You have to do it via the story trigger here. Cool. I keep getting out of the police hospital here every time. Every time. But yeah, in the mid-game break when I go and refill my water bottle, I'll throw up the Rugby Baby cutscene for you to watch. It'll be the perfect cutscene to watch while I set up for LAD. Looking forward to LAD. It's been a hot minute. Alright, it's time for CC Lemon. It's time for my controller to glitch out, apparently. Hoorah. No. Let's drink to last as long as possible, so I'll finish it up here. Doesn't really matter that much, but move away, because any confirmation prompts stop you drinking. Alright. Big, long set piece. I love this set piece. I actually really, really like the set piece. You're gonna see parts of the set piece again in like 4 hours time. So, here's what we do. We're gonna grab this guy at the front. We're gonna front. Because throwing enemies in this game is really good. Also, Akiyama's here. Everybody loves Akiyama. We're not punching Akiyama this time. Good hit. Very good hit, actually. Really? What's the dodging? I'll leave them, yeah, to them. The nice thing about this bit, you don't actually have to take care of these enemies on the top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run past them and just go straight down. You can actually jump down, which is what I should have done, but... Oh, too late now. Seki has the most HP, so I want to throw him. Stop that. Okay, Uemura, you're next. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Again, run over here, grab the dude, spin the dude, take care of the ads. Run this way. Leave that to them. 2 enemies here have a lot of HP. Take care of them. I don't want to grab this guy, but it's alright. Okay. Once everyone's gone down. Oh my goodness. The cutscene trigger will be here. That's... I don't know why I left it to them. That wasn't smart of me. That was not smart of me in the slightest. Anyway. It's what we like to call grenade strats. You'll never guess why. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run forward this way, kick the guy with the grenade, grab the grenade, throw the grenade, and they're gonna explode. Now, usually I don't get knocked back, yeah, this far. This guy's being very aggressive for once. Aggressive enemy, charge kick. If he hadn't gotten aggressive, he would have been exactly where the grenade was to just explode. Grenade strats are great. I'm gonna do them again. I have enough time to get past the both of them. Gun the rate's a problem. For once, they actually dealt with their enemies better than I did. That's very rare. Now, unfortunately, these chairs suck, but they're the only weapon that we've got against all 3 of these enemies. Yamamura. Okay. Okay, sure, whatever. Yu's about to do something stupid, and he's gonna walk through this door without looking. Now, thankfully, we don't have a weapon in my hand anymore, which is important, because now I can grab the table that's next to me. It's better if you can grab the table. It's a little harder to grab the table than the chairs, but the table will give you a much wider swing with more damage. If you can also hit this guy. If. Okay, I'm just going to stay with Yuta, and we're going to head through to the next bit. Again, you're going to see these floors again in about 4 hours' time, by the way. Ah, this controller. Ah, this controller. Ah, this controller. LAD is next, and yes, it is tonight. We may have started late, but we're doing it tonight. Going long, despite the fact that it's very hot tonight. So, again, if you're also experiencing a heat wave like I am, make sure you stay hydrated. It's important. It's important. This bit kind of sucks. Here's what we do first. Go after this guy. He has a machine gun. He actually can murder you with that machine gun, so... Genuinely hoping that I'd be close enough to take that guy out with a kick, but oh well. Hide behind the pillar. If you're struggling because you keep moving, just hold guard and you'll stop still. One of these days I'll have some furniture knocked into me that will knock me into the path of that, but thankfully not today. Okay, these two. Try and grab the bin and spin. The guy with the knife is the big problem. If you need a spare healing item, there's one to the left there. It's a toughness CZ. They want to grab him. I want to grab the seat here. Probably the seat is not too bad. Probably take care of these enemies. Go for the large bad boy. Still have attack buff. I don't like you anymore. Thank you. I'm behind the next pillar. free PC version is fast again here. Was the other day, sometimes it's not. That guy ahead of us, we need him to fire a rocket launcher at us. That takes care of all the enemies behind us. Then we take care of him. Do not touch those 2 seats there. Very important. That's unfortunate. Take that. Oh, that didn't get you. That's what I was really hoping for out of that. You're not gone. Oh, my attack buff ran out. That's why. Oh, wow. I would like this grenade. This grenade is good. It's very useful for what we're about to do. More grenade strats. So there's a very quick way to do the next part after this, which is very RNG dependent. Have a grenade. Please appreciate it. That only hit one. That's such a shame. There was like such a nice lineup. Yeah. This guy sucks. Oh, this sucks. Now, if you've got enough HP here, fail this QTE. Because it does damage to you. Now, if we can position these two in the right place, we can actually get through here quite fast. What we need to do is grab this and then hit them towards the thing. Unfortunately, this guy just went massively aggressive for once, which almost killed me. Great. I have to EX, I think. I've had, yeah, very aggressive enemies so far. But you don't want to die here, because if you do, you have to restart the entirety of the set piece. That's why I heal. It's not often these guys are this aggressive, but they are being. So the helicopter's going to break the barricade, and then we're going to go into our EX and just run for it. Because we're in EX, my controller, you don't actually die in case, you know, you take too much damage to the helicopter. Attacks. Our EX does go down in this cutscene, which is fine, because we're going to get it back in a second. Dunno now. Dunno. You'd think with what we do in the rest of the run that we would. Okay. Need to make sure I do this correctly. So. See if I can do this correctly. Sometimes this skip doesn't work for me. I really don't understand why. So I'm gonna use my stand on XX to get some EX back. Hit Sony with a charge attack to get the rest. I'm gonna go to the wrong place here. I want one of these. Just gonna use against Sony twice. Good. Let's push him to the next phase. Just gonna do it again. We go grab another one. And do it again. Then I'm going to fail this QTE, and because I'm in my EX, if hopefully it works correctly, it's going to skip the majority of this QTE move. Hopefully. But we have to fail it, and we have to be in EX here. It should hopefully give us control in a second. It did. Good. Imagine it working for us. That saved me some time, I suspect. No, it didn't. Wow, how did I lose 30 seconds when I actually got the Soviet skip for once? How am I actually this far behind? I'm not quite sure. Huh. Bizarre. Oh, well, I got it anyway. That's the big skip I wanted out of, like, that fight. Like, that's actual speed tech. So I managed to land the speed tech, which does make me happy, because, again, for some reason that hasn't worked for me, like, the past couple of attempts. So... Oh, I know why I lost time. It was those two. Yeah, it was those two with the sofas, of course. Of course it was. They lost me so much time. They actually lost me so much time. That's incredible. That's actually incredible. That's actually genuinely incredible. Anyway, final 2 bosses. Here we go. I still don't know. I still don't know the best way to deal with Koshimizu 1 here, but whatever. So, we're going to do a running dash attack into Kushimizu to get our EX up. And in this fight, despite the fact there's like 20 dudes, you only have to focus on Kushimizu. So... that's unfortunate on my part. It hit the other guy. Come on. It's got my EX back like that. That sucks. It's the downside of trying to do certain EX moves is there's so many enemies. He's not done, by the way. So actually your only boss that actually has a second phase in this game, which kind of sucks. I wish there were more bosses that had, you know, a second phase, but oh. Oh, yeah, last time that was terrible. The Iwami fight is literally just a whatever fight. It's nothing at this point. The Iwami fight should go the same way each time, if I remember the correct order to do things. If. Do I? No. I think it's dash attack into charge into just EX, and it's over. Although I think in the new strats now, it's just EX, and it's over. Again, I don't have the mouse wheel strats, so... why not? That's unfortunate. Alright, so, see if I got the right gist of things. I should do. I don't know why I'm not actually launching them at the moment, because that's what I should be doing. Didn't want to do all four, but it's fine. It works. This QT is a damage QT, which is nice. Which, as you'll see, will leave Iwami on 1 HP. Wow, that's a damage one compared to all the others in the game. And then we punch. And Iwami's gone. Not a good ending. That's really weird. I expected to save time. Hearsay split is what lost me the most time. Huh. I guess the Nagamo... no, because the Nagamo fight would have been in the Nagamo split. The fight after Nagamo wasn't good. I know why. I know why. These splits with the Hirose fight have a gold taxi. If you remember. I remember. I just realized. It has the god taxi after we've got all the poem stones. Like, not the one coming from the cemetery. That's the reason why I also lost that much time. Frustrating. Alright. I'm gonna go grab a fresh drink, because I'm out, before we do the 4-hour extravaganza that is Yakuza Like a Dragon, which you'll be getting a first look at, obviously, the run that's going to be at GDQ. I definitely need my notes for the change stuff later on. Where are we? I love that I've got 5 different route notepads for this. I've got LAD notes, LAD notes new, LAD notes new route 2, LAD Tom route, LAD Illusion route. I'm fairly certain it's the Illusion route. Oh yeah, that looks good. Yep, that's the one. Yeah, 100%. That's the one. 100%. Because it's got the actual optimized shop. Yep, that's 100% the one. That's 100% the one. Okay, right. I'm gonna put on Rugby Baby. Rugby Baby is a great cutscene. It's called Upsy Daisy in the video game. If you've never seen this cutscene, if you ever wondered why people love the Yakuza series, I'm going to demonstrate. See you in about a minute or two. Enjoy the cutscene. It's great.
南雲坊ちゃん進まみんな町の方へ出ろハルトを頼む얘들아 잡아라 저쪽이다こっちや
I love this cutscene so much, it's so good. Keeping the webcam off while it goes on. For those of you who haven't ever seen this, this is peak Yakuza right here. This is so good. Folks, don't yeet the baby like this, alright? Don't do what the video game does. Oh, it's so good. That's it. That's Rugby Baby. I hope you enjoyed watching Rugby Baby. That is good stuff. I love that cutscene. I love that cutscene so much. Also, here's the hot one again. You'll be seeing the hot one again in about an hour and a half. 2 hours? 2 hours. Every time I look at Twitter, I've got like 20 notifications. Right, give me a second here, folks. I don't know why I don't know how I hit my mute button there. That wasn't the smartest thing to do. Give me a second here, folks, and I'll get set up for LAD. Just want to check something real quick. Okay, cool. Should be good. Waiting on a specific email as well. Okay, right. LAD. Here we go. Let me load up LAD. It's gonna take me a second here, folks. I think I also forgot to do the thing, didn't I? I think I did. I did. I forgot to say that I was going live. Whoops. Okay. Where am I? Okay, what I might do real quick, I might actually go get that other controller. Also, do I have that wire I talked about? Should be in here, right? Father's Day in the UK is this weekend, right? Please tell me it's this weekend, because if it isn't this weekend... Uh-oh. Please tell me it's this weekend. Please? Someone tell me it's this weekend. Google? You think so? Google for that. Oh no, my fan is blowing the card away. I'm looking for a specific cable. It should be in here somewhere. It is. Because as well as change over the controller, I'll change over the cable as well, just in case. This is the same cable as the one I've got, but it's unused. So I'll put that over there. Fantastic. Put back in the drawer. At least I remember about you now, I guess. Give me 2 secs. I'm going to go grab that controller. Yeah, I got myself, as I said, a fresh DualShock. This is absolutely not a new DualShock. It was advertised as being, but it doesn't even stay in the box. It is absolutely not a new one. I should definitely send this back, especially if it doesn't work. Like, I can see where it's been resealed on the top. Like, very mad about that. I should probably just send it back anyway, but if it works, I won't complain too much. I hate trying to open these things. I don't want to rip the box. Disgrace? Yeah. It's fine if it works. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. I just want a nice working controller pre-GDQ. I need to find out if it works, like, right now. This sucks. I hate trying to open these. They always reseal them with, like, the stickiest of goddamn things. It's just stupid. Watch a man fail to open a box. There we go. I hate these things. Oh, what are you stuck on? What? Bin bag, please. I'm getting stuck on stuff. Alright, hopefully this fixes my controller issues. If it doesn't, I'm gonna be upset. I hate that sound. Bit of dust on the controller, but no signs of wear. This might be the case that this isn't actually a used controller, but it's one that they, like, maybe I have outside of the packaging, because, like, buttons are all stiff, and so is the sticks, like, when you have a new controller. Like, there's good, like, actual feedback on this stick. So, the face buttons are all good, D-pad's all good, options, share, everything's good. Everything's good. Let me have a look. I have a PS5 controller. I bought a new DualShock specifically. That's how I deal with that. I bought a new DualShock specifically so I don't have to deal with the PS5 controller. I absolutely vehemently hate it with a passion. Absolutely hate it with a passion. Alright, you're gonna hear some Windows noises. Now I hope that this new controller doesn't try and hostilically take over my audio devices like the DualSense did the last time I tried to plug it in. Fits like a glove. Maybe change the cable as well was a good idea. Alright. That side? Yeah, that side. Windows noises. Using controller settings from Froob. Hey. Like it. You know what would help? If I plugged in the new controller and not the old controller. Get out of here. Cool. Still works. Using controller using configs from Froob. PlayStation 4 controller using configs from Froob. Good. That's me. Although you're not with the right, because I have this a little dimmer than this, because this is very bright and hurts my eyes. John Bullstorm 96, thanks for the resub for a year. Thank you so very much. Hope you're having a good evening. Right. You go over there for a while. Let's see whether it was you or not. So I've changed over the wire, I've changed over the controller. I've changed over the splits. Changed over the splits. And it's LED time. It's LED time. Yo, Master Sarabatari, thank you very much for the donation in aid of mermaids. Thank you so very much. I definitely didn't forget mermaids at that point. I'm trying to juggle like 5 things. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for the very kind comment. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much. I am also hyped for Sonic Frontiers. Funnily enough, I'm not somebody that was like upset by the initial footage. But the footage they've shown since the initial footage is way better than what they showed earlier. Like, I don't know why they didn't lead with IGN's voiced preview, because that gave such a better impression than those initial videos. And then, obviously, every actual, like, preview since, like, Summer Games Fest from everybody has been way better. I'm doing the category, don't you worry. It's where I'm going right now. You're not wrong. I do appreciate it, because I am, as I said, I'm juggling like 8 different things right now. Anyways, for those who haven't seen this is Yakuza Like a Dragon. This is going to be the game that I do at GDQ in 11 days' time. Also, if I have to leave for London the day before, I only... I'm not worried about this. We might push Fists of the North Star until I get back. It technically wasn't in the main lineup, and after today, with my plan of going to America, I'm only going to have potentially 4 more streams, which I might need to do a bit of heavier practice for LAD. I'm going to have to do some off-stream practice. I rarely do off-stream practice, but I'm going to have to. Alright, let's give her a roll, shall we? Let's see what happens. See if we can get a better controller. So this should fix my stuttering when walking around, hopefully. Hopefully. Config loaded official configuration. I believe that's right. It's absolutely got that new stick feel of it's actually quite stiff. Like, I'm putting a tiny bit of pressure on, it's actually kind of stiff. I'm actually kind of glad about that. That should be a good sign. We have, yep, button prompts, we're good. I don't think nothing of this should have changed. That's all good. As you can see, I am on 60 FPS, because for some reason 60 FPS runs this game way faster for me. I don't know why, but it also makes a couple of weird things. I've had a couple of YouTube comments about this. LAD runs beautifully above 60 FPS, but there's one weird thing about over 60 FPS LAD. If you're over 60 FPS, have you ever noticed that your party members very rarely start in a weird position in certain fights? That's because of over 60 FPS. They load in a little faster than the fight does, and it puts them in a weird position. That's it. It's weird. It's just this minor thing that doesn't really make any difference, but it's there. Anyway. I love LAD. It's one of my favorite runs of all time. I can actually look at my splits for the first 4 chapters because I don't need my notes for them. I don't even have notes for them. Should all be up here with the amount of times we've done the first 4 chapters. So this is going to be this is still for, obviously, in aid of mermaids as well as charity, but this is also the first time we are technically derusting LAD pre-GDQ. So this is about a 4-hour-long run. There are some nasty parts to this run, especially later on. Some real big RNG at the start of it. While this X button is really stiff, let's get going. 3, 2, 1, go. This X button is actually really stiff. This is, oh, note to self, up on D-pad to skip cutscenes now. That's the problem with the Dragon Engine, is the early Dragon Engine games, to skip cutscenes, you had to hold left and right. For the newer ones, it's up and down. So, even that's changed. But there's a lot of RNG, especially in the early parts of LAD, and I'll go through it as I go. This X button is feeling responsive. Ooh. Ooh, I like that. Ooh. It's that new controller feel. Because that one isn't, like, broken per se, but the left stick is breaking, which is the 3rd time that's happening now. So I can still use it as, like, a backup controller if things go badly, but it'd be nice to have a controller that works. Yakuza do use gamepad. Actually, fun fact, there is something. Let me show you. Let me die intentionally. Actually, yeah, let me die intentionally. There's a very weird thing about using a keyboard and mouse with Yakuza Like a Dragon. Let me show you. I wish I'd have found this out early on enough when the game was out to actually, like, put out a notice to Sega about this, because this is very fascinating. So let me load up a random save. I'm going to load up a random save, and I'm going to get into a fight. And you're going to see something really interesting. We need to get into 2 fights, and this is like a weird little bug. I wish I'd have found this earlier, because it's so bizarre. Like, I don't understand why this happens like this, but it's not like a glitch. It doesn't break the game or anything, but if you're playing this game on mouse and keyboard, you're gonna take a bit longer than gamepad. And this is the most bizarrest thing I've ever seen. So let me fire up any file will do. Yeah, you know what? Let's fire up 13, because this is near some good fight spawns. I shouldn't have the Hariti's amulet in this playthrough. Oh, there's a fight spawn. Perfect. So, and I'm going to show you. Now, what you're looking for here is the end of the fight. I want you to see how fast the end of the fight is. So, what we're going to do is we're going to go to Itchy. We're just going to use, like, Robson. Watch how fast the fight ends here. See how fast that was? I'm going to get into a fight again. And this time, use mouse and keyboard. It's going to be surprising. Is that the rare guy? I'm not fighting the rare guy. He's a high level. I'm not fighting him. I might fight him. He's right there. There's a fight spawn down there. I see it. This one should be better. So, remember how fast that was? This is gonna be really weird. This is such a weird bug. I'm not doing anything, but I'm now gonna use mouse and keyboard. So I'm gonna try and figure out the actual button controls as well. Right. Watch what's gonna happen once I use this pound mate and how long it takes to end the fights. For some reason, getting to the end screen in a fight takes an extra 2 seconds for every single fight. It's so weird. It's so weird. It happens on everyone's setup. It's just this weird little bug. Like, it's so bizarre. And it only happens on mouse and keyboard. If you're a real Yakuza using a gamepad, it doesn't happen like that. It's so bizarre. It is so bizarre. I wish I'd have found that out earlier to, like, actually say about it. It's one of the first things I'm gonna test when LAD 2 comes out. Well, we assume it's LAD 2. I don't know. No one knows. RGG Studios say they're working on Yakuza 8. I'm assuming that's LAD 2. Who knows? I'm genuinely hoping it is LAD 2 because I love this game. If it is LAD 2, then it's one of the first things I'm going to test and to just, you know, pass on a helpful bug report and just say, there's this weird little thing with mouse and keyboard. Because again, massive shout outs to Sega, who again, when we had the patches for Yakuza 6, one of the patches for some reason removed the text skipping like that with R1 and X, and Sega patched it the next day. Like, that's why you do report your bugs in the Steam forums, folks, because Sega are watching and they are listening. That sounds really bad. Sega are watching and they're listening. Yeah, gamepad makes you faster, genuinely. So, this is a chase section, much like it is in Judgment. You can, much like with the original Judgment, do the exact same tricks with this bit. So, if you go to the left and the right, you skip doing the 2 QTEs there. These are always the same button presses, and this is the only chase section in the game. So, that's the only one you have to remember this for. You don't actually go around corners faster if you, like, cut the corner. You can actually get caught on, like, the vending machine and stuff like that. So, here we go. With every single Yakuza game, you get a tutorial for your very first fight. So, because this is a turn-based game, things are going to look very different. We're going to start by fighting Ushio. Now, in this fight, we're hoping to see certain damage numbers come out. We're slightly below the average. That's borders back, which is good. You can hit between a 23 to a 25 with that. I need to get my perfect guard timing very much better again. You get taught how to use items, you get taught how to defend, which stops you from being crit, which is nice. Now, if we get lucky, Ushio is going to go to the left towards the glass. He won't in this position, unfortunately. If you can hit Ushio into the glass, he actually takes a bit of extra damage. And if we've done enough damage, he goes down with a third attack there. We get level 2 automatically when we finish that fight. We learn the skill Tenacious Fist. You're going to be seeing that a lot in the next hour. To the point where we're going to put it on a shortcut. Oh, all that responsive button pressing. Also, massive shout outs to Judgment. Because Judgment is the first game in the series where when you use the sprint button, you don't have to hold it. Which, for somebody that has kind of bad hands like I do, oh, it's so good. Oh, it's one of those quality of life things. It's so good. Notice how I'm not stuttering in my movement as well. Controller good. Controller good. So, we're going to be getting, throughout the game, certain personality traits via the choices that we make in certain conversations. We don't need to worry about those conversation choices just yet. That one, for kindness, you can get passion as the other choice. We don't use kindness or passion in the run, but we will be using a couple of other ones to be able to increase certain personality traits for Ichi to unlock certain jobs for the speedrun. There's a couple of jobs that are really good for the speedrun. Ichi, towards the end of the game, is actually going to turn into a support character. Everybody else is going to be doing our damage, and Ichi's going to be supporting all of them. This is the first fight, or the second fight, really, but the first fight that has a mass amount of RNG. So, Your first enemy that you hit in this fight has a variable HP bar. Sometimes he'll go down to a 34. Sometimes you'll crit him for 41 and he won't die, which is really weird. Now, for the second enemy, and more specifically that guy with the knife, he has 36 HP on the dot. That is on the higher end of the damage that you will do from Tenacious Fist. This is a very good start. Getting him down in one hit is very lucky. Very, very lucky. So, speaking of enemies that have fixed HP, the next fight, Hirotsuka. Hirotsuka has a 70 HP bar on the dot. That's actually the average for what damage we do in these fights with Tenacious. The average we do at this point is 35. We can do as low as 32, or we can do as high as like a 41, 42 of a crit. The other upside to Tenacious Fist is it can stun the enemy. 35 is okay for a first hit. Ideally we get the higher because we don't want to see... You don't want to see this when he attacks because that's a bit slower than him attacking. But we really want to deal with Hirotsuka with this attack. Reason being is that if he survives, Hirotsuka will usually use his skill, which is Megaton Hammer. Now that skill takes about 10 seconds to go through and has an exceptionally high chance of stunning you. That can cause you to lose up to 30 seconds in that fight alone. Hirotsuka is a massive early game run ender. Massive early game run ender. Chico76, how are you? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We will be doing, for those who are wondering, we should be, I'll have to check my schedule, we were planning to do 4 days of actual charity live streaming with the end of it being this game. We've unlocked a bonus Fist of the North Star run. I should hopefully be able to fit it in tomorrow, because I should have hopefully 4 days of practice with this before GDQ, but I should have a lot of time when I'm in America to practice this, so I should be able to do Fist of the North Star tomorrow, hopefully. Now, this bit right here is where enemies spawn on the map, so I have to be very careful when running through this bit. I'm keeping an eye ahead of me and on my mini-map for specific enemy spawns. I'm hoping to see, yep, that one to the left. That's fantastic. That usually means there isn't an enemy spawn at the end of the road here. There can be as of this part, which I'm keeping an eye out for. If there is, we have to despawn it with either one of the restaurants or the slot parlor here, which thankfully there isn't one here. Very good luck. Very, very good start. This is our friend Mitsu. He's Aniki in the Sawashiro family. We speak to him, and the game pushes us forward, where we're going to make the exact same run through Kamurocho again, but this time, cheekily, there aren't fight spawns for a very specific reason. Also, if you're playing through and actually watching the plot, like you should be doing, this is about 2 hours into the game at this point, by the way. Actually, about an hour in. There's a lot of cutscenes in the first chapter of Yakuza Like a Dragon, because it's obviously a brand new protagonist. So behind us is Arakawa Sr., voiced by George Takei in the English dub, by the way. When we're with Arakawa Sr., the game doesn't want us to get into a fight. Now, there's actually an accessory in this game called the Hariti's Amulet that stops every single enemy spawn in the game. We don't know, but we kind of theorize that Arakawa Sr. is probably holding on to it right now, but we can't obviously gain access to his inventory. We're going for some Peking duck. Unfortunately, the restaurant is closed, so instead, we're going to get some noodles, and we're then going to get into another fight. It's a very, very good start in terms of luck so far. It's great. Thank you for the comments on my shirt. It's very, very hot today, so I thought I'd go very summery for it. So, this fight. This fight, again, is our next big RNG fight in terms of first chapter. Well, you can take care of the first guy with just a normal attack. There we go. Nice and fast. This guy, he has he's one of a lot of enemies in this run, or in this game, has a really unfortunate debuff. Thankfully, he didn't cast it. It's luck whether he casts it or not. It is Taunt. Taunt, as you can probably guess, is aggro. Now, as you can see, Tenacious Fist did half his HP. Normal attacks do less damage, way less damage, than a Tenacious Fist right now. So to be able to do that fight fast, you need to do 2 Tenacious Fists, but if you get taunted, you obviously have an extra turn. So a lot of the early game of Yakuza Like a Dragon is hoping that we get out our debuffs, or, in Chapter 2, getting a few cheeky crits. And obviously, we're hoping to not get hit with debuffs. Speaking of, a lot of people don't know there's a debuff in this next fight. It's a very rare one. Every single one of the ads behind the level 2 guy can cast Stare Down. It is Fear. Fear is one of the worst debuffs you can get hit by in this game. Now, if you look at the enemy list at the top right, you'll see that there were stars for a second. That was the game actually hitting him with a stun. Unfortunately, that's the stun marker right there. I didn't want to use the cone, but I was too close to it, which is fine. No Stare Down, which is good. These guys go down to one normal set of attacks. It's a bit quicker than a Tenacious Fist. And the reason why we leave level 2 is because he has a higher HP bar than the rest. Nice crit. Unfortunately, as you can see, the crit isn't enough to finish the fight. So we always have to do... Nice crit again. Unnecessary. But nice crit. She's in the crit mood all of a sudden. Like that. Very much like that. And with that, that should hopefully be the last fight of the first chapter. We're now going to go and head into the Arakawa family office. Unfortunately, some things have happened behind the scenes in the plot, and Ichi has to take the fall for something that's happened, and he's going to go to jail for about 18 years. Plot-wise, this is currently in the portion where Kiryu is serving time in jail. So, Ichi's going to be doing something very similar. You can tell because on the right-hand side, you can see the Millennium Tower is still being built. Now, I'm hoping for a fight spawn. Yep, that fight spawn on the right is perfect. It doesn't guarantee that there's no fight spawn here in front of the Akushimaru, but it is a high chance that there isn't one. And that is a very good Chapter 1. That actually is going to save us some time. Beautiful Chapter 1. That's a gold. Nice start. Very nice start. Very nice start. My early game in my splits is very, very nice. So, that's a very gorgeous start. Also, this game and this run is falling right back into my fingers as I'm playing through it. I knew I wouldn't need that much practice with LED. I'm not going to be cocky about it, but like, the fact that it's been a month because of Persona 5, and I can just go straight back into this game is wonderful. So, this fight is usually a fight we're going to get taunted in. We can take care of the guy on the right in one attack, but the guy on the left is going to take 3. So, we're going to get rid of him out of the turn order to make sure that there's less enemy turns, and we're going to really hope that this guy gets stunned, because he has Taunt, which is really bad for us. Good. Now, hopefully we don't wake him up. Most of your physical... Actually, no, this is mental. Most of your mental debuffs, like stun and stun, paralysis, etc., they last for 2 turns. So, that stun is always going to last enough if you get a stun on the second hit against him, or the first hit against him, I should say, to be able to make it so that he doesn't get a turn in the fight at all, provided he doesn't wake up. Ran LED at GQ4? Nope. This will be the first time. This will be the first time LED has been a live in-person marathon. It has been 2 online marathons, both of them questing for glory. I need to buy this hat, these shoes, and this smoke bomb. The smoke bomb allows us to escape from fights with a 100% chance of escape, with an exception to that rule. The equipment we need to access the set piece in Chapter 4. But we've done LED, or at least I've done LED in 2, online marathons before. Questing for glory. Both of those were also charity marathons, benefiting, at the time, NAMI, which was actually genuinely really cool to be able to do charity fundraising for. But obviously, we're doing this today in aid of mermaids, the UK's leading, or one of the UK's leading LGBTQ+ charities. And again, everyone's been so generous so far. I never expected to get anywhere close to literally 3k. I was expecting us to get to 2k, but that happened. This fight is always going to be 2 Tenacious Fists. You can get a stun on him to save a tiny bit of time, but as you can see, it doesn't matter that much. Now, perfect guards. Let's talk about perfect guards, because we have to run through Kamurocho here. Perfect guards are very, very important in the run. If you can get your perfect guards off, you can actually interrupt, technically, the enemy's animation faster, which means it gets back to your turn quicker. So your perfect guards are actually very important for both getting less damage. It's a really weird and bad fight spawn. For getting less damage and also getting it back to your turn earlier. That actually should be fine. That's actually not too bad of a fight spawn. That's actually a nice one. Is there one of them? Nope. The GDQ runs have been K2, 6, and Lost Judgment, as IG says. In that order. No, 6, K2, Lost Judgment. In that order. So LAD will be the 4th run at GDQ. Will also be the 4th one I've done at GDQ, which is not necessarily a good thing. Japanese audio does make a difference. Yes, it does. This guy has taunt. It doesn't matter if he uses taunt, because we have to end this fight with a normal attack anyway. Probably you don't see taunt, because then you don't get this animation, and you have to sit through it. But we have to get through this fight with a normal attack anyway, because we need to save our mana or our SP even for the next fight. I've done 0 a couple of times for ESA. That was like 2 years ago at this point. I'm washed up in terms of like actual runners for 0, to be honest. Good fight spawn going to the right. Because it's that fight spawn going to the right, I have to pay more attention when going towards the champion district. Because that fight spawn is early enough that it can make an early one here appear. And I have to get down this entire alley with hopefully no fight spawns. So I have to keep a very close eye on my minimap and use my eyes. I think that's a fight spawn. It is. That's got to go, so use a vending machine. Perfect. Good stuff. Very good stuff. The nice thing is, if you play these games long enough, you can kind of figure out when there's potentially going to be any fight spawns and where they can possibly turn up, which is really nice. LAD has some very nice rules in regards to its fight spawns, which is good. This new controller is stiff, but not like too stiff. It is exceptionally responsive. I like this. This is good. Alright, this fight. Take care of the guy on the left first, and then we're going to hope that we can fear the guy on the right, but more importantly, we're hoping for a lucky crit. If we get a lucky crit in this fight ends 1 turn early. The downside, this guy has Fear. Fear can keep us out of this fight for an extra 3 turns, costing us 20 seconds. So if we get that crit with this hit right here, this fight will end here. Stun is also nice here. Please don't shut that down. Good. That is a bog standardly average fight. Now you might think that a bog standardly average fight is terrible. No, it's not. Certain fights like that have the element of actually losing you 20-30 seconds, you would rather it be a normal fight. You would rather nothing go wrong because you will not lose time. Now, my favorite explanation for Yakuza Like a Dragon. Common misconception with Yakuza Like a Dragon. Most people think that running away from fights is tied to your agility stat. Fun fact, it's not tied to any of your stats at all. Running away from fights in Yakuza Like a Dragon, it's not explained anywhere. It is based on how much physical space you have behind the character who is running away. In this case, Ichi. That was too close to the tarpaulin on the right. This is why we have the smoke bomb, so that we can get out of this fight just in case. But you will see me take fights in certain locations. Here you'll see me take this fight here, because it will lock onto the guy on the left and I'll run straight backwards. Or mostly straight backwards. Guaranteeing an escape from that fight. So even running away from fights in this game actually has movement tech to it, technically. We grab this hardball because we need to play some baseball in this chapter. But Japanese audio makes a difference in 2 places. The run animation is so good, and it's different per character. So whilst Ichi is actually quite slow from running from fights, there are going to be characters later on that run away from fights far faster, and that's important. I'm a bit too close to the right here, so I feel like this is not going to work. Did. Good. as we run through, we're going to grab this box on the right-hand side. It's going to contain a hat piece for a character later on. It is a very magical hat piece, so we want that to go on a magic character. And then this fight. So, weirdly, you would think that we go after the lower level character first. Incorrect. They take 3 hits, whereas the other 2, who are a higher level, take 2. Please don't be in the way. So I can do an opportune attack. Anytime an enemy is on the floor, you can do a normal attack, which is called an opportune attack. It looks like a crit because it's yellow. It's technically a crit, but it's not a full one. A full crit has a red outline to it. He's far away enough. Good. Hopefully we get a cheeky stun off against this guy. He's been using some of his longer attacks, but not his nastiest ones, thankfully. So for this one, we will do Tenacious into an opportune into a normal attack. And you want to see his normal attacks because, as you can see, they're faster than his other attacks. Into the lift. Where we're going to go and grab ourselves this shirt here. And we're going to put all this gear onto Itchy with Optimize on Square. Oh, by the way, actually, I forgot to mention as well. Many thanks to, again, the generous friends at Sega Europe, who we are teaming up with for Pride Month for the next couple of days. They have kindly given us a code to give away. They've actually given us a code to give away that we'll be giving away at the end of this run. Fortunately, this guy is in my way, so I'm going to have to use Beat Down as a skill, which is unfortunate. Which might not do enough damage. It did, good. That game is going to be Persona 4 Ultimax. I believe the Steam version, if I remember rightly. So if you want a chance of winning that, be here at the end of this run, which will be in 3.5 hours time. 3.5 hours time, I'm afraid. Also, whoa, King Duncan, thank you so much for the massively generous donation in aid of mermaids. Yeah, thank you so much. For this fight, we actually want to go for the 2 ads first. That way we can get rid of a couple of people in the middle. And then we actually want to try and stun this guy. Because as you can see, it actually can take care of the ads with a skill as well. Unfortunately, it didn't get stunned, which is a shame. Again, we want the ads gone out of the turn order. And after this turn, Adachi is free to be taken out of this fight if it so requires. My stun, please don't wake up. Good. And then we just normal attack. Good stuff. Yo, King Duncan, thank you so very, very much. That is massively generous. Thank you so very, very much. Text skip for this bit. This is not a start skip or cutscene. I remembered. It's been so long.
Also 9 months. Close to a year for nice.
Actually, technically 10 months, apparently, according to Twitch. According to Twitch, I see 10 months. King Duncan, thank you very much for the 10 months as well. Or the 9 months, maybe? Question? Good. This fight sucks. Both of these enemies have taunt, so the only way of getting through this without being taunted is to either hopefully get both of them stunned, which is rare to do, unfortunate, or get lucky and they don't cast taunt. So, unfortunately, this is going to be an extra turn, because as you can see, he doesn't die to a normal attack. Please wake me up. Please wake me up. Nope. Because unfortunately, we can get blocked by the other character here. Very unfortunate. Massively unfortunate. You want to do an attack? We'll finish him with a normal attack. GK, thank you very much for the host. Did I see you were doing the Donkey Kong randomizer? How was it? Hopefully it's good. Now, Ichi's agility rolled over on itself there, which is a very important factor that we're going to have to talk about in this next fight. But first, we grab this hand grenade, because we need it in the next chapter. Here is Sawashiro. Now, if we can get 2 crits in this fight, we can end this fight 1 turn early. But very important rule for this fight is we do not want to stun Sawashiro, preferably in the first 2 attacks, and especially not in this next one. Ichi? Okay, good. Reason being is that this cutscene removes any and all debuffs that you can apply to Sawashiro. Let's swap anywhere without the Kong Barrel. Ooh! That probably saves you like 20 hours in that game. Yeah, I've just seen a resurgence of Donkey Kong 64 recently because of the randomizer. which interests me, but I was never a Donkey Kong kid. I was always a Banjo kid. So, now we'll happily stun Sawashiro if possible. Sawashiro is highly likely going to use a specific move at some point called Cold Fury. If we can somehow manage to skip that, which requires a lot of luck, then we can actually save a bunch of time. I'm surprised that actually hit me. It usually doesn't. Now, we don't have enough MP in this fight to just continue to Nature's Fist, so I'm looking for a good opportunity to potentially use some of the furniture. Now, fortunately, all the furniture around me has unfortunately been broken. Cold Fury, I assume. Yep, there it is. So he's going to increase his attack by 10%, and then he's going to do a really nasty attack. The nice thing is, because of the gear we put on, we actually have no fear of dying in this fight. We stunned. This is very interesting. The really powerful attack that I mentioned is going to be kept until he's unstunned. He holds on to it. I mentioned that before. So what we're hoping that at some point, Itchy's agility rolls over on itself in this fight, so that we get a free opportune attack and do a lot of damage. Which it needs to happen in the next attack. It did. Not bad. I'm losing time because I had a very, oh no. Oh good. Exceptionally good Sawashiro in my PB that skipped Cold Fury. Jameskin, thank you for the host as well. Hope you had a good stream tonight. I finished the original game. Understandable. Yeah, that's fair. I actually like doing it with the swap controls rather than having to go back to a barrel each time. Sounds so much more fun. It's kind of like how the OOT randomizer made a whole bunch of like actual improvements, like having, you know, the boots on a D-pad button instead of having to constantly go back into your menu the entire time. Like being able to swap anywhere and not having to go back to like the barrel for every single Kong each time is honestly, that sounds like an absolute joy. Honestly. So because Donkey Kong 64, it really feels like after Banjo with Donkey Kong 64, it really felt like Rare just said, heck it, and just threw a whole bunch of things at a dartboard. And instead of filtering out some of their bad ideas, they were just like, why don't we just put everything into the video game? Donkey Kong 64 to me just feels too ambitious, you know? There's too many things that DK64 does that it shouldn't do. Sometimes more is not better. Like, again, like, constantly changing between the characters is probably the biggest problem I had with originally DK64. So being able to change characters on the fly anywhere is genuinely nice. There's so many of the mini games that are just pure evil, for example. By the way, for the person who asked earlier, we save 5 seconds with Japanese in this minigame. This is one of the 2 places where Japanese saves you time. Alright, Joe and chat stuff. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. Everyone coming from Jameskins, I am doing charity fundraising as part of Pride Month in association with Sega Europe this week in aid of Mermaids, one of the leading UK LGBTQ plus charities. Every single one of the donations will be going straight to them. I don't see any of it, obviously. That's the reason why I really like Tiltify and Just Giving, for example. I don't see any of it. It goes straight to the charity. And we've already raised an absolutely amazing amount, more than I was expecting. 13 bananas to 200, even with a mod to lower the backtracking. Yup. The embarrassing one that times my name is speedrun game? Yup. Donkey Kong 64 is a little too big for its own good. Also, I didn't mention this the other day while you were here, but I read your thoughts on LAD, and I actually agree with a lot of them. I'm glad you enjoyed this game. Like, it is, you know, essentially, you know, Studio's first RPG, but a lot of the things that LAD does is actually really cool. Like, really good. This new controller is definitely working. This is good. I like this. I like this a lot. And it's 101%? Fair. Fair. This is Zeng, our next boss. One of the member of the Yokohama Lumang and one of the big 3 here in Izizaki Jinchoi. We are hoping to stun Zeng, whereas with our new party member Namba, the Hobomancer, we're using Pigeon Raid. It's the highest damaging skill in this fight, but every single pigeon is its own damage instance, which means that every single pigeon can wake Zeng up from stun, and every single pigeon can crit. Now Zeng has fear, which is bad. We do not want to see fear in this fight, so we're hoping to get lucky. At this point, from that attack onwards, he can use fear. we're going to be pigeon raiding as much as we can in this fight. That's unfortunate, but at least it wasn't itchy. Good. That's the outcome you want to see. Good crit. This will wake him up, but it's fine because it's damage. With that crit, we might actually have been able to just use a opportune attack on Namba there, but it's fine. Oh, beautiful stuff. I'm fairly certain Namba can kill here, but the problem with Namba is that he is very magic focused when you get him. It would have just been enough. Would have just been enough. But with Namba being very magic focused, his physical attack, even with opportunes, isn't very good. So he only does about 26 damage with an opportune attack right now. And now he joins the party, and we get a move called Tag Team Essence of Mayhem, which is a very, very good skill you'll see me use a lot. We need to grab our equipment from the previous chapter that got put away into this lovely item box here. And then we move forward. We used to menu here, we'll be menuing here later. These party chats are important in the next chapter, we'll explain them later on. Now we need to get lucky and get RNG. So we need a minimum of 730 yen. If we don't have that, the run is over. Which, considering this is a marathon run, that's a problem. I'm going to have safety saves for GDQ, obviously. We can keep getting 10 yen, that's fightable, and that's got to go. Actually, I have the save load, I'm on PC, what am I doing? I really need that money from these vending machines. I'm 100% making a safety save here for GDQ. I'm going to have about 6 or 7 safety saves for GDQ, considering very nasty potential turn-based RNG. There you go. That's the one. It's usually that vending machine that gives it to me if I haven't had it at this point. Now, LAD introduces a secondary fast travel system. To be able to do that, we can go into our pause menu in Taxi Anywhere, but we have to have spoken to the taxi first. So what we're going to do at certain points in the run, like now, we're going to go get those taxis. But I'm absolutely 100% making safety saves for certain. I do not trust the turn-based RPG and playing nice in the marathon. Both Questing for Glory runs have had something curious happen in them. The first Questing for Glory run had Mabuchi kill us in not the first Mabuchi fight, but the second one. That one is rare. That one is exceptionally rare. So, safety saves are definitely happening. Also, the safety save in Questing for Glory 2 saved my bacon in terms of money and going fast. I died early on enough in a fight. Unfortunate fight spawn. We're gonna save load trick this. You saw this in Yakuza 6. The save load trick allows us to do this. I was going to save over one of my safety saves there. That's why I actually decided to save in a new slot. I had a suspicion, because I loaded that save earlier. The game is nice. It remembers the last place you saved, which is really cool, actually. And there we go. Chapter 12, not the boss. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, it's one of those things that, like, there's a couple of things in LAD that are definitely a bit weird. Again, I might know how to, you know, do this entire game at the lowest possible EXP value, but that's also with a lot of knowledge of the game. It is, like in Chapter 12, there's a very big wall for the casual player, and I do hope that that gets obviously fixed if, hopefully, the next game is LAD 2. And also, equally important, I like the story in this game, I like the returning characters in this game, but I am begging you, if the next game is LAD 2, stop bringing back the older characters. Which a lot of people dislike me saying that, but the thing is, if they want LAD to be the start of a new story, it's time to make new characters. And it's time to become strong with those new characters. Like, it is time to actually, you know, make a storyline with new characters that stops relying on the older characters constantly. In this game, I don't mind them. It felt like a very good, you know, goodbye to the vast majority of them. But if you want LAD to be a new storyline, stop relying on the old characters. course, things could change since Nagoshi has left the studio. You never know. I hope not. I hope not, because I really like LAD. I like what this game does, and I don't want LAD. I don't want Yakuza 8 to basically change what LAD has started. Because I think, personally, there's a very, very strong start here. A very, very strong start. One of these days, I'll remember how to do this menu. It was a newer menu, so... Oops. Bad menu. I gotta get used to that menu. Note to self. Practice that menu. Fight spawn? No fight spawn! Good stuff! Essentially, the quicker way to get the cutscene is around this corner. There can be a fight spawn right here. That one's too far away. Sorry, lads. I'm out. Felt like I was passing the baton. Yeah, exactly. There are a couple of the older characters that I wouldn't mind getting given the same kind of LAD treatment like the newer guy, or like the older guys. Akiyama felt like Yakuza 5 had a good ending, and then Yakuza 6 felt like it kind of put Akiyama out in a weird position where, you know, supposedly Sky Finance is being redone, but if you ever go to Sky Finance in any RGG game past 6, it's still closed. Like, the sign is still on the door. So what's going on with Akiyama? It really feels like Akiyama got kind of left out to dry, which really sucks, because he's a good character. I'll take 2. It's fine. It's not great. It's fine. I'm gonna lose time because my chapter 3 in my PB is really good. As I said earlier, my early game stuff in my PB is really good. My mid to late game bosses are terrible. So that's where all my time savers in this run. People you can summon. Not really. I think that's also cheap, to be honest. I can kind of see it if they're optional. Okay, if we're talking the same way that Daigo and Watasei summons are in this game, yes. If they're optional, and you know, you have to, you know, actually, like, work to unlock them and they're not part of the plot, absolutely. Sure, I'm okay with that. Optional bonus stuff is neat. And I tell you what, I shouldn't give Sega ideas. If you want DLC party member characters, as much as I don't like that idea, sure. Sure. I'm okay with that, as long as they don't affect the story in any way. I'm okay with that. Like, I get, you know, trying... They're going with more DLC lately. Again, Kaito Files is one of it's the best story DLC they've ever done. It's phenomenal. It's great. Not a high bar. But if they do... I'm not a fan of having jobs hidden in DLC, but optional characters. Absolutely. Optional characters, go for it. I'm okay with that. I'm genuinely okay with that. As long as they're not plot characters. Like, obviously the whole reason I'm saying that is, you know, if you want the likes of your Kiryu's back in, like, LAD 2, make him a party character but DLC, you know? Slightly overpowered, you get your money's worth, you know? Don't have him in the plot. Just have him as a fun little, you know, £3 microtransaction. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Well, that is the first one. I forgot. Oops, almost. Slightly forgot how to do that menu. Sell that menu. Summons all are free. Thank you for the Prime Gaming for 5 months, by the way. Sorry for I'm in the middle of a rant about Yakuza Future again. I ain't paid for it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But I also still want there to be targeting system. I want there to be a better targeting system. Burn, please. Nope, that's a shame. Now this is a slow fight. I love it. Shame. Terrible. Bad fight. I'm going to be going a bit slower at GDQ for the targeting as well, by the way, because the targeting system in this game, not great. Needs work. There's one big improvement I want for LAD 2. Please fix the targeting system. Please. Just, please. Also, that's a good point. We should be hearing about, hopefully, the next Yakuza game soon. Because remember, the way that RGG do it is they don't reveal the game until it's almost ready for release. Like, it's like how Lost Judgment was, you know, revealed and then released within like 3 to 4 months. And hopefully, like, obviously, Lost Judgment, good turn order it looks like. Please have Adachi go fast after Ichi. Or burn, that also works. Good, okay, we can go fast in this fight. So, you need to get an opportune attack from Adachi to be able to finish this fight fast, unless you get the burn off because it's enough damage with the 2 ticks. Didn't get our odd stone. Run is in jeopardy. Going to make an odd stone safety save for GDQ as well. Shout out to the first questing for glory for accidentally not having a safety save, but still getting the odd stone. Never again. I've never revealed that little fact until now. I actually had a safety save going into questing for glory for it. Unfortunately, I overwrote it in the middle of the run. Hopefully that's a double. It's looking good. Nice crit. So I'm very upset at myself for that one. Now, we can't use Ichi's tag team here, and the fastest normal attacker is Adachi. So I'm going back to Adachi's turn. For Bulbasaur. Oh my goodness. It is a Pokemon parody. My goodness. Oh, by the way, GDQ finally updated my incentives today. All 4 of them have been accepted. So, Summon Showcase, Costumes, Language Bid War, and Karaoke. That's not going to be good. My Bakamitai doesn't sound, like, good at the best of times. And the fact that I'm going to have done a 4-hour speedrun with a lot of commentary / narration beforehand. Ooh, fight spawn. Ew. Ew, double fight spawn. Ew, don't like either. Also, the light is red, which means they could run across the road, which would actually be bad for me right now. Please break their line of sight. It did. It did. Good. Good, good, good. We need this taxi anyway, but that's a really bad set of fight spawns. No light fight spawn. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, it happened. How dare you. Bad fight spawn. Suika boy, thank you very much for the tier 1 for 6 months. Every time I read your name, I want a new Suika in. It makes me upset. Oh, this might actually be a good start. Adachi in second? That's so weird. That's actually not a good one to hit, because now this guy's too far away. Yeah, that's a shame. He's too far away now. It's a shame. That fight was weird, because Adachi going second. If that was the normal turn order, that would have been a very fast fight. Shame. Yeah, we are wearing masks on stream, which actually I got my masks in today. I've gone for... I saw the discussion in the Discord about it, because I might be wearing my glasses during the run as well, depending how far back the TV is. Actually, the PC monitor, because now it's PC, right. I read the discussion about those KN94 masks that have, like, the nose bridge that's metal. I've gone for one of those, which I'm going to actually test out tomorrow, because I've got to go and exchange my money tomorrow. Oh, actually, that's the reason why I was late today. I can discuss that. I think I mentioned it briefly earlier. For those who don't know, in the UK, there's going to be a rail strike next week. For the entirety, or almost the entirety of the week, but mostly the 21st, 23rd, and 25th of June. Guess what day I'm going to America? It would happen to be the 25th of June. And unfortunately, to get to the airport, I have to take a train across half of England. And then the rail. So guess what's not available that day? Bollock fuck. Excuse my language. I should not have sworn. I'm sorry. So, that was a mistake. I'm angry about it. This trip is being a pain in the backside. So, what I need to do is I need to... What I'm going to do is I'm now going back to the original plan. So, taking a coach from Northern England all the way down to London. There is a hotel which is right at the airport. Stay at that hotel overnight, It's only 60 quid, which is nice. Then just walk. It's only a 30-minute walk to the airport in the morning at 6 in the morning. Every day I spend more on this GDQ trip and I have not left yet. I had to buy a phone charger because my phone charger may have started leaking green stuff 2 days ago. I don't even know what that was, but it went in the bin immediately. I don't even know what that was. Ew. So, had to buy a new one of those. Oddstone, we're good. Run continues. So, yeah. Very weird. And when I bought my new phone charger, do you know what would have been a good idea to buy at that point? A UK to US plug converter. Do you know what I didn't do? Buy a UK to US plug converter. The one thing that is going to be very important for my trip there, so that I can, you know, charge my phone. How's the run going? Not great. My RNG has not been too great in the previous chapter or this chapter. But it is a bit of a derust, so I'm not focusing fully on PB pace. We're getting to the end of this run. No matter what happens, you're seeing the entirety of the run. You're seeing all of it. Yes, we do have different plugs. We have 3 prongs instead of 2. Yeah, they have USB charging ports, but I also kind of want to take my Switch with me as well. Actually, I think my Switch has USB charging. But just in case, it would be a good idea to take a UK to US phone adapter, just in case. I think the Hilton has USB charging ports. It better do. It's a Hilton. For those who don't know, the GDQ takes place in a Hilton. So... And you would think that Hilton Hotel would be fancy enough to have USB charging ports. Nice, good fight. Another Rodstone for safety. That's my boy Gondara. That's a good point. I need to have another conversation with GDQ because the summon showcase video that they saw didn't contain Gondara, and now the run contains Gondara. And his summon video is a little bit... Everybody else is apparently fine. Even Masochists is fine. Gondara was a little bit oh dear. So I kind of need to just email GDQ and just make sure real quick. I'll just say, hey, look at this summon video. Is this one okay? I should record that after the run, actually. Excuse me, I pressed start. Square is the option you want here because we need that charisma. Every choice from this point on is important. That charisma is going to unlock a job for Itchy. Even Masochist. So, yeah, risque. Risque is the correct word. So, I need to just make sure with GDQ that it's fine. And I'll also tell them about my idea for the costume incentive. Tama X, you know this at this point, my dude. Bad taxi. Find a Rugby Baby? That was a donation incentive. But the thing is, Rugby Baby doesn't feature a naked man in a diaper having a temper tantrum. It's very different. For example, for Questing for Glory, and this is the reason why I say, if sponsors say no, you don't do it. For Questing for Glory, we would not have been allowed to show Masochist, and we were not allowed to show Masochist, and we would not have been allowed to show Gondara either. Which is nothing against Questing for Glory. It is literally because Nami, the sponsor, said no. And again, if the sponsor says no, the sponsor says no. It's as simple as that. You don't go against the sponsor who you're raising money for. It's as simple as that. It's the same reason why I have an 18 plus at the end of my title for these streams, is because they want to make 100% sure that people know this is, you know, 18 plus games. Nice crit. I don't know whose crit that was, but nice crit. That's a double. Only we had set him on fire. Don't say stuff like that, I am Sparta. I know you're joking, but please don't say stuff like that. I know it's a South Park joke, but it's a charity stream and people may not get the reference. Be a little sensible about what you put in chat, please. Violence against minors is not funny. Please use some common sense. Nice to know I didn't forget that menu. The menu I was just concentrating on, because it's a newer menu that I used to do really well, so I'm glad I got that menu. Just be sensible, please. Thank you. Just get me the Gary Buster Holmes crit, please. For those who don't know, there's a actual subsystem. Ow. There's a subsystem in Oh, that's a terrible set of stuns. Ooh. That's actually looking like I could. Yeah, you know what? Sure, that should be a double, right? Hey. So there's a subset of systems in Yakuza Like a Dragon that allows you to basically. You know what? Sure. So I'm hoping Ichi can get the other thing. Gives you a special bonus on your summons. You'll see like an exclamation mark on your summon. If it's a damage summon, you'll do more damage. If it does a debuff or a buff, that buff or debuff will have extra strength. Or if it does something like stun, like Gary Buster Holmes, you're guaranteed to stun. Which in some fights like that one is very useful. You don't get enemies being out of position in the fight. Like that. Aida is the first of 3 boss-like enemies in this place. I don't like him. Just hoping to get multiple enemies there. We're gonna use Ichi's Mega Swing to hopefully hit as many enemies at the same time. I'm actually going next. Please be in a good position. That's not a good position. Because I want to reckless and get as many as I can. I probably should have just opportune there. Summon backup. Beautiful. This is going to make it so that we get enough EXP on Ichi, not from this fight, but the fight afterwards to level up. I do want to make sure that Ida actually goes down, so I'm going to have to use Pyro Belch because he's actually got quite a high bit of HP right now. That's why we made sure, because at this point he'll summon more backup and we don't want him. I can't. I want to. I can't. Ah, did not do enough damage. Someone's taunting. Someone's taunting this turn. Please only hit Namba. Bad chapter 4. Bad chapter 4. This should hopefully take out. Ichi might die. I do not remember the last time Ichi died in this fight. That's my luck. To go fast, I have to tag team and use up Ichi's MP. So we'll have to do the old-fashioned strat in the next fight if Ichi goes first. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. This is very bad chapter 4 luck. Very, very bad chapter 4 luck. Targeting system. I pressed left 3 times and you never targeted the guy at the back, which is the one that I need to target. Like, are you absolutely kidding me? Chapter 4 makes me very upset. Are you kidding? We're going to be losing about a minute already. And Namba's used up more MP. This sucks. So really bad chapter 4. This absolutely sucks. At least we have the good turn order here. That's decent. So the good turn order is Namba into Ichi into Adachi. Reason being is the Katsuyama guards every single attack from the front. So by being able to do a opportune attack with Adachi, we get way more damage out. If we can get the burn off here, we can potentially go for a quick kill on Katsuyama. Probably going to try and go for it anyway, so we're doing good damage so far. But it's very, very rare we get it. Lona, thank you so very much for the host. Hope you're doing well tonight. If I can get that burn off here, that will give us a slight chance to do it. Nope. Okay, we're probably not going to get it. We need a crit with a dachi, which is not going to happen. Nope, that's just an opportune. And that's why getting the burn early works, because you get enough damage. Namba's not dead. Hooray. And to finish the fight fast, text message. No waiting around on animations with that one. Right, we're going to get yeeted to the other side of the building. Yeah, hope you're doing well, Lona. Hope you had a good stream. Nice. Exactly what I want to see. I want to see that guy walking away, but whatever. I can try and take care of multiple enemies, hopefully. Or miss them completely. That sucks. That sucks. Still faster with Itchy. Absolutely terrible chapter 4. I've had pretty much every bad bit of RNG that could happen. Ugh. Still, it's good experience. I'm actually kind of glad that I'm getting, like, you know, a bad run in my practice for GDQ. It would be kind of bad if all I got was, you know, the good runs, because then I wouldn't get back the muscle memory for what to do if things go wrong. Let's burn. Take care of you. I can Reckless because Namba's not next. This is probably a bad idea, honestly. That's not exactly that much more damage, like, time-wise. Which I thought for the first time. Yo, nice. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm part of the sale. Other than that, game good. Yeah, that's common. I'd agree with that, honestly. I think Itchy gets an early go. He does, because I want to use Batbuster to finish the fight. Don't have the EXP to do Essence, but I do have enough for Batbuster, and I know it's got enough damage. Not the best fight, but not the slowest fight I've ever had there, so that's not too bad. That's one good fight. Don't worry about HP or MP values. We will be getting those back. Oh yeah, that's a tech skip. Yep, SGDQ begins next week. My run is on the 28th, which is 11 days from now. So it is definitely time for heavy LADing. The streams coming up are going to be all LAD. I hope you are ready for it, because there's not going to be that many before I go to America, unfortunately. Seriously, video game. I didn't get that close to it. I kind of did. Take the heal. Oh dear gosh, it's so hot tonight. Big game for charity and GQ. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. The charity work that we've done this week has far surpassed anything that I expected. Far surpassed. Can I get Namba first, please? Thanks, video game. So I want to get these two a Pyro Belch, and hopefully we have the Gary crit so that we're guaranteed a stun on everybody. Beautiful. Oh, I'm gonna make a mistake by... I want to target the other guy! Targeting system in this game, I swear. I'm going to do something stupid and potentially break him out of his stun. Good. Because I don't want to attack Ida until, obviously, this next turn. Pigeon Raid does more damage because he's weak to Fizz. So I have to do a lot of Fizz attacks to Ida. Should be enough if I do this. Kaseyama's going to break out of his stun this turn and taunt. Hopefully he taunts Adachi, but it'll probably taunt Itchy, which will be the worst thing. Good. This is the best fight that you can ask for. Fantastic. But I'm going to lose a lot of time in this chapter, as you'll see. 3 opportunities. Perfect. So I'm gonna have to get Itchy's MP back at some point. Turn after this one. Should be fine. Actually, I wonder. We might have enough, which would be very, very good. Be close. Might even be worth just using Pyro on Namba. No, we're good. We're actually good. That burn really helped. Good stuff. Oh, into the chat room. Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. Thanks, Twitch. But yeah, you can see how much time we're about to lose. It's going to be nasty. This was one of the worst chapter 4s I've had in a long time. Which honestly I'm okay with, again. I'm okay with having a bad chapter 4 because then that means that I can get the practice in for the bad stuff. Which is good. Bah. Bah. Losing at least a minute. It's probably going to be more than that. Very unfortunate. But hey, at the very least, this new controller test is doing good. Doing very good. And the stiffness will remove itself in this next week, which is good. Yeah, 57 seconds. Ouch. Not good. Not good. Trouble with the van is that you wouldn't be able to use it in like over a third of this map because the roads are way too short. Okay, the notes come up just in case. Oops. Hey, chapter 5. This is the longest chapter in the run because this chapter is going to be getting us set up for the early to mid game. Well, I think the thing about running around in Izazaki Jincho is it's so much better in Lost Judgment because the actual you know, movement tech of Lost Judgment with the skateboard is really good. Like going through Izazaki Jincho on the skateboard is really, really nice. Alright, part-time hero who can end your run. It's very rare, but he can. He is the worst. Much like Kasiyama, he guards every attack from the front. Needs to do the extra damage from Reckless. It's too bad so far. Just in case Ichi doesn't go next. Yeah. Not gonna risk trying to get this off quickly. Okay, so part-time hero actually acts as your completion list in this game. So he's gonna give us a bunch of quests as well. We're actually gonna do a couple of these for being able to progress through the game. But thankfully, the game has backdated a couple of the completion stuff that we've done, which gives us a couple of stat points. The style we need for unlocking a job for Ichi, which is nice. Alright, now for plot stuff. Everyone's HP is a good value, so I don't need to heal. Heat is actually getting to me quite badly today, I'm not gonna lie. Bonus. hit go. I have to wait till he stands up for Pyro Belch to be able to hit fully. Oh, yeah, I do want Go gone. Which one of you was weak to fizz again? Not you. Not you either, but that's enough. Not too bad. Not too bad. Right. So Psycho just joined our party, but she's going to be disappearing for about a couple of minutes, and we're going to unlock the next big gameplay change for Yakuza Like a Dragon. Yakuza Like a Dragon takes the blacksmithing stuff of Kamiyama Works and makes it a bit more in-depth. This is good in an RPG where, in LAD, the vast majority of your damage comes from your weapons. So what we're going to do is going to head over to Samir's, and we're also going to do a party chat on the way outside. If Namba died in the previous chapter, you have to do this party chat right here. It will give him enough points to be able to catch up with the stuff that he's lost from that death. But we're going to get basically tutorialized on how the blacksmith works. We're going to come back here later on in this chapter, because again, weapons are a massive factor for your damage, as you will see at the end of this chapter. Grab the taxi, and we're going to go and get Sayako back, and we're going to get into another boss fight. So up the stairs. And this boss can be very frustrating if you get some bad RNG. It depends on the skills that Zeng, who is back again, is going to cast. Now, ideally, he'll do that. The defensive stance is a counter. If we attack him with certain moves, he's just going to counter it. The nice thing is, there are moves that can hit him through it. With Ichi, we're going to try and hit all the ads with Mega Swing. I'm going to hit away from Zeng to not get hit. And Sayako's going to take care of the last attack. Good. At this point, we're going to do our best single target to Zeng. And we're going to hope that Zeng doesn't use his upgraded version of Liu Mang's, or have Liu Mang's Glare. It's a party-wide fear. It really sucks. We're not going to attack with Sayako. She doesn't do that much damage. But we thankfully have the good turn order in Ichi Adachi to just get off the free opportune attack, because he does a lot of damage. Single target is fine. It's very rare you see Zeng use the single target one over Liu Mang's Glare. But that is fine, so we just use Namba to finish the fight. I could potentially risk guarding until Ichi's turn for the essence, but with Zeng going there, there's a high chance that Zeng's agility is going to be faster than Ichi's, so I don't want to risk having Zeng take another go and potentially using Liu Mang's Glare. So, decent fight. Makes a nice change from the Chapter 4 fights we had. And we're going to run on the left-hand side of the road to get to the cutscene faster. Not too bad. Not too bad. Alright, so this is where the big route changes from a couple of months ago come into play, and I'm going to have to make sure that I remember them right now. So we're going to head over to the Job Center. This is going to unlock Yakuza Like a Dragon's next big gameplay difference, which is the job system. Every single character can go into like a different selection of jobs, whether they're a male or female party member, and those criteria are based on a couple of factors. Their bond level with Ichi, their actual level, and for Ichi, his parameters in terms of his status stuff. So obviously the kindness, the style, etc. that we were talking about earlier. We're going to be changing one person's job immediately, and that's Sayako. You can be Kaoru. You be Kaoru. Now, once you unlock the job center, we actually gain access to a very long set of fetch quests. We're going to start both of them right now. We're going to go in here and we're going to open this safe. This is a weapon for Sayako's new class. I knew my angle was off there. Nice. The important thing about that weapon, it has the exact same stats as her current one, but more importantly, it has a affinity to ice, which is very good for hitting weaknesses. But more importantly, it's also Sayako's upgradable weapon. Every single class has an upgradable weapon, and as said earlier, your weapons contain all of your damage in this run, or the vast majority of your damage. Levels do contribute a tiny bit of a factor, but your weapons are your big damage point. So, part-time heroes cats have all escaped from the office. We're going to go around and grab all of them in a specific order, and whilst we do that, we're also going to go and grab these Kappa statues. The Kappa statues are necessary for us to be able to continue with the plot in Chapter 12. The cats are necessary to be able to do all of our weapon stuff in this chapter. So we have a very specific route to get these cats in. It's changed from the route that I used for like 7/8 of a year, so my muscle memory at times is really nasty. This used to be one of the last cats that we used to get. Now it's one of the earliest cats that we get. And hopefully I can show off here if there's no fight spawn, which looks like there might be. There is. See where that fight spawn is? There is actually a party chat right there. That is a backup party chat for Namba, but it's also a party chat that you can do for Sayako, but we do not need Sayako for a party chat there. Now the nice thing about this fight spawn is it means that there shouldn't be a fight spawn in the station, which allows me to cut over. We are going to do the story mark here, but first I'm going to be grabbing this taxi, because we need this in a couple of chapters, including the end of this one. There's no fight spawn. Good. Fight spawn's at the top. You can get a really nasty fight spawn right here, which if you get that fight spawn, you have to despawn it, although there will be a chance later on, if that fight spawn appears here, that it's actually good to take. And I'll explain why later on. So, this is going to put us on the other side of the station. It's going to push time forward a little bit as well. We need a tiny bit of money. Money is exceptionally tight in this route. We can make one taxi mistake. We're going to be getting out a little bit of money. Mistake. All the money that we basically had in chapters 1 and 2 got put in here. That 17,000 is just enough. That fight spawn got really close. That one on the right is worse, because I need to go this way and it is very much in the way. We might have to save load it, because as you can see, there's a Kappa statue that I need to grab here. Should be fine. Yeah. Thankfully, the actual pillar broke their line of sight, which is good. You might hear as we go down here. This used to be the penultimate cat we got. This is now number like 3. And we're going to do one more cat before we carry on with the story, which is over at Restaurant Row, the Liumang area. The nice thing is it's not in the story-locked part of Restaurant Row. The problem with the Kappa statues is 2 of them are currently story-locked. The Kappa statues you cannot complete until Chapter 7 at the earliest, but the cats you can do right now. There's that cat. Now we're going to do a quick little menu for Sayako. So, go to Sayako, put on Sparking Cannon, go to Git, give her her new weapon. I didn't want to give her the shoes, but that's fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. That flustered me for a second. She can keep hold of those shoes for now. We do need those shoes later on. We'll be putting those on... I guess I put them on Airy. I usually put them on Airy. It's okay if Sayako has them, but I prefer them on Airy, if possible. Right, so, big fight. Now, Sayako has gone back to job level 1, so you would assume that she wouldn't be that good, but actually, again, Sayako has... Ooh, nice. I love starting with Namba, because Pyro Belch on this guy's really good. It's hard to pick him out in the crowd as well, so getting him early on is fantastic. As you'll see, Sparking Cannon is actually really, really good. Even at level 1. Unfortunately, Silence, that's not the best in this fight. But I'm going to summon Gary anyway. It's not going to take him out, sadly. But this should. Kuze. Everybody hates Kuze. Kume. But thankfully, in the speedrun, we actually quite like him. Itchy being silenced is actually really bad. I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm just gonna have to do this. Yeah, the guy moved. That sucks. This will finish off Kune, 100%. We have to finish Renamba because otherwise he gets to go. Not the best fight, unfortunately, because of Itchy getting silenced, which is very, very rare in this fight, but obviously I can't then do either like Tag Team Essence of Mayhem or a Mega Swing with Itchy, which would make the fight go way faster. Thankfully, you can still use summons when silenced. And also, thankfully, this is the strongest character in this game, and I'm not kidding. This is Eri. She is an optional party member. We're going to be getting her for our party because she is our damage dealer in the endgame. So, this is Yakuza Like a Dragon's business minigame. Most of the Yakuza games have some form of business minigame. Yakuza Like a Dragon's business minigame is literally a business minigame. We get tutorialized here to show that the business is not making a profit, so we're going to have to try and turn around the profits of this ailing business. Leaking? No? Good. This is our first kind of break point in the run. I have to do things for like 8 minutes and I have to make sure I don't do the wrong thing, but essentially it's going to be like 8 minutes of this just so we can unlock Eri. But also the money we get from this is really useful as well. We're going to be spending a lot of money in this chapter. So, if you want to know how to do this fast, repeat what I do. You have to put the right stuff into the right place. So, Tome I Omelette. Yes, we use Omelette. We have to sack the 2 guys that we don't use, which is a bit of a shame because they would actually be really good in the staff meetings. And then copy what I do. 1, 2, 3. Nope. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Congratulations, you have just got to rank 100 in the quickest amount of time possible with the least amount of inputs. That's it. That's all you have to do. That's literally all you have to do. Now I'm just going to go through the business minigame. There's a couple of things you still need to watch out for. The shareholder meetings are the big ones. So if you fail the shareholder meetings, then, you know, you're in trouble. Other than that, you have to watch out for your staff asking for contract upgrades, and that's about it. Like, so it's a nice little chill moment where I also get to drink water where it's so hot today. Again, if you're also having a heat wave where you are, like I am today, hence the shirt. Make sure you stay hydrated. Please make sure you stay hydrated. Please stretch. In this part, we are now wanting to get Gary Buster Holmes off of cooldown before the end of the chapter. But we don't have a scheduled fight before the end of the chapter to get Gary off of cooldown. So during this next part of the run, up until the end, we're going to be looking specifically for a fight spawn to get into a fight with. Now, we're also going to be carrying on getting our cats. So hopefully we can get ourselves a fight spawn coming up. There's our next cat. Ah, bad. Messing up my cutscene skips. No light fight spawn. That's a shame. Make sure you grab this taxi on the way through. It's important. We need it later on in the run. We used to use this a lot earlier, but we now need it later on in the run. I keep forgetting I can't walk through that lamppost every single time. Has been over a month since I've done an LED run. And we're going to go back into the business minigame. Perfect. Okay. So, first up is a shareholder meeting. Do what I do. We want to recruit Nishio and Master Sasaoka. Make everybody happy. Go into this menu. Change the board from here. Replace you with you and bring in Nishio and begin. So, this is what you need to do in the business minigame. Start with the angry one. So, you break the barrier. For the green barriers, use Master Sasaoka because he costs less points. Gonna give him a little bit just in case he's a more expensive one. Is points. We're gonna wait until our bar in the bottom right fills up for a skill. And then we're going to go in and finish off the last one. Use Omelette once. That's going to make it so the damage counter goes up to 1.25, which means you only need to hit with Nishio once. Much quicker. Much quicker. Cool. 134 is a good starting one. That's good. We're definitely on track, which is nice. Haven't made any mistakes yet. And as I said, we're now going to unlock Eri. To unlock Eri, we need to get to rank 100. We only need to go through 2 more shareholder meetings. So this is where the RNG for the business minigame really comes into play. We want as few pop-ups in between the rounds as possible. There's only one pop-up that is guaranteed to appear every single time at the same place. The debts are going to unlock there. if you're playing this casually and you want a bit of a step up on this minigame, make sure you take out a debt of 5 million yen here, but do not spend it. Hold on to it for the next round. Now, if you're lucky, very, very lucky, that happened like 2 or 3 times, you can have Omelette actually give you that 5 million yen. But the one pop-up guaranteed to appear is this one, the ad campaign. Now, here's the only other pop-up you need to worry about. Your employees asking for a contract raise. This is unfortunately a video game, and it's not real life. Therefore, give your staff members the wages that they deserve. Give them their raises. If this was real life, everybody would be getting paid what they deserve, but unfortunately, it is not. But if your staff members ask for a contract raise, you need them, so make sure you give them their contract raises. And that's it. You're gonna get a bunch of people constantly come back and back and back and back again to ask to join the business. Home run Takashi. Say no. Say no. Always home run Takashi. Every single run. There's a couple of actual staff members that aren't too bad if you're doing all sub stories. Yang is pretty good. Yang is definitely pretty good. Good start. Very, very, very few pop-ups. Very good start. I do like that. I do like that a lot. Oh, easily the Zero lad. Because obviously he was more of a shock, you know? He also is potentially one of the big reasons why the series is now thriving in the West, you know? Everyone on Twitter saw a gif of a chicken and realized, oh, the Yakuza series actually has its fun parts as well. Make sure you make your employees happy for every shareholder meeting as well. This shareholder meeting is exactly the same as the first one. The last shareholder meeting is going to be a little different. Yeah, last one's going to be very different. That's the one where you have to change up the strats and pay a little bit of attention. To think for a second there, unfortunately. So, the next one's going to be the third shareholder meeting, and that's going to be the important one. That's where the rules change. If you're at 117 or 116 here, congratulations, you are on track to getting rank 100. It will happen with the next shareholder meeting. No pop-ups, please. Good start. This is a very good shareholder meeting. Or business section, I should say. So. I showcase the omelette summon. Yes. In fact, this is the chapter I'm going to showcase it in. Because we need to get into a fight to get Gary Buster Holmes off cooldown. So that's the fight that I'm going to use omelette in. Because then it won't take up a turn in any of the important fights that I actually need to, you know, do stuff in. There he is! There he is. Good lad. Right on time. Right on time. Oh dear, oh dear. Every single run. What a good lad. Ugh. I will admit, I'm starting to struggle a little bit tonight. The heat is actually genuinely getting to me. I hate having these heat waves. It sucks. It massively sucks. Trouble is, I can't really push this back till tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Okay, we had a good business section earlier, but now we're getting a lot of pop-ups, which is unfortunate. But yeah, I can't really push this till tomorrow, so. Because Fist of the North Star is going to be 5 hours. Local man can't believe he's playing Fist of the North Star again. How does this keep happening? I'm just trying to find the guy who keeps suggesting to do Fist of the North Star. It's me. It's always me. It's a good time to check emails and stuff like that. It's a good time to talk with chat. Be a great time for donations at GDQ. Okay, should be the shareholder meeting. This is where the rules change. So, follow what I do. Start with Jessie. Notice how I'm going to be ending with Tomei, not because she's weak to Tomei, but because we need to end with Tomei. Now, we need to wait until our points actually rise up quite high here, because the rest of these are actually really expensive, because we're now using Tomei instead of Onward. As you'll see, after the last guy, we're actually going to be on very few points. Wait a little bit. He's probably not going to be that expensive because the others were, but... 0 points. This is why you have to play a bit more patient with the end. Rank 99. There you go. And that unlocks Eri, which we're not going to do just yet. We're going to hold on for a little bit. We used to unlock Eri immediately, but we need to do a couple of other things first. Still have a little bit of spring cleaning to do in terms of Kappa statues and cats. Stack Slap. Hopefully, you will only see me use that once. If I use that more than once, something's gone horribly wrong. Okay. This is where I need to be careful. So, fight spawn? Yes. So, because of the fight spawn, I'm going to start this sub-story. You don't have to do this sub-story, but it's a good way to get rid of that fight spawn. Puts on the other side with the cap statue. Turn around, you might hear it on the way up. There it is. Next cat is right here. And then before we leave, what we're actually going to do is we're actually going to start the sub-story to unlock the second-hand shop, which we're not going to finish until chapter 12. We're now going to go over to West Hamakita Park. We've got a good chunk of shopping to do, but West Hamakita Park has 2 cats, 1 Kappa statue. Right now, there's only 1 cat. So what we're going to do is going to take this cat right here, and then we're going to come back for the Kappa statue and the other cat later on when that cat unlocks. Which will be in about 10 minutes, actually. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. And the guide I looked, because I was going to mess up that menu, I was going to do 2, 1, 2, 1. 2. 2, 1, 2, 1. Yeah. It's a very important shop. It's also the easiest shop of this chapter, so that's a bit worrying. There's a fight spawn. I like it coming into this park because I can actually avoid it by going to the right. Just jump over the fence. We want to grab this taxi for literally 10 minutes from now. And hopefully no late fight spawn. Good. We're now going to go into Chinatown. Chinatown has one of the highest concentration of fight spawns in this entire run. So we have to be very, very careful when running through and keep an eye on the minimap as well as obviously looking ahead. So we're hoping for a good bit of luck in terms of Chinatown fight spawns. We're hoping for good Chinatown fight spawns for the entire run. I want to grab this taxi. We'll be using this taxi a lot. It's one of the most used taxis in the run. Now my mini-map at this point, because they can't spawn this close to us. Then looking ahead. This is good. That's a late fight spawn. It should be okay. I want to go over here and grab the cat. Turn around. There's, of course, a cap statue over here. That's a bad fight spawn, but it should be fine. As long as you're fast enough, we can get out of here. Oops. Now we're going to go do a little bit of shopping, which should be 2 to 130. It's 30 now, not 40. Please remember that. Money is important, after all. So, jump the fence. With the school kid walking around. And then grab ourselves 2 Paralysis Sportises, 2 Mental Supplements, 2 First Aid Kits, 1 Plant Stamina and Spark, and 30 Simline Super X. That's a menu that I never did right before, so I have to learn that menu. Back to the bar district. This is where I need to remember that everything now is X, then circle. So, this is the point where we need Namba's bond points to be ready for his bond link conversation. if he's slightly off, you can unlock Eri, and there is a bond link conversation with Nambo right outside of Bar Survive. X is your option for this one. Oh, you have to skip a couple of dialogue boxes for this. This looks like a skippable cutscene. It's not a skippable cutscene. Charisma level 2. And that's the last story cutscene you'll ever see Eri in ever again, which is a massive shame. She's not in the story cutscenes, but she's going to join our party and never leave. We now want to speak to the bartender and Namba. It doesn't matter when we do the bartender. I like doing him here, because it's kind of easier to speak to him here. This unlocks seed planting, which allows us to also make lunchboxes. Namba is now circle. Used to be different. It used to be circle X. This gives us charisma and style. Now, don't touch the movement controller at all. This is where the one and only glitch we do in this run is about to take place. So, if you hammer X without moving, you will instead speak to Sayako. You want to give her the lilies? Yes. Now, watch the right-hand side. Notice how it's going up by 25, but is actually filling out the entire bar. That is the bond giving glitch. Because giving bonds is actually tied to a cutscene, the more times you skip the cutscenes, the more points you get. Which gives us the last of the charisma that we need. We used to get that in a different way back before, but we now do that. Now, we're going to leave, and we're going to make sure we remember to do it this time, because I forgot the last time I did this run. We are going to plant some seeds. Mysterious seeds. We're going to use the plant stamina and spark, which is going to have them ready in about 15 seconds. For now, we're going to leave. Because, you might hear on the way through, there we are, the final cat. All of our shopping stuff is now done, like, really late into this chapter. It's really, there's a lot of it. We're now going to go over to Part-Time Hero, because we're going to go get our first reward. You can see, right? Yeah, I forgot to do my party. That's why I'm confused. That's why I'm confused. Actually, I feel like my money is wrong. I feel like I've got more money than I should. Something's off. Anyway. Namba leaves for Eri, and then it actually leaves for Namba. It's very important they go in that order. I feel like I've got 10,000 more than I should at this point. If you're a newer runner, by the way, and you need odd stones, fight that guy. Fight that guy. He has a lot of odd stones. Anyway, now I have to concentrate, folks. I'm afraid I have a shopping list. It's been a long time since I've done this shopping, so I definitely don't remember it. So, I'm gonna have to do a couple of bits of shopping. 10 of you. 24 of you. 18 of you. 5 of you. 18 of you. These are usually the same as before. 23 of you. 15 of you to make sure we're on 20. Yep. 43 of you. That's enough. 51 of you. 45 of you. Cloudy first, 22 of you. 36, and make sure it's 41, which it is. 34, make sure it's 36, which it is. 27, make sure it's 28. If you didn't take that out of your box earlier, you won't actually have enough. You will be one off. Oh, whoops, that's 9. You know that's 9, my dude. Thick is 13 for 20, which that's fine. Blue height is 20. 8 of you, 2 of you for free. Kappa statue. Kappa statue. Thanks. Food shop. 38 daikon. It's 37. 11 tomatoes. 61 hot peppers, because we like our food spicy. 50 potatoes. 53 onions. This is all important, you'll see why soon. 72 garlic. 7 mushrooms. 13 carrots. Do not forget the cat that has now unlocked. After we get the first 10, a brand new cat arrives, and it's this guy. It's Robson. Hey, Robson. $18K? That's looking a little more like it. Maybe I just got confused with where I was checking my money. I usually have about 16K at this point, so... There, Robson. There's another million yen. And we leave. But that should be a good enough monetary value at this point. I'm fairly certain. It's back to Bar Survive. We go very back and forth at this bit. So, because we planted our seeds and they only had a 15-second timer, they will be ready as we get here. We need these fruit to make lunch boxes. Or is it the weapon? It's one of the two. We only need 5 of them. We'll always get, like, between 7 to 9, which is nice. Lunch boxes. One of you. I should remember 1 to 10. The ones that we're making 10 of are our healing items for the run. 2, 10, 1. It's been a while, so I want to make sure that I got this right. If I mess up my purchases here, it's the end of the run. Now, we need Itchy's weapon. So we're going back up here. But we also need an item for a sub-story in 2 chapters' time, which we can get at the same time, as well as getting a couple of buffs and debuffs. Or actually buffs. All buffs. All buffs all the time. In the blue vending machine. Sanitary minerals. In the red vending machine. 5 muscle soda and 5 Kiwami drink. Yes, the muscle soda strats are back. Muscle soda gives you 30% extra attack in this game. It's good. Kiwami gives you 30% extra EXP. This is Itchy's weapon that can be upgraded. And we go over to the blacksmith to finally do our big blacksmithing expedition. Oi, oi, oi. Speak to Smith. Improve the blacksmith. Practicing commentary. When do I do runs without doing commentary? Craft a weapon. Steel broom. Lightning bandages. Metal ruler. And with enough old stones, we'll take yellow wine. I have 1 extra. Good to know. Bandages by 1. Pouch by 3. Hello, work. We're almost done, I promise. We still haven't gotten into that fight spawn, by the way. So remember that. We need a fight spawn right now. I don't have my thing, which is a shame. Itchy. Foreman. But wait. Host. You'd be curious. By changing to Foreman very briefly, we get the access to the cross-class skill Demolish. That enables us to open up the secret shops in the game, which we're going to go to one of those right now. Oh, it's so hot. It's so hot. I don't want the fight spawn here, which is good. If I had a smoke bomb, I would, but I don't. Now I'm going to hand over all those bentos, or most of the bentos, so that we can get 8 of these quests done, specifically so that we get the tarot cards. We get money out of it as well. Cap a statue. Gonna break into this shop right here. I don't know how this lady has been in here the entire time. Now I need to make sure that I get the correct actual stuff. 7 gold safe keys. 10 smoke bombs. 2 gambler's ties. 2 fancy business cards. Which 1 goes over... Yes. Adachi. Optimized. Eri. Optimized. Namba. Optimized. And then Psycho gets her accessories. Ew. Bad menu. I should know that by now. Yeah, that's fine. You know what? That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Now I need that fight. It's very important I get that fight right now. Now, usually, the train station is good for fight spawns. Oh! A fight spawn. We need this fight to be able to get Gary Buster Holmes off cooldown. It's always going to be a bad position. It's such a bad position! Oh, no! This is bad. I shouldn't have taken the fight from that angle. That's my fault. I'm going to run from this guy, so I run into the station. The enemy stopped me. Thank you, Namba. That was not a good fight to take. Alright. I took that fight from completely the wrong angle. Should have done it from the outside, so I had more room to run. De-rust stuff. Alright. For this fight, Eri is going to get a Kiwami drink. Itchy is going to summon Gary Buster Holmes to take care of most of the ants. We're now going to wait until Eri's turn, because we want the next phase of the fight to start with Itchy. We're starting with Itchy. Robson. That's not Robson. Uh-oh. And then Psycho uses Spark. There you go. Not surprised I'm losing time. Again, this is a de-rust, so... Bit of a shame, because apart from that fight spawn at the end, I had decent luck in that chapter. Cool. Right, now just remember the hat. Remember the hat. The hat is new. Remember the hat. Definitely remember the hat. Okay, so this is the fight where we're going to be using Stack Slap, and I hope we only use it once. Let's find out. So, we are put back to Itchy's default class for this fight. We need to use the hand grenade on Yan. Hopefully it gets the other two enemies as well. One of them walked away, which is a shame. Now, you need to make sure it's Yan, because Yan takes 3 stack slaps no matter what. Whereas, obviously, having Yan on one hit, it'll only be the one. And the ants, if they survive or don't get hit by the grenade, they will always go down to 1 stack slap. So 2 stack slaps isn't ideal. Here's what it is. Single target healing is exceptionally rare in this speedrun. We're going to take some of it. We're definitely going to take some of it. Okay. No, I'm going to warn them later when I record a video of it. Ah, I forgot to put on Eri's move shortcuts. Whoops. No, I forgot something. Please don't run the other way. Good, thank you. If he runs the other way, it takes ages to get back to your turn. So, Chapter 6 is a massively RNG chapter for one reason and one reason alone. We have to escape from fights. And unfortunately, the Dragon Engine doesn't like us trying to do that in small enclosed spaces like the sewers. So, we thankfully have a secret... Hello, Psycho. We have a secret weapon on our side now. Eri. Eri, as you can see, doesn't require as much space as Itchy does to run away from fights. And Eri's agility usually means she goes first. Eri is very, very good at both damage and running away from fights. Now, there are going to be some fights where it's almost impossible to run away from a fight. She's on fire today. Okay, we're getting good Eri luck. This is nice. This is very, very nice. We don't usually get this good Eri luck. Punch. You'll see after this fight, GK. So, yeah, that was good old Dragon Engine stuff, because she had enough room. So, this is a warning. Lower your volume right now. This is not a joke. Do not listen to chat. Lower your volume right now if you have sensitive ears. Because we're in the sewers, RGG don't really expect you to be able to finish fights in one turn. I'm about to get this 10 decibels louder than you are. Turn your volume down now, because if every one-hit kills this fight, especially with a crit, it's about to get very, very... I forgot to put the thing on. It's not going to do it. That's really bad. Oh my god, how am I messing up this badly? I know, you know, I haven't done a run in a while, but You're not going to find out with this fight. Terrible. Terrible. You need to put Ares booze on shortcuts to stop that from happening. You really resist fire? My dude. Good for you. Good for you. Hey, Ari. One thing worries me massively there, actually. Adachi should have leveled there. Is Adachi behind on EXP? He didn't die. That's not good. That might be a problem. It's a problem for future fruit. That's a big problem for future fruit. This might get loud if Eri crits, by the way. Cover your ears. Great. that's what I was worried about, folks. That one's usually quieter. The only reason it's loud is because Eri crit. Either way, if I could see my actual Tiltify dashboard. Yosuke Tendo, thank you very much for the donation in aid of mermaids. We'll see you in a couple of hours, my dude. I did have the Adachi missing XP a while back thing, but that was because of the next chapter. Now, here's a cheeky little skip, if I can pull it off correctly. Run against this wall, go over here, and then go up the stairs. You can skip that fight entirely. Now, you have to start running against that back wall at the back of the room. So, the reason why is because the fight spawn notices you a little further back, and the way that you get into a fight in this game, the closer you are to a fight spawn, the quicker it gets into a fight with you. It's a little weird, but that's essentially what happens. Considering I don't know what the Nestle Crunch meme is, no. I don't know what it is. This is not the best angle to take this escape from. If she runs there... Okay, so what... Ah, it didn't work anyway, that sucks. We're smoke bombing. This is a bad escape. Yeah, we're getting out of here. We're absolutely getting out of here. Don't trust escaping from that fight anymore. What you saw me do there was you saw me actually target an enemy. By targeting an enemy to escape from a fight, that actually tells the video game, hey, I want to run away parallel away from this enemy. Unfortunately, Eri was too far into the room. Or not far enough into the room. I'm running out of water. Thankfully I have a second bottle. Today is hot. It sucks. Apologize if my commentary is starting to get a bit lackadaisical. I am very hot. Taking all the effort and fibre of my being just to not go and melt. And the beanie, you're damn right I am. Protects my ears from the crunch. They're very sensitive ears. Just protects my ears in general. I have very, very sensitive ears to sound. So it helps dampen them quite a bit, which is good. I made a job randomizer, not in terms of the actual, like, programming, but someone in the community did make a website where you can basically say, hey, use X job on X character. Which I really wanted to do, but I just ran out of time to do at one stage. I'm gonna get my hat now. Because I need this hat in the safe. That goes on Sayako. That goes on Sayako. But yeah, not an official, like, in-game job randomizer. And this hat, it's new. It has magic. We kind of need magic because we don't have all the strong weapons on Eri, obviously Adachi, that we would have had previously. Turn your volume down last time, by the way. Final crunch. Hopefully. After what happened earlier, I hope we get a crunch. Final time, folks. Yeah, I have a fan on, but it's very, very hot today. Make sure you aim for this guy. It's your only chance. Yeah, that usually happens. For some reason, this guy manages to avoid Thumbtack Scatter every so often. Don't know why. I can't explain why. We got 9 odd stones in total from this place. You only need 4 or 5. I only needed 4 because of the odd stone spare that I had. I got way more than enough than I need. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. It did. Interesting. Didn't think it would. Should have just smoke bombed, honestly. That's usually a fight I smoke bomb. But it worked. Somehow it worked. Shame. That sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. I'm stunned that works for going next to that enemy. Sometimes the enemy will actually interrupt you from escaping, as in, like, actually, like, attack you. That was very lucky that he wasn't focused on Ichi. If he was focused on Ichi, that would have stopped me from running from that fight. Bit of good luck. Always nice to have a little bit of good luck. Yeah, this will be a nice point in the run as well to speak with the couch and obviously get some donations in. I like this set piece, considering, you know, it's part of like the big dungeon, but in the actual story of this game, when the speedrun takes 10 minutes to run from all the fights, this is too long. There are set pieces that we will take literally all the fights in that are quicker than this one, like later on in the game. Like, they needed for the story, they needed to cut out, like, 2 floors or something like that. Like, it's just too long. It's a shame. But it's understandable why it's like this, because one, it's obviously the dungeon that you come back to first for training, but it's also to prepare you for the boss fight at the end of this dungeon. Sometimes Eri can't run from that one because of Dragon Engine shenanigans, so that's good to see. Also, if you walk into an object when you come out of a fight, you levitate slightly. This is cool. Yeah, didn't expect that. That's not gonna work. Oh, I'm stunned. Thought that was too far to the left. And final fight. Should aim for the guy at the right. If I fail 2, I'm going to smoke bomb. I have plenty of spare smoke bombs. You want to leave this dungeon ideally with 5, 4 at a bare minimum. Hey, now it's the new fangled fight in the sewer. Now that we don't have a Dachi with a very, very strong weapon. Well, the boss actually is. It's true. But this is actually a genuinely hard boss first time through sometimes. Like, if you haven't been doing, like, the side content, you are a little underprepared for this fight. So, here's what we do. Rolling kick. Very important we do this order. Sparkling cannon. Tag team Essence of Mayhem. Pigeon Raid. Obviously, this excavator is resistant to fire. I'll tell you who's not resistant to fire. Yan! So, we need a little bit more persuasion to get Eri to the next level. So we give her a Kwami drink. We do it on her turn because obviously she just has to self-target. Tag team Essence of Mayhem. And we've got the good turn order. The good turn order is Sayako into Namba. Reason being is that Sparkling Cannon, it doesn't matter if the enemy is on the ground or not, but it will keep the enemy standing on his feet, and Pyrobelch needs the enemy on their feet. Beautiful. PUBG gameplay makes life as possible. Yeah, that's what I really like about it. Like, I like that it's grounded, but also not grounded at the same time. One thing that I expected for LED 1 that never actually happened, that I actually would kind of like for LED 2, if that is the next game, the boss tattoos coming to life. Imagine fighting actual dragons, etc. Like, that would be genuinely super cool. Now, another blacksmith excursion. We need to get our weapons a little stronger. Thanks to the odd stones we got in the sewers, and thanks to now finally having the tarot cards, we can make Eri stronger and Itchy stronger. Our weapons, so tarot cards by 3. I'll take yellow wine by 1. Now, the only downside, as you can probably guess from the old route, is that we do not have Adachi's upgradable weapon. Fun fact, we can get it in the next chapter. This fight sometimes is very weird and doesn't let you run from it. Don't know why. Very weird. Thankfully it did. Now, obviously we don't have Nancy for this bit anymore. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the new strats, which involve a lot of thumbtack scatter. Also, keep an eye on the top left of the screen. Cap statue. With Eri going first, we thumbtack scatter this guy in the middle. Hits everyone. Itchy then gives him a tag team SMA to get rid of him. Namba, you can attack this guy. It's just going to be a bit quicker that way. Quicker than waiting for the entire Pyro Belch animation. And Psycho can Sparkling this guy, because this guy is weak to Sparkling. Or doesn't resist it. They pointed it out. You have 2 chances to get this cap statue, so if you do forget it, do not worry. You can get it again later on. But for now, we get this cap statue. We're going to head over to this shop and bust it open. And we're going to go and purchase some stuff, which I've going the wrong way. Hello, what am I doing? Something's gone wrong with my notes. Equip not to Itchy. Okay, I'm gonna have to menu for that. Actually, no, I'm not. Yes, good. So a bracelet for Psycho and a second one for later. The military insoles over the health ring, and I think that's everything. That should be everything. Don't start, skip this cutscene. That's correct. Yep, it's good. We're all good. Itchy uses Gary, takes care of the ads. Or he's supposed to. Thumbtack will do the rest. And Pyro Belch will finish this fight. Might be worth waiting for Psycho's turn because I think guarding till Sparkling should be a bit faster there. I think. Just not by much though. Like only by a tiny bit. Anyway. Here we go. Good night, Rosa. Have a good sleep. Thank you for stopping by. New route? As about 2 months ago. The Robson. The extra EXP. The early Pyro Belch. Which is very weird if you consider that Sayako actually has the agility shoes on right now. A little bit of terrible luck in that chapter, but we're all good. Alright, so. This is where the true changes in the Illusion route start. Had a couple before this, but now we have the big ones. We only have 1 summon in rotation. We need 2. Here's what we're going to do first. We're going to go to Hello Work, and we're going to change 2 characters to 2 different jobs. Starting with Eri. Dealer. Date for Adachi, the Enforcer. Gear, Itchy, give me those shoes. Thank you. No. Party, no. Namba has to come out now for Adachi. That's the end of Namba in the run. That's a bad menu. I got a bit confused there. The heat is getting to me. And this is where we need our second summon, so we're gonna bring in our good old Korean superstar, Illusion, who is in here. He is gonna go and disappear halfway across the map. Over at the bar district. So we're gonna go and get him. Into Bard Rodriguez. The Illusion fights are nice and simple at this point, even with 2 characters on job level 1. Tag Team Masters of Mayhem, into a normal attack from Eri. Good. Gets job rank 3 for both Eri and Adachi. That's the start of obviously getting them to where we need them to be. Give him his actual name, Illusion. Now we can skip. And then we give him the mineral water. As soon as we go there we go. Now, we've got a little bit of a run to go here. There's no real, as you can see, taxis nearby. There is one in, obviously, the Korean part of town, but if we go to that one, we will walk into the story cutscene, and we won't get the extra EXP or the item. Now, we don't need the item just yet, but we do need the summon. No fight spawn is nice. It's very rare you don't get a summon here. Oh, there's an enemy spawn, even. Even easier fight than the last one. Exactly. That is the end of Illusion's sub-story. So, we're gonna get given a gift. A bullet. And we're going to get Illusion as a summon. Now, you might be wondering, okay, why did Illusion give us a bullet, and what is that bullet used for? That bullet is actually used as a job EXP item for a character that hasn't joined us yet, and their default job that we don't change them away from in the run. This is your one and only break point. Good luck. You got about 20-30 seconds.
俺ら少し前にコミジュルの人たちと揉めたことがあるんだけど、スナックの人たちに頼まれて、ほら、東電の件で。
もう済んだ話でしょ？
え、そう？いや、それならいいんだけどさ。
そんなに怖がらないで。
Yeah, this new, you've seen as well through this entire run so far, it's been like 2 hours of real time. We haven't had any movement problems like we have over the last few days in K2, 6, etc. Or any of them, actually. So it was 100%. It is the controller dying. Shame. New controller good though. Bit stiff. So I'm gonna have to, you know, give it a little bit of a more proper tuning before GDQ. So, this is where things change, because we now have Illusion instead of Nancy. So, here's what we do. We start with Gary. We need a little extra damage. Thankfully, Psycho got a high agility roll, because sometimes she doesn't. And that will do enough damage for Psycho to finish this fight. So what do I get? Another Dual Shock. Another Dual Shock. I said I like the Dual Shock, and I'm most used to the Dual Shock with this run. So I didn't want to start using my Dual Sense pre-GDQ, which I'm used to after the PS5 runs. Illusion. I'd much rather... Ah, Psycho got a low agility roll. Nice crit. Unnecessary. But nice crit. Like, I'm used to the DualSense since doing the PS5 runs, but again, I don't like the feel of the DualSense. It really cramps my hand really badly, so I'd rather go with a controller that, you know, I'm more comfortable with for the run in terms of actual button pressing and also, of course, you know, having used for longer. And this is why we need to save our smoke bombs, by the way. All fights in here can be ran away from, but you don't have the room to do it for most of them. But yeah, one of these runs this week I will be making safety saves with. I probably should have done it with this run, to be honest, considering it's a derust. I need to do a couple of full no reset runs this week anyway, so the more no reset we do, the more weird RNG we see. That box there is a first aid kit. I'm picking that up during GDQ for sure. Usually I don't have to like do more than 2 revives at most, but it's a marathon. And marathons are there to surprise you with things that don't usually happen. I used the DualSense. DualSense is too big for my hands. Which is a shame. I like the controller, and I like what they do with the controller. It's just too big for my hands. Like, it's like everyone has a preference about Everyone has a preference about controllers. There's a lot of people who quite like, obviously, the Xbox controllers, but I've been playing Yakuza games since the PS2, I've tried running with Xbox controllers and I just can't. My hands cannot figure it out. Even though, during like the last 10 years for PC stuff, before Steam had backwards compatibility for DualShock stuff natively, I'd always use a 360 controller. Because the 360 controller is also another controller that fits very nicely on my hands. So, it's just a matter of preference. There is literally no reason to bully anyone for their preferences. If you are, you are scum. Let people play the games that they want to play them. It's the same as obviously playing the Yakuza games. Don't tell people how to play. Let them play the games the way they want to play. If people want to do sub-stories for, 20 hours, let them do so. Sub-stories in most of these games are great. There's a few good ones in Free, but Free is definitely a case of quantity over quality. If you consider that Free has almost 110 sub-stories. The Yakuza ones are really good. The Yakuza ones are really good. Not the first I want to start this fight. Alright, so we have to wait for Jungi-Han to stand up. Did I seriously not? Oh my goodness. Guess who forgot to do the move shortcuts again? Which, oh, nice crits. Note to self, Adachi doesn't have his move shortcuts. Thank you. Still remember single sub-story in Yakuza 3. I remember the Yakuza ones. Those are good. Those are very good. I like those ones. There's a couple of other ones. There's the Peace Finance Hirata one, which, yeah, obviously we see that during the speedrun, but that's a good one as well. And it's a nice follow-up to, obviously, the things that happen in, obviously, OG1. Oh, you. Unfortunate. Is that next to the wall? Can't tell. Ah, we fine. I really needed it actually to not be asleep so that, I hopefully don't die to this fight. Because Adachi's supposed to finish off this fight, but Adachi's asleep. Oh, that's unfortunate. Not dead. I'm actually a little surprised about that. Actually, very surprised about that. Well, she was going to die to Fatal Rush. Fatal Rush can actually crit. It's really bad. Gary? Kind of forgot who I was using for a second there. My non-shortcutted Dart Airstrike. It's going to cost me a lot of time. And a quick little kick with Psycho. Never seen Dachi get that high of an agility roll in that fight. Boy, I miss my move shortcuts. Boy, I miss my move shortcuts so much. No, we just don't have enough accessories. Adachi has shoes, Psycho doesn't. It literally doesn't matter. Because the enemies shouldn't be getting turns in any of this. The only person whose shoes matter on at this point is Itchy. Yo, chat, 420. Shame that sometimes does kill, but it depends on who the darts hit first. And obviously the damage roll of Eri, which wasn't great that time. It's a shame. But we don't have anywhere near enough accessories to fully equip anybody yet. That won't happen for another good few chapters. Before you leave, stairs, left, cap statue. Before you go, make sure you don't be stupid anymore and put on the actual, shortcuts that you need for your characters for the speedrun. Thank you. Alright, back to the blacksmith, because we have a new weapon to upgrade. Obviously, in the old route at this point, we had Adachi's weapon, and it was fully upgraded. We need to upgrade it again here, obviously, because you'll definitely see in the next chapter what I mean about having stronger weapons compared to weaker weapons. The next chapter is where it is very apparent. Very, very apparent. Keep an eye on the minimap. Make sure there's no fight spawns. Good. I had very good luck here today, actually. No fight spawns either time. The third time there will be. That's how this works. Now, unfortunately, we have to walk through Chinatown, and as I said earlier, Chinatown has some very, very nasty spawn rates. Now, hopefully, we will either not get a fight spawn, or get one of the side fight spawns. If we get a side fight spawn, that will not be close enough. That one's bad. That one's got to go, so we're going to try and despawn it with a vending machine, and hopefully we don't get a late fight spawn ahead of us. I'm stuck on the pole, so there's a high chance there will be. We got lucky. We got very, very, very lucky because of that. The longer you are, so basically fight spawns, they can spawn, if you're unlucky because of the dragon engine, they can spawn very, very close to you, but usually a fight spawn will spawn quite far away from you. It's not always guaranteed, but usually in Chinatown they'll spawn, because of how narrow the roads are, they'll spawn all the way down the end. So the longer you are, the further back, the higher chance is to spawn in the place you're going.
Yeah.
This is the shortest chapter in the game. It's very, very fast. That was my stomach. I hope that wasn't on the microphone. This is also where the run starts getting scary. From Jungi Han onwards, every single boss fight can literally give you a game over. Now, this guy sucks, because he's going to aim for Itchy, and if he hits Itchy, I'm going to have to take the time to heal. There is a guard method for the next fight where you don't heal Itchy, but I don't like it. And that's actually the thing that I came up with. I don't like it at all. It's a little risky. Now, unfortunately, Sayako somehow found her agility. Somehow. Chat, it's been about a month since I've asked you to do this. I need you to do me a hot, solid favor, once I've healed. Please type into the chat, Cat Jam. Thank you very much. The shoes on Itchy are important for this fight to make him go first, so that we can do this and go straight into phase 2. Now, we are hoping that Sayako and Eri go ahead of Adachi, especially Eri. If Eri goes first, I get to have some fun. Beautiful. I get to do this. At this point, we don't need to attack in this fight at all with Sayako because Eri got to go early. We're going to give a Muscle Soda over to Adachi. Watch this damage and how much extra damage we now do. You're going to like it. That is almost 1.5k damage. Get your perfect guards off to help you in this fight. It doesn't matter if your party members die in this fight, as long as Itchy doesn't die. If Itchy dies, it's a game over. You need to get into that HP value here to get him through into his second phase. We only need one more attack from Adachi, which is this one. Adachi can now die. That is fine. Comes the, Dragon Breaker. And this is why you heal Itchy. In case you don't get your perfect guard off. Good fight. Kinda. So basically, we're now a couple of levels below where we should be in the run, like 3 or 4 levels, and that discrepancy is only going to get larger as the game continues. At one point, we're going to be about 20 levels behind. So yeah. Now, something that people don't like me saying, I always say it about here, because this is a good boss rush chapter. You can do this game at the lowest possible EXP value that you can be at. Yes, that is a level 32 for that chapter 12 fight. I've done it. It does require, obviously, a little bit of game knowledge, kind of like a Shin Megami Tensei game. It requires knowing, obviously, weaknesses and stuff like that, but it also requires 3 dirty little speedrun secrets that you will be seeing real soon. None of them are glitches. You can do these yourself. These are all gameplay stuff. Young Master, I'll see you soon. Thank you for donating in aid of mermaids. I appreciate it. Don't ever expect Eri to go first here. It always makes me a little confused. It has to be Gary now. It used to not be Gary, but because of... So here's the thing. Illusion, we used to have Nancy. Nancy is a 2-turn cooldown. Illusion is way more. Illusion is a 4. So we have to now change our summons up in regards to that. 2 enemies alive, that airstrike quicker. Now we're hoping for a weird bit of RNG here. we're hoping that we don't get a fight spawn. If we don't get a fight spawn here, which we did, we can walk straight down that road and save like 10 seconds. Here's what it is. It's just a movement thing. Hello. Also, because it shouldn't happen, I will be donating $50 to charity every time I'm hit by a car at GDQ. Make that very clear early on in the run when I mention you can get hit by cars in the game. It shouldn't happen, but it might happen, wink. Alright, hopefully, and this is another reason Ichi has to choose, Ichi goes first. It makes this fight way faster. Beautiful. We're gonna use Illusion. Take care of every enemy, bar Kume, who is weak to every attack in the game. Now, hopefully, he silences Ichi and not Adachi. That's fine. That's good. That's actually the best thing that you could see because it's really fast. Good fight. Okay. Every attack. Alright, it's a 1.1k non-muscle soded paralysis prongs. Very strong. Now, it's time for our new rule of the speedrun to take effect, and this rule sucks. It's for the fight after this one. If there is a ragey fight, it can kill your run. Every single one of them. So because we use Gary into Illusion, Gary's now off cooldown. That's why we do Gary, Illusion, Gary, instead of the old days, which was Nancy, Gary for the stun, into, obviously, Nancy again. Nice hit. Good fight. In this fight, Ichi and Adachi should level as long as they haven't died, or they actually haven't died recently. Beautiful. So that gets their MP back. That's why you don't want the ads to actually target Sayaka or Eri, but it should be fine. This is the easiest of the ragey fights. So. For our Wrecking Ball, we're going to do a special set of moves. We're going to start with Tag Team Essence of Mayhem. Obviously, Dart Airstrike. If we see a crit outside of Eri or Ichi, we can go and do the fast strat for this fight. But because of potentially not getting the damage that we need, which we should do with this new weapon now, we're going to do one move as a just-in case. We're going to use Shield Bash, which is the upgraded version of Shield Blast. This is going to cause, potentially, Reiji to get aggro. Now, if you don't do enough damage and kick Reiji out, with the Crane enraged against Adachi, it will only do single target rather than multi-target. Now, fun fact, Reiji will not lose his stun for 2 turns here, no matter what you do. Look at the top right of the screen. It is refreshing itself after every single attack. Downside, we can't beat Reiji outside of the Crane, as you will see with this next attack. So, hopefully my game doesn't bug out again. Usually, at this point, the game is going to put it back to the start of the fight. My turn. Sometimes Reiji gets a cheeky turn. Not this time, baby. Good fight. Beautiful fight. That's the easiest Reiji fight. Now time for you to say the second hardest Reiji fight, because we are getting into another fight right after. Now this one is, I'm making safe to say for this one before we're at GDQ, that's for damn sure. This is a nasty fight. We're gonna require a bit of luck in both our turn order and who Reiji targets. So, this fight is gonna be a tag fight with Namba and Reiji. Namba's not the problem. Reiji is. Hopefully, Ichi starts this fight, because that usually means that Reiji won't use counter. Bad. So, we're going to Muscle Soda over to Adachi. Good targeting system. First time I said those words. We're going to use Robson. Oh, Reiji's got an early agility. This is bad either way. That's bad. Yep, that's what you don't want to see. That's what you don't want to see. Ooh, unfortunate. That's... It's because of the
邪魔するんじゃない。ここで仮装にしてるわ。
So the weird thing, there we go, is the fact that Itchy just died. Because Itchy shouldn't die from a single gunshot. I wonder if it's because I missed the perfect guard. It might be because I missed the perfect guard. This is what Rage can do. Counter. Which only does that much damage, but more importantly, resets Rage's turn order. He will never counter... For some reason, he'll never counter Adachi. Don't know why. This is going to hit Namba and probably get him out of his charm. It's unfortunate. Nice crit. Shame if it crit Namba, he would have died. For some reason, Dart Airstrike for that one will always prioritize Namba twice. Usually, Dart Airstrike prioritization will go for the person on the left first. Even if you move the camera around in that fight, it will still prioritize Namba over Reiji. There's a couple of fights that are like that, unfortunately. It would be really helpful if it actually prioritized Reiji, because it would guarantee Reiji dies. Oh, Loki and Reiji. Great. Thank you for the donations in aid of mermaids. You're probably leaving comments, which unfortunately I can't see because I can't see the charity stuff at the moment, unfortunately. I need a third monitor. Would you believe 2 monitors isn't enough? How greedy of a streamer do you have to be to have more than 2 monitors? Now, actually, having more than 2 monitors is a very, very, actually important thing for a lot of streamers. I can see everything of my stream here, but I just can't see... I just can't see the charity stuff as well, which is a shame. And I don't have any time to look over at the moment, which is a shame. What is this lineup? What is going on here? If you get lucky with the enemy positioning, you can actually end the fight with Adachi's turn. Not happening here. I should take out these 2, which will at least get rid of 1 more enemy's turn. So we'll save, yeah, at least 1 turn order here. Which is unfortunate. But yeah, if I had a third monitor, I could keep an eye on the charity stuff a bit better. I can actually have a look right now, because I'm not going to be looking at my splits for the rest of this run.
Yep.
Oh, goodbye, Songhee. I forgot I have to skip the cutscene. So, this is where the bullet of memory comes into play. What we're going to do with Jungi Han is put on Head Trauma and Rapid Shot. We're going to optimize Jungi Han. We're going to put on one of the superpower rings that we haven't equipped, and the Bullet of Memory. The Bullet of Memory... I don't want to go to the camera. The Bullet of Memory is... I can't remove Itchy. There we go. The Bullet of Memory is Jungi Han's job item. It gets him more job EXP. So, there is an essence. An essence that we shouldn't be able to learn until Chapter 14, that we're now going to learn in Chapter 12. If you're wondering, this is Head Trauma, a 6 MP skill. That damage is a lot for 6 MP. Now, we specifically target the person we went for so that he doesn't counter Itchy's summon. Nice damage. Let me move it so I might be able to do the charity stuff. Yeah, I can. There we go. Now, Zhang has one big weakness. Guns. Guess what's classified as a gun attack? Now you can understand how much damage Eri is going to be doing in this run. That is a single dart. A reminder that the less targets there are, the more targets will get hit by dart. If he's next to a wall, I have to wait. Wait for the 3rd tick and then do it. You thought paralysis bombs. Most people think that paralysis bombs is the broken skill in this game. It's Dart Airstrike. And the reason why Eri is dealer over Sayako is that Eri's physical stat for attacks is better than Sayako's. Sayako is more magical orientated, and Eri is more physical. Hey, surprise! Those smoke bombs are coming into play again. That's because we can escape from every fight in this set piece. But we don't... Itchy. We don't have the room to be able to run from these fights. There you go. Money for tea, you gonna mess up anything? Not the first time. Not the first time. If it happens again, yes. This is why I am making safety saves for GDQ. And the last one we can run from. If you're a new runner, and what I'm going to do at GDQ, in that courtyard is a premium first aid kit. Very, very useful. As you've probably already seen, deaths can happen very quickly in this run. Kang for the first one. It is. So, headroll Kang. Sometimes the targeting will not aim for him, be careful. And then Robson. End of this fight. Even though Gary has the bonus, Robson is better. He does more damage. Robson we are going to be using until the final boss. Robson does that much damage, and you can get him as early as chapter 5. Like, Robson does an absolute amazing amount of damage. Absolutely amazing how much he does. And this should be Gary, I believe, for the stun? Yes. Once again, head trauma with the guy in front. Yeah, the music here is fantastic. Gary to stun the enemy. Ooh, bonus, 100%. Very good. Dart airstrike take care of 2 of them, leaving just Yang. Not the same Yang from the business minigame, although maybe. And then we take him out with a dash. Now, we are going to have to get Eri's MP back real quick here, but thankfully, there's a place you can heal here. As we go through the door to stave on animations, not skills, more on. The other fancy business card on Itchy, I can't believe I actually remembered. And then Eri gets a good old optimization, because Eri is going to need to tank. Which is a problem considering she's our weakest party member. So, this is a 2-phase fight, and depending on how the first phase goes, depending on how the second phase goes. We want, in this first phase, Itchy and Adachi to get hit. We do not want Jungi Han, and we do not want Eri to get hit. Jungi Han and Eri are going to have to take hits here. That's why we don't mind Itchy getting hit here a couple times. Good. Hopefully he now doesn't use his paralysis claw, because that would be potentially bad as well. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Good fight. So, the second phase of the fight. You saw it, and you probably know what's going to happen next. The tiger fight. You'd probably think that this tiger fight is quite hard, and it can be under the wrong circumstances, but actually, there's a gimmick to this fight. The tiger will always attack the last person who attacks it. Unfortunately, Eri goes first, which means her damage is going to be off for this fight. It's weak to gun attacks, which is why we buff Eri. But here's the thing, we really buff Eri. Okay, never mind, Jungi Han's going to take a hit. That's not bad, actually, that's good. Transfer Shield is an enforcer-only ability that allows the person who it's used on to get massive amounts of defense, which unfortunately is not Jungi Han. Nice dodge. But it is Eri, for Eri to take a couple of hits. Now, the Tiger has a big problem. It can cast 2 debuffs. 1, Bleed. 2, Fear. This is why we bought the mental supplements earlier. And I'm gonna tag it with the dash because I need a bit more damage. So that this fight ends, because Eri is not... I'm not surprised. Eri is not actually doing enough damage right now. Jungi Han won't be able to kill. So the problem with using Transfer Shield is that obviously it's going to leave the user 2 times in a row. It's going to leave the user with 30% less defense. Shame about Adachi, but well, these things happen. The lack of Adachi EXP here isn't the end of the world. It's not ideal, but we will easily get his EXP back in about 2 chapters' time. Now, there's something very important that we need. Shoes! There's some sandals. And there's some boots. Shoes are very important now. So we're gonna head up here. If somebody is at full HP MP, make sure you use the heal that's there. Grab those 2 items. Grab the tactical vest. Give it to Eri. Now, if you've done everything correctly up until this point, Adachi will be in the dang 3rd slot of the party, and chat will be cat jamming. This is surprisingly bad targeting system. It is surprisingly a DPS race. We need to get Mabachi to lose the majority of his HP for a specific point. Shame those 2 didn't get stunned. They're now going to get turns. Usually Gary, even without the crit, actually manages to, you know, get a good stun or 2 in. So, we're going to be focusing on Mabachi. He is now going to do his counter. Shame I missed the damage. Well, he had his counter. We now need him to lose enough damage before his next turn, which losing that damage buff, or losing that damage hit, is going to be kind of bad. Head trauma requires the enemy to be standing before you can actually hit with it. We should be okay. We're good. You need Crimson Aura at this point, otherwise you are potentially sitting through his counter for 2 turns again. That's the DPS rush part of the fight. Thankfully, he's not near any walls anymore, so we can just start airstrike immediately. Again, he needs to be on his feet to be able to use head trauma. Now, here's the downside about Joongi Han. He will kick furniture out of the way, which can sometimes knock the enemy on the floor, and head trauma won't work. Oh no, Infernal Dragon. Oh well. And the reason why you want Adachi in the 3rd slot is this is Namba's final swan song, and unfortunately it's a rage attack. We have to hope that Namba gets a very high agility roll, but we're also going to start this fight in a different way. We're going to start by head trauma-ing Reiji, and then you'd think with Eri that we used our airstrike. Incorrect. This guy's got to die. Anybody that has a crossbow can go invisible on their turn. You'd also think we use a summon. Oh, Namba, you are beautiful. Reason why we're not using a summon is because Namba can do this. Please don't counter. Please don't fear. I don't like you. I now have to take a turn away from Ichi to replace Namba in the party. Which is a shame because Ichi needs to do 2 other things in this fight before it ends. And potentially heal if he gets hit real bad. Tag out Namba for Adachi. That's the end of Namba in this fight. E. Nice. The things I need to do are give Joongi Han his EXP drink and also use a specific summon to make sure this fight ends a bit quicker and that Reiji potentially doesn't kill Ichi. We use Gondara. We need to give an EXP drink to Joongi Han before the end of this fight so that Joongi Han can get his essence a little earlier in Chapter 12 than he usually would. Which we should be. Actually, Star Airstrike might kill. This is not good, actually. We're gonna risk it. Never risk it, Eri's too good. Never risk it, Eri's too good. Eri's too good. Okay, so the downside to that is that I'm now not going to get Joongi Han's essence for an extra 3 fights? I think it's 2. So I'm gonna have to take 2 fights in Chapter 12 a little bit slower than I should have to. Don't trust Eri, she's too good. Usually, obviously, Ichi goes ahead of Eri because of the agility roll at that point, but not today. Now, as we're finishing this chapter up, there's a little bit of spring cleaning to be done. We're still missing 2 Kappa statues. Hold that thought. We're missing 1. The reason why I got the 10th photos achievement here is because somebody missed a photo of the Kappa statue earlier. I'm not going to name names. It was me. That's what you mean. It's about our last cap statue. Oh, look. There it is. That's why we do that one last, is because we spawn at the top of Bar Survive, right here. Right next to that Kappa statue. So, I love that we use this taxi spot a lot. It's really, this is one of the easiest taxis to remember in the game, because it's up by 3, up by 3. That is the menu for that taxi. It is fantastic. We are here to see the Hobo King. Hooray. And now we're going to run through Chinatown. You already know the drill in regards to that. The Vagabond, or is that too risky? I know one place. Whoa, I went the wrong way. I know one place I could give it to him, but it's not ideal. The Vagabond might make Jungi Han go a little early, which is actually not too bad. Okay, so if I messed up on this, I can either do the save low trick, which is this. There we go. Or, I do have 2 spare smoke bombs. Don't forget that. That's why we have our spare smoke bombs, is for situations like that. Situations like the entirety of Chinatown. The fight spawns here are genuinely horrific. Chapter 11. The calm before the end game. But also where we're going to finish up a couple of little things before we carry on with the game. We're going to start on 2 of our 3 speedrunners' little secrets. This is our final party member, Zhao. You'll never see him again. He's here for one reason and one reason alone. To give Adachi his shoes. Because his shoes are actually really good. Like actually, they're genuinely actually really good. Like, they're much better than any of the shoes we currently have on anybody else. So you might be wondering, why then am I putting them on Adachi, the slowest party member? Is that to catch up Adachi with the rest of our party? No. Because he's never going to catch up with the rest of our party. The reason why we give them to Adachi is so that he catches up with the enemy. Now, he is going to be slightly faster than most of the mobs in the next couple of chapters. This is part 1 of our speedrun secrets. This SOS quest we are doing quite late. It is very weak, and by very weak, I mean Dart Airstrike week. You went ahead of Jungi Han? That's rare. That's rare. Alright, sure. I'm not complaining. So, there's a reason why we're doing the SOS quests. We want to do a specific SOS quest, the 3rd one in a chain of quests. So we obviously have to do the previous 2 beforehand, and that's the first. So, this was the taxi we got back during the little bit before the business minigame. That's why it's important. All the taxis that we got in the run are very important for different parts. I kind of like the fact that, you know, we have to go and find the taxis, but I also like the fact that with Lost Judgment, you start with all of them. Very, very much more useful. Thank you. I can understand why, because, you know, Ichi's just woken up in the town, he's confused, he hasn't been here before, etc., but I kind of like the fact you have all of them in Lost Judgment, you know? It's a quality of life thing that's kind of nice. By the way, we've got a new video over on TikTok. The bot just posted it in channel. Feel free to take a look if you want. Speaking of Lost Judgment, it's literally me, perfecting and no damaging the paid DLC super boss for Lost Judgment in less than 1 minute with no EX moves used or EX mode used at all. Time for speedrun secret number 2. This one is absolutely vital and is something, if you are struggling with chapter 12, this is something you're going to want to pick up yourself. I use the taxi here to stop any potential fight spawn, because usually there is a fight spawn, unfortunately, here. We are going to do one final sub-story. This sub-story gives us a very specific award. Or reward. Award? Reward. It gives us a pound mate that is one of the most overpowered pound mates in the video game, despite the fact that it doesn't do any damage in the slightest. This is what everybody knows as Mr. Masochist. This lad here is Mr. Masochist. He can't feel any pain. There was a dominatrix being bullied because she can't give her suitors any pleasure or pain. I'm not into BDSM. I don't know what that is. I don't know how this works. So, we are going to go and find out whether Mr. Masochist can feel any pain. You can probably tell where this story is going. Once you get that, don't skip this. It's only one text box and it gives you a long load. So, this is what you do to Mr. Masochist. Attack once, attack twice. Note, Mr. Masochist does not take damage. What you have to do is trick the game into thinking that you've tried. Therefore, you attack Mr. Masochist twice, and then we wait for 3 turns for Mr. Masochist. Batch Koi. One more turn. He is getting very slow at going back to my turn here. That's not good. So, physical pain does not work. We're going to try some mental pain instead. Let's go get his mother. Definitely a fate I would not wish on anyone. I'm going to say that joke during GDQ, despite the fact that I know my mother is going to be watching this speedrun. But whilst we're here, we're going to give in the reward for the Kappa statues. 2 million yen. I'm down 300,000 yen. So now I know. That puts me below Saijima threshold. Okay. That's unfortunate. I'm going to have to do a fight a little bit slower in chapter 12. I'm going to have to. Shame. Thankfully, we're a lot higher level than this fight. So you can probably guess, the dominatrix came along, she was getting harassed, Mr. Masochist jumped in the way, she gave him pain, he now feels pleasure? How the hell does this work? We get him as a pound mate. That's what's important. Remember Transfer Shield from the previous chapter that gave Eri a massive boost to her defense? That's what Mr. Masochist does. To all members of our party, and if you get the RNG crit, it literally gives you almost double defense. It literally means that in a couple of boss fights in the later chapters, I don't have to worry about an extra healing phase. That's how good it is. That's how amazing it is if you get the crit. Best fight theme in the game, don't at me. Head trauma this guy. That strike. Rocket, fix it, rocket. Gary for this fight. I was hoping everybody would be stunned, but one person isn't. It's fine. We need to have a single target against this guy. Now, here's the thing. This is the first fight in a long time where we actually have to make a note of our MP. We're going to run out of magic or mind points in this game if we don't do the right things at the right time. So, if there's anything in the fight as well that changes kind of like what's supposed to happen, then we're going to be down on MP on Eri and Adaption. So we're on a very tight order of what we want to do. This is the second fight, and it's a 2-phase fight. We're going to start by trying to work with the targeting system and hit Omura. We're then going to use Dart Airstrike, and I'm not going to forget to use Robson. Don't worry about that guy. I was hoping he would be dead, but unfortunately the damage was not kind to me. He'll go down with Dart Airstrike. I gave actually him time to stand up, so I'm not too upset about that. Hopefully Dart Airstrike hits the guy on the left twice, so I don't have to worry too much about... Actually, it actually leveled in that fight. Oh, because he died. Right. It's gonna make this interesting. I might not have to heal. So, Matoba. If you are a boss in this video game, your name begins with M, ends in A, and it's 6 letters long, you have a resistance to gun attacks. We do that to get rid of the ants. Gondara to lower his defense. And now hopefully we can take him out without needing to heal on Eri. Because here's the thing, if darts don't work against him, what we're going to do instead is we're going to punch him. Nah, that's way too much. I need to heal with Ichi, which is actually okay, because Ichi is going to go ahead of Jungi Han. And as you know, we need the enemy to be on their feet for, obviously, head trauma to work. I just forgot what the name was called for a second there. That way, he'll be on his feet for Jungi Han's turn. Because unfortunately, Jungi Han is going to be after Ichi in the agility order. So as long as you remember to just use Jackpot Chip instead of using, obviously, Dart Airstrike, everything is fine. I'm hoping it goes before Jungi Han. It should do. Beautiful. Are we going to see it? Nope. So, fun fact that you may or may not know about with this video game. Fear? That's unfortunate. Fight's still pretty much over. Oh, it's over. Here's the thing with this video game. Your essences can miss. Double fun fact, so can your summons. So can your summons. It's time for the end game. This is where the run really starts to get hard. This is where the difficulty is going to ramp up exponentially. And we are multiple levels lower than we should be. Eri needs to start getting some EXP. I think I will try the Kiwami drink on Jungi Han to try and get him back to normal. So, here's what we're going to do. We need 3 million yen to get Sotenbori. We currently have 2.2. It should be 2.5, but unfortunately I died. We can get that money. We have it already, but it's in assets. But not skip this. You don't skip the first part. So, this is our, remember our second speedrun secret? This is the one. This guy will not go down to a single dart airstrike. He needs a bit of persuasion. That's the persuasion. Jungi Han is the persuasion. So, we can sell a couple of items that we've gotten from boss fights to be able to get the rest of the money that we need. We're going to get the second-hand shop unlocked so that we can actually do that.
Easy. Nah.
Tech skip through this. If you start skip, you will get a long load. This feels slow. It's actually not. It's actually quicker. Now, unfortunately, we're a lot higher of a level than this poor gentleman here. I didn't mean to jackpot chip. I thought it was going to be Jungi Han. Ouch. Ouch. Hey, remember the talk earlier about which dub is faster? The text box before you get the flame amulet there doesn't exist in the English dub, making it 10 seconds slower. And that's the big reason why we, when going obviously for PBs and stuff, do the game in Japanese rather than English. If you do the run in English, you're only losing about like 15 seconds. So you can do it if you want to, but obviously speedrun wise, I have lost runs at 0.1 seconds before, and I'm not even kidding. Now, you might recognize this guy. He is an invested vagabond. What we're going to do is going to put a Kiwami drink onto Adachi first. So I messed this up. As you can see, he is very similar to Dragon Quest's Metal Slimes. What that means is they take hits rather than damage. By using Ichi and Jungi Han, we can do enough hits to end this fight. Usually at this point, I would... No targeting system! Damn, she's going to be jacked. Damn, she's going to be jacked. Look at the right-hand side of the screen after this fight for the reasons why I'm upset. Everybody gets a base 500,000 EXP. Those of us that had, or Adachi who had the Kiwami drink on gets 600k. Those of us that had our job cards on get almost 1 million. But Eri actually getting 1 million this time around because I accidentally gave her the Kiwami drink instead of Jungi Han to catch him up. This is very bad for the run. Because Eri has just gotten a bunch of agility. And that is not a good thing. We've got one big problem. Apart from me doing the wrong menu. Eri's too good. Sounds weird. Eri is actually too good. We need to intentionally nerf Eri. Specifically, her agility. We've got problems.
Oh my god.
We've got big problems. Project Katana, thank you for the raid. You are joining as we have big problems. I've just made a big grave mistake, and that's going to be problematic. But hello everyone, current Project Katanas. I'm fairly certain you've also been doing your, obviously, Sega Pride X Mermaids fundraising. Thank you so very, very much. I appreciate it. Hopefully you had a good stream tonight. So, for those of you who don't know, this is Yakuza Like a Dragon, the latest mainline Yakuza game. If you don't want story spoilers, this is where they start occurring. Now, unfortunately, I just gave a lot of experience to the wrong character. So we've got a little bit of a problem in that they may go a little faster than they should do, which is not good for me because I actually need them to go a bit slower. I went to the wrong taxi spot after I highlighted the right one. I'm just going to have to change my order again. It's fine. So we're going to be going around Sotenbori and finally making use of those gold safeties. A couple of things are going to be quite obvious, but stuff like the gallant binding is going to need a little bit of explanation. The gallant binding is an accessory that gives 100 HP to the person who equips it. Now, I'm not going to put that outright, but those of you who know, it goes on the person who gets blade killed. Should be obvious. So, need me a beautiful pair of shoes right here. Look at those shoes. Happy Pride Month, everybody. We're going to head over to Bunzaemon Outdoor Mall, where I'm going to show you the third and final speedrun secret of Yakuza LAD's endgame. Now remember, this is not a glitch. These are everything that you've seen is stuff that you can do yourself. This is the final secret. It might surprise you. Go to episode. Buy yourself 2 rocket launchers. Trust me. Now do a big menu. For Ichi, we're going to put on his new Essence of Rose Typhoon. For Eri, we're going to replace Jackpot Chip with Lucky Punch. For Adachi, we're going to change Shield Blast for Shield Bash. For Jungi Han, we are going to put on Divine Shot. Gear, Ichi, Optimize. Eri, we're going to give her Namba's Shoes. Reason being is that lowers her agility by 41. I mentioned this before. Eri is the best character in this game. She's too good. We need to nerf her agility on purpose, which unfortunately is a bad thing because I've just given her a bunch of agility by accidentally leveling her like 4 more times than she should. This is gonna get a little tricky. I'm gonna have to hope that Ichi has a very high agility roll. So, even though we just spent 3 million to get to Sotenbori, I need 3 million yen. Welcome to the battle arena. We aren't going to do the entirety of the battle arena, but we are going to do the first few floors. And if you're wondering why I told you to buy rocket launchers, this is why. Rocket launchers do almost 2,000 damage to everybody it hits. And this includes bosses as well. Did I get the first floor? I don't remember. No, I don't. I forgot. It's 5, 6, and 10? 5, 6, and 10. 5, 6, and 10. Hello, Hacky. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, 5, 6, 10. So, once again, It's not good because the other guy's too far away. Yeah, that was a terrible rocket launcher. Worst one I've ever done. Now, thankfully, Eri is going third in the turn order. And you might be wondering, okay, why is that a good thing? By Eri going third in the turn order, there are less enemies to hit with Dart Airstrike. Please kill him. Paralysis also works. Please don't take a turn. Ow. That can crit, by the way. Good. Because that guy takes a lot to go down, which is why I wanted to hit him with a rocket launcher as well. This is going to mess Itchy's MP up as well, which sucks. I'm going to wait for Adachi because I know Adachi finishes this fight. Dart Airstrike should not. Okay. Beginning on floor 3, we're going to start using a specific acronym. DRD. This isn't the true DRD, but this is the start of DRD. So, the D stands for darts. No, divine first. Eri went, that's why I said darts. Eri. That's bad. You do not want Eri in second. This is why her having extra levels is bad. In this case, the R stands for Robson, but it will usually stand for Rose. Okay, I think Adachi still kills here, and this is the reason why Adachi has Xiao's shoes, so that he keeps up with the enemy. I've been missing that a lot today, and I'm not happy about it. So, hopefully, and Eri just got more agility, which is the problem. Hopefully, we can get Itchy to go ahead of Eri, because this is going to be a big problem if he doesn't. Good. This is DRD. Divine. Rose. Darts. We're having Darts go third. She'll never go slower than Adachi. Adachi is way too slow. Adachi just has a base, like, 0 agility. He just has, like, very little. And Enforcer doesn't give him any either. Okay, so I am in trouble because I'm not going to have the EXP for Jungi Han in here. Unfortunate. Aim at the Yakuza strong arm with the divine shot. Very specifically. It will do enough damage to him for him to go down with Dart Airstrike, hopefully. Sometimes you can low damage roll with Jungi Han or Itchy. Nice crit. So, on floors 5, 6, and 10, we're going to be grabbing the items. This is a weapon for our boy Zhao. Yes, it's the strongest weapon we'll be able to get from the speedrun. So why don't we use our boy Zhao with that weapon? Because that weapon sells for 1,000,000 yen. Excuse me, divine shot. Thank you. I don't know what I'm doing. And again, this is why we have Zhao's shoes on Adachi. It's because he gets faster. Nice crits than the enemy. Alright, the crits in here are specific. There is a modifier on this floor where every single physical attack is a guaranteed crit. We need a little bit of armor for one of our party members. We've got that armor now. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now, this is where you would usually have Jungi Han's new ability. Well, unfortunately, I'm not going to have it because I mistakenly did the wrong actual things. So we're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Guarding, because King Joe here does not go down to Dart Airstrike. Freelancer 496. Thank you for the tier 2. 8 months. Tier 2. Thank you. Thank you very much. Did he just get the move? I don't think he did. I think he's after this one. I think it's after this one. So again, we'll do the old-fashioned way. The old-fashioned way actually isn't that slow here because we just use head roller instead. At the very least, it goes Itchy, Eri, then Adachi. Eri won't kill him even with free crits, I don't think. Yeah, won't kill him with free crits. So again, the reason why Adachi has faster shoes. I wasn't paying attention to his level. I'll double check real quick. Hey, Jungi Han. Good lad. That's the one. That's the one. 4-9. Which is the wheelman. Tragic happened. Forgot to use the Kiwami drink in the right fight for Jungi Han. Then when I went to give it to Jungi Han in the invested vagabond fight, may have given it to Eri instead. Also, we died at one point. I hate when Eri goes for it, which never happens if you do the right order of things. Hold on. Oh, that's the slow version. Should have used brass prongs. I'm on 8th. Nope. 5, 6, 10. Which is not this one. 5, 6, 10. We have severely reduced the amount of items that you need from the battle arena now. And we don't go to floor 11 either. Floor 11 takes 45 seconds. Too slow. Too slow. Got a speedrun. That's the wrong move. I was supposed to guard with him. Jungi Han here. Don't forget the rainbow hat, dude. Alright, so. We're done with the battle arena. As I said, wouldn't take too long. That's it. Because what we just got was a weapon for Jungi Han. That's the best weapon we can get for Jungi Han in the run, however, only for certain fights. Phase 2. Yeah. Okay. Don't forget your smoke bombs. Actually, I might have 2 still. I think we should be fine. I had decent fight spawn, like, apart from that one route through Chinatown. This is obviously a magic-based hat. We're going to be using it on Sayako. We need to go and get our money, but we also need to go and get more rocket launchers. So, in we go. Hello, sir. Watch, you have to speak to me again, sell stuff. So we're going to sell the weapons that we just got, bar the dragon knuckles. Go back to Izazaki Jincho. Do not go to Omi HQ just yet. You can do. You're going to have a bad time. It's doable. You're going to have a bad time. We're going to do one last blacksmithing for weapons. Now, we're hoping for a very good bit of weird luck here with no NPC spawn. He's not there. See that item in the corner? That can get blocked off by a rare NPC spawn. There is no way to get it, or to get rid of him, unless you go back to Sotenbori and come back to Kamurocho again. Would help if I went the right way around the safe. That was on me. That was absolutely on me. Okay. Now comes the part of the run I hate, because it's time to literally put pain into my arm with all the mashing I'm about to do. We've got to upgrade a couple of weapons. Remember, your... Hello, I hit X. Your weapons are your big damage source in Yakuza Like a Dragon. So. Strengthen. Bandages by 2. Table sparking by 8. Shield by 2. Pouch by 2. Pouch by 2. Ow. And now, the end game begins. This is where every single boss can kill us at the drop of a hat. If I die to Majima Saijima after that first death, I probably don't have any way of coming back in the run, so I will probably call the run and we'll just do LAD again, obviously, for GDQ practice again. Because I'm going to be doing it like another 5 to 6 to 7 times this week. So, this is a stealth mission. Easy peasy. You can get into 2 fights in here before you're thrown out. There is a small bit of speed tech coming up here that I refuse to do anymore. You need to get his attention so that he stays there, and then you run forward. It's massively hard to do. It's very easy to get spotted. By waiting instead, we will actually make it so that the enemy spawns on the next floor are actually in a better position for us. Because otherwise you would come here and then have to do a fight. I did it once in a run. I don't like it anymore. It's really, really hard to pull off. Like, ridiculously so. This is where I forget my menuing, so I've got my notes for this bit. Eri, Jungi-han, Sayako, Adachi, Ichi. Eri, Jungi-han, Sayako, Adachi, Ichi. Eri, Jungi-han, Sayako, Adachi, Ichi. Jungi-han, Sayako, Adachi, Ichi. Eri. Jungi-han. Sayako. Dachi. Ichi. Yeah. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm very stupid. How did I forget? Yeah. Need to get MP back. How am I stupid? How am I that stupid? Yeah, that was on me. Like, you should always be giving the War Gods to Jungi-han. It's like, it's base stats for everything. So it's really, really good on him. Yeah, that's my fault. And here we go. Remember that rule from earlier? Your name is 6 letters long, starts with M, ends with A. You're resistant to gun attacks. No bonus. Okay. It's fine. So we're gonna lucky punch instead. I'm hoping to see the crit. Crit. Shame. Crit's very good. Prongs. Patience. So we can get him with head trauma. Then he'll go into doppelganger phase. It's important we do doppelganger phase here because Ichi goes after Majima. Therefore, it's my turn to try and get rid of the doppelgangers. We're going to do that by using Robson. Now we need a little bit of a lucky damage build, or have Robson have the bonus, but he didn't. Free Alive is very bad, 2 is also bad, but we can get rid of them with Dark Airstrike, despite the fact that Majima is resistant. We need them gone before we can get to the next part of the fight. No, Francis is nice. Nice crit. Get us early. Good stuff. So by doing this early, there's a chance I can rocket launcher the both of them. Good stuff. Good start. Please get together. Oh, that's beautiful. Hit them both, please. Beautiful. So good. So, Majima's always going to buff. Saejima, he got an early turn. That sucks. If you can get Saejima with 2 rocket launchers, you can stop this attack, which, obviously, as you can see there, I need to heal. No, I need to heal. No, actually, no. No. Jungi-han. Yeah. So, Majima's resistant to Dart Airstrike, but Saejima isn't. And thankfully, prioritizes Saejima. Alright, he's not going to take any more damage here, because, obviously, thingy. Because he's at his HP threshold. So, on his next turn, Saejima is 100% buffing. Then on his next turn, he's 100% using Blade Kill. So, hopefully, Majima doesn't hit Ichi. Majima hits Ichi. That's it. It's the end of the run. Am I missing that? That's not bad. Good. Actually, he might be dead. When I do that, he's not. I think I'm wasting healing on Jungi Han. Absolutely not. Wow. He wanted him dead? Ah. Think I'm wasting healing on Itchy? I'd rather lose the speed run. Welp. Ah. Well, things to take away from this run. Majima really didn't like Jungi Han. Saejima really didn't like Itchy. Usually Saejima goes after Eri. Only went for Itchy. Not too happy about that. At GDQ, I heal before that happens. I've lost so much money that I can't carry on with the run anymore.